Chapter 21. Meeting. The day after Kokashi's little insult, Sapphire had been sitting in her room practicing the English letters Tom had shown her when Jackalope opened the door. "We are having a meeting down in the armory." "About what? And why do I have to go down all those stairs?" Nunuk's orders. "Come now." Well, there was no arguing with that, so off she went, still on her crutches. Jackalope helped her down the stairs and shushed her when she tried to ask what was going on. Something was up. That much was clear. She was beginning to speculate on just what this meeting was going to be about. It wasn't a very hard question to answer, but still, why the secrecy? As they made their way into the armory, Nunuk, Shiva, the guards, and the other huntresses were all present. It was a little cramped with this many people, but it would do. "Excellent. We are all here," Nunuk started. "I've called you down here to discuss our newest addition while he's occupied with Apama and the children. It has become clear he is both exceedingly useful and very dangerous. He also seems to believe that he knows best what he should share with us and what not to. I don't like that one bit. So far he has been nothing but friendly, but I wonder what his goals are. From what my son tells me, Tom does not fight with honor. He fights to win, even in a training flight. I wonder just how he would act with a mentality like that if it comes to the real thing. Therefore, I have decided we need to be a step ahead of him, rather than trying desperately to keep up. We need to be ready for what he might try next. That is all well and good, Mother, but how do you plan on doing that? So far, he has been exceedingly unpredictable, and he seems to have no shortage of surprises." Dakota had a good point. So far, Tom had hit them with surprise after surprise. We don't need to know what he will show us next. We need to be ready for what he will do next. He has brought both considerable material wealth and priceless knowledge with him. We cannot allow that to slip through our fingers. He seems friendly, but we know little of his loyalty. If he decides to cut and run, we can't let him. "You want to take him prisoner?" Fengu sounded quite upset. Rightfully so, Sapphire thought. They had invited him as a guest to their keep, and he had even taken an oath to defend it. "No. I want to be ready in case he breaks his oath to this keep, and I want to learn as much from him as possible before that might happen. If he does not run, he will be a valuable ally. If he does, he will prove an informative prisoner. If we cannot capture him, we cannot let him escape in case his knowledge falls into the wrong hands. Not a very honorable plan, if you ask me. Preparing the assassination of an ally is more than a little underhanded," Jackalope said. She was clearly not pleased by the idea, a hint of spite in her tone. "No, it's not, but he is too valuable and dangerous to risk. We must do our utmost to earn his respect and friendship, but always be ready to strike if it proves misplaced." "Sapphire, you have been spending the most time with him. Do you think he will run?" "Honestly, I'm not sure. He said he wanted to stay because it was exciting here, and that can't last forever. But he's talking about projects that will take years at least. I can't work out if he intends to stay that long though, or if he just intends on teaching us how to do it. We could just try and ask him." "No, that would make it clear we do not trust him." I want you to figure out as much as you can about him. Get him to trust you as much as possible. Get him to confide in you if you can. If nothing else, he might let you know if he is doing something major ahead of time. Also, everyone, I don't want you to teach him anything about magic. Show him a bit, just enough to pique his interest. If interesting things are what is keeping him here, we might as well save a trump card." Nunuk was clearly set on trying to do this covertly. Sapphire hoped that was in case it proved unnecessary. Otherwise, this could get ugly. "Yes, ma'am, not a problem. But isn't that basically the same he is doing to us?" Sapphire answered diligently. "It most definitely is. That would make it an excellent bargaining chip in the future. He seems exceedingly curious, and if his world has no magic, I'm willing to bet he wants to learn. Now, Ratchuk, I want you to figure out how he fights and how to best take him down if need be. We have seen his weapons, but we need to know if he has more surprises. Train him well, but leave gaps to exploit, just in case we find ourselves fighting him instead of alongside him." "Yes, ma'am. From what I can tell, overpowering him in close combat wouldn't be much of a problem, especially with a numerical advantage. If he has his weapons, though, it will be extremely dangerous but possible. He seems unwilling to engage us. During our first little training fight, he didn't seem willing to fight at all. That could prove useful, if only for a short while. Julie noted. Sapphire, I want to know at what times of the day he keeps his weapons on him and where he stores them. Ideally, we would know he is leaving long before he decides to do so and capture him in his sleep. But just in case we need a backup plan, Ratchuk, that plan is your job. You are seriously considering taking a friend out in his sleep for the crime of considering leaving the keep. Fengi was clearly outraged. He has done nothing thus far except be nice, with the exception of the time you challenged him to hand-to-hand combat and didn't even give him a sword, she continued, pointing at Ratchuk, where he retaliated by pointing a weapon at my face that would have taken it off, Ratchuk countered. You should have seen his fight with Anchor. I honestly thought he was going to bite. He is relentless and hardly seems to tire when fighting. He might not know how to use a sword, but he is clearly a soldier nevertheless, Anchor added. And a soldier of an army that hides from the enemy only to strike from the shadows at that. But when you get him into a corner, he fights like an animal, not a warrior. I honestly didn't know if he would stop when Ratchuk told him to. He is strong too, and quite heavy. That makes him dangerous if it comes to grappling or fist fighting. So, exceedingly useful, exceedingly dangerous, and possibly unstable. Marvelous. Nunuk said with a sigh. Do as I have told you, and we will have to see what happens. Tom must not know about this. For all intents and purposes, we are the best of friends. Understood? Understood. It came more or less in unison from the assembled dragonettes. Let's hope this was all for nothing, Sapphire said, turning to leave. Yep, Jackalope seemingly quite perturbed by the discussion. It better be. I doubt we will live if it's not. Fengi stormed out, clearly upset. That is an end in the man and bet. We'll birth the stan of this main bill. 70-90 train. It had been a quiet day for Tom. Well, as quiet as what was essentially Dragonette kindergarten could be. It had started with Fengi coming to find him sitting in the library studying, so as not to wake the kids. She had been trying very hard to look as innocent as possible, almost pleadingly at him. Pancakes, she went. Tom stifled a laugh into a chuckle, answering, Oh, so you want pancakes in English, to the apparent annoyance of Fengi. Help make pancakes, please. She held up her hands in a praying motion. Okay, you, me, he spoke slowly, trying to make it as clear as he could. Fengi nodded, appearing a little perturbed, though still relieved that she now owed him a favor in exchange for learning how to make pancakes. Tom just chuckled to himself, following her out into the kitchen. It had not been a difficult job. Kakashi was already in the kitchen getting the fires going. Together, they quickly put a few plates together, even if the local version of bacon seemed to have a tendency to disappear from the platters. After his little morning adventure, he had classes with Sapphire. She was beginning to teach him writing, at least at the most basic level, while continuing to work on his speech. Apuma had dropped in as well, and they worked a bit on their English together. It was a funny situation, going back and forth between being the teacher and the student, but it worked quite well. They were starting to pick up on a few things, even if their accents made it equal parts difficult and hilarious. The main focus, however, was teaching them to write, so they could eventually start learning from the books he had brought, rather than relying solely on him. Following his private lessons, it had been time for another lesson with Apuma and the kids. Today's subject had been history. It was hard to follow when much of it didn't make any sense still, but he was getting the gist at least. It seemed to be about their pantheon. They clearly had many gods, some good, some evil. There was a god of war, glory, and honor. Judging by the children's reaction, they were positively familiar with that one. There was a god of the sun, harvests and the like, one of nature, healing and the hunt, one of fire and crafting, and so on. All very fantasy, Tom thought. He had never been terribly religious before. The idea of praying for one's life before going out on patrol didn't make much sense to him. The other guys were likely praying for his death anyway, and that hadn't worked so far, even if they had gotten quite close. He began wondering if the gods here were different from the ones back home. What if they actually did something here? He couldn't help but notice that the two people he had seen perform healing were both huntresses, even if Nunuk was now a bit older. Maybe they were priests of a sort. He would have to figure that out at some point, along with why the others didn't possess healing abilities. Otherwise, he assumed they would have used them. What if he could learn magic? The thought sounded awesome. He began noting down as many gods as he could from Apuma's teachings, along with their associated aspects. After the lesson, it was time to go back down to train with the guard. He was still sore as hell from yesterday. Hopefully, it wouldn't be more sparring, maybe archery practice or something else. Sapphire had met him upon exiting the classroom and began asking him what they had been learning about today. As they walked and talked, Tom answered, "God's magic." Sapphire seemed to stiffen for a moment before continuing on. Strange, Tom thought. Maybe he wasn't supposed to have figured that one out yet. Yet? Sapphire thought to herself. As she continued her questions, it at least sounded like Tom had not been taught anything about how magic works. He had just been told about the gods. Sure, magic was imparted by the gods, and Tom had somehow seemed to realize this. Damn it. It would be so much harder to keep him from figuring this stuff out if he could put two and two together. But mastering even simple magic took talent and years of training, so there probably wasn't anything to worry about, at least not for the time being. She had taken Kokashi's advice, no matter how rudely it had been delivered, and asked to join Tom for his day's training. She needed both to speed time with him and get to know him as well as she could. Stairs? He had looked questioning. Help? Sapphire had responded, trying her best to copy Thengi, looking big-eyed at Tom. This better work, or she would look like such an idiot. Okay, Tom had answered, seeming a bit uncertain. Oh, thank the gods, he was at least susceptible to that, she thought. As they were making their way down the stairs, Sapphire was developing second thoughts about this. Tom had slung her over his back and around his neck. It was not exactly graceful. In fact, she was fairly certain she looked like even more of an idiot right now. Mercifully, Tom apparently agreed. Before they turned the last flight of stairs, he put her down gently, then picked her up in his arms instead. It was a lot more graceful, and more comfortable too, for that matter. At the bottom of the stair, they had turned towards the training fields, but Tom hadn't put her down. Okay then. As they rounded the corner, Sapphire thought she might as well put on a show. She was supposed to gain Tom's trust, after all. Might as well show off, especially for Kakashi, that old buffoon. She put her arms around his neck and readied her most sly grin. Judging by the staring Kakashi and Heron, the mission had been successful. Anchor just let out a chuckle, shaking his head. It seemed they intended to go a bit easier on Tom today. The training dummies were out, and they had a wide variety of weapons. As they took Tom through various stances and demonstrated them on the dummies, Sapphire watched from the sidelines. He did indeed seem quite clueless, and definitely unrefined. She was decidedly unimpressed, in fact. He was supposed to be a soldier after all. He did just keep going though, far longer than she would expect and without breaks. When he did take a break, it was mostly just to gulp down large amounts of water. He also started getting wet. She thought she had seen that before when he was working in the field. That must be why he needed so much water then. Hey Ratchuk, why is he getting wet? He called it sweating yesterday, says it keeps him cool, don't know how it works, just seems to happen. Huh, that's new, sounds useful though. Aren't most things with this guy? Touché. She could see how something like that was useful. Once they were up to temperature, they could maintain it with physical activity. If Tom was always hot, the activity would make him overheat. That only made sense. They would too, of course, with excessive exercise in hot environments. Hey Tom, she shouted out, grabbing his attention. Remember I told you Kokashi called me fat? Tom stopped to look at her for a second, and Kokashi flinched. Would you mind showing if you have learned anything from these savages? Fight Kokashi for you? Tom had answered, seeming a little puzzled. Yeah, teach him, she replied, trying her best to sound cheerful. Not sword? Tom had asked, seeming to sigh a little. You choose. Sapphire went pointing to the stand of various weapons with a smile. Sure, Tom went lumbering over to the stand looking at Kokashi. Hey Kiran, what use? Big hammer, the little kid answered, laying on a table near Sapphire. He loved to just lay and watch. He looked back and forth between Kokashi and the selection of arms before picking up a small warhammer and shield. Hammer time. No, no, no. Kokashi went, sounding quite panicked. I'm not getting into a fight with him armed with a fucking hammer. No way. Tom seemed to shrug before putting the hammer back down and raising his fist. Old school? He asked, tilting his head. This should be both fun and interesting, Sapphire thought. Tom didn't have claws of any kind, and even if the combatants were not usually allowed to use them in training, or bite for that matter, she wanted to see if Tom had alternative ways of fighting. Unarmed. Ratchuk seemed to agree, likely wanting to know how Tom would fight if caught without his weapons. You heard him, Kokashi. Unarmed, no biting, no scratching, understood. Tom respected surrender. Ratchuk seemed very adamant on that last point. Sapphire wondered just what he had done to Anchor to warrant that. Kicking? Tom had questioned, clearly to the dismay of Kokashi. Yeah, sure, why not? Ratchuk had answered, resulting in a sly little grin from Tom. I want you to know, I hate you for this. Kakashi let out in defiance before he made his way to the ring. Don't be a scared little mouse. You even got your armor on. Harumph. It came from Kokashi, clearly not pleased with what was about being a test subject. The wrongs and the vestigation, and each deporting down Bam overhead, but he had decent of vicious, the jester foes. Chap 2 Fisticuffs. Right then, unarmed combat. Kokashi wasn't allowed to use his claws or bite, but he had decent armor, including a helmet, chest plate, greaves, gauntlets, and leather almost everywhere else. Punching was going to hurt like hell, Tom thought. Grappling was most likely the way to go, especially since the dragonet couldn't use his fearsome maw. Tom had undergone some basic hand-to-hand combat training and had even done a bit of martial arts when he was a kid, not to mention the odd brawl, of course, but he wasn't exactly skilled in any of it, and he was more accustomed to using his knife when it came to close quarters. As the two combatants circled each other, Tom lunged at Kakashi, barreling forward with his shoulder and bending low. He needed to get in close. Punching would do jack shit against steel and padding. Kakashi responded by trying to dodge to the side, apparently not quite expecting that response. He was quick though, managing to clear Tom's charge. Kakashi made quick use of Tom's little miscalculation, grabbing him from behind and trying to get his arms around Tom's throat. Kakashi was a bit lighter than Tom, despite his tail and wings, and the 10 centimeter lack of height didn't help the poor guy either. Tom grabbed Kakashi's arm and bent forward, lifting him off the ground. Then, he put all he had into a leap up and backward, hoping to squash the dragonet beneath him. One thing Tom had forgotten was that his target had wings. As he pushed them both airborne, Kakashi seemed to realize what he was trying to do and flared his wings out, stopping the rotation and preventing himself from being squashed. Instead, Tom simply landed on his feet again, slightly confused as to what had just happened. Tom elected to try and wrest the bugger off instead. He grabbed the dragonet's arm, bent forward, and twisted to the side, trying to lift Kakashi over his shoulder and throw him to the ground. This time, Kakashi's wings didn't save him. His lower stature and weight really bit him as he went flying, landing face first on the ground. Tom was quick to take advantage, grabbing a hold of a wing and putting his knee on Kakashi's back. He twisted until the dragonet slammed the ground with his free arm, indicating surrender. Tom had honestly not been expecting to win that. Maybe it was because Kakashi had been expecting a fistfight rather than a grappling brawl. As he helped the dragonet to his feet, he gave him a pat on the back. Sorry, Tom said. It had sounded quite painful when he twisted the wing. While Kakashi had gone looking at Tom accusingly. Tom had just patted him on the back a bit more, not quite sure what else to do. He was fairly certain the petting approach wouldn't be effective here. Helestis is vision yes minders, but eco Orwell daces wouldn't minders, folders, Hanny no, flaws. C had been curious how Tom would go about it, having no claws in the first place. It seemed he simply got around the problem by not bothering to try, instead opting to grapple his target to the ground. She glanced at Ratchuk, who was clearly taking mental notes. He didn't look too pleased, but he didn't look surprised either. She had not been sure what to expect. They usually fought with claw and talon, and while you couldn't do that in a training fight, you still usually emulated the style by punching and kicking at your opponent. So how many rounds before you say you're sorry? Sapphire had shouted at them following the quick scuffle. Oh, I'm not done with him yet, that fucking hurt. The two combatants continued their brawl. It couldn't really be called a fight. It only took seconds before they were back on the ground, where Tom's higher weight and the lack of fragile handholds on his back gave him a considerable advantage. Kakashi did manage a win or two, mostly when he outmaneuvered Tom quickly and trapped him in a locked position from which he couldn't escape. However, his attempts to fight conventionally most often ended with Tom grabbing hold of an arm and using it to force Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi then tried a series of kicks, but these ended abruptly when Tom managed to grab his leg and hurl him at the fence surrounding the arena. This caused much discomfort to those watching, except for Karan, of course. In Karan's eyes, it was clear that Tom could do no wrong. Whoa! The little dragonet exclaimed. No, ow, wow! Are you kidding me? Kokashi trying his best to get up onto all fours, coughing up a little blood. Kick hurt. Sharp Tom just went as he walked over to help the dragonette up, pointing at his clawed feet. As Sapphire looked closer, she could indeed see some of Tom's clothes had been ripped, and there were bits of crimson in the sand. No claws, Kokashi Sapphire had shouted out. Now say you're sorry, and I might tell Tom to let you go. Oh, you are just being the worst today. Say it. Hell no, it was funny. Kokashi clearly needed additional convincing. Luckily, she had just the ting. Tom, hammer. Next, she could see Kokashi's face turn dour at the prospect. Okay. Tom smirked a little as he made his way over to the weapons rack. Sapphire was fairly sure he had caught on to what was going on by now. Yay, hammer time! Little Kieran chirped up, clearly excited. Ratchuk just smiled a bit, shouting out, I say, soldier, you are surprisingly committed to that joke. Are you sure this is wise? Oh, gods, no. Sorry, Sappho, I am so very sorry. Please, I want to be able to walk tomorrow, too. Kokashi sounded quite genuine, Sapphire thought, and even fairly scared. Okay then, Tom, no hammer. Tom just stopped and nodded at Sapphire. Then he went about inspecting his clothes. Broken, he concluded. Need fix. Well, she couldn't argue with that. Besides, this would have to do for the day. He was already beaten bloody, and Kokashi was even limping a bit. Perhaps a bit much for calling her fat, she concluded, but they had learned a lot too. 2. So, 1. Perhaxes. Nunuk had seen to his cuts, and they weren't more than skin deep. Kokashi clearly hadn't intended to cut him. It was simply unavoidable when kicking with a large taloned foot. Some of those things were the size of knives. Tom shuddered. He really needed an armor upgrade. His uniform was not meant to deal with that. He had gotten his hands on some pieces that seemed to fit earlier, but he really needed something with more coverage. That night, once the children went to sleep, he got out the pen and paper. He had some tailoring to do. He laid out his specifications. He wanted resistance to light cuts, but he didn't want something too bulky. Ideally, it would be cloth armor, something like a gambeson. But the only cloth he had seen so far were a few robes, like the ones Apuma and Nunuke used. Oh right, he thought, likely imported. They didn't have any sheep after all. Well, fuck, he muttered. He was fairly sure he hadn't brought cotton either. Why hadn't he? That would have been so useful. Too late now. They did have plenty of game leather, though. And judging by the armor he had seen, they had access to something thicker than deer, or maybe it was laminate. He would have to find out. He would be coupling his greaves and looking into getting his hands on something for his upper arms. They would need to incorporate his vest too. The ballistic plates were too good to leave out. He also needed his bandoliers of ammo and both of his thigh holsters. The sword he had been given was in a belt scabbard, and he needed to join that to his revolver ammo belt somehow. The helmet was another point of concern. His own was good, but it needed face protection. The guards all had helmets that came down over their snouts to defend from the front, sides, and top, even if their chins were left exposed. Some sort of metal face mask, then, preferably something that he could flip down when he needed it. That would interfere with his helmet mount, though. He had his regular goggles, too. They were plexiglass and meant to take a beating. So, maybe he could make do with just a lower face mask, which he could strap on. Taking a hit to it would hurt like hell, but it might save his ass. He spent the evening and most of the next morning working on his design. He had always liked drawing, even if he wasn't that good at it. The result looked weird, though. Almost like you would slap some knight's armor onto a marine. That wasn't entirely inaccurate, but still. The next day, he convinced Sapphire to take a look at his designs. She seemed very interested, asking questions and giving criticism. Then had come seemingly the big question, what color? Tom had shrugged green-black. His answer had not pleased her even if she had tried to hide the fact. Tom had heard them refer to the colors he wore before, and it hadn't been positive. He really needed to know what the deal was with them and colors he thought. Why are you white-blue? Sapphire pondered the question for a bit, most likely trying to find a way to articulate the answer for him. White is pure. Blue is me. Well, that sort of made sense. They did bleed bright cobalt blue, where he was crimson red. What green mean? He could guess, but hey, might as well be sure. Deceit. Poison. She had gone in response. Oh, he had guessed nature, right. Shit. He didn't have a brilliant feeling about this one, but Hey, you might get lucky. Black is opposite white. Corruption, evil, impurity. Oh dear, Tom thought. That explained a few things. He needed to be creative here, even if it was bullshit. He really didn't want to be painted white and, well, red, he guessed. He would never be hiding anywhere again. Not to mention looking like a damn British redcoat or something fucking ridiculous. To me, green nature. To me, black night, shadow. She seemed to ponder that for a minute. You are of nature and shadow? She didn't seem to quite get his answer, but hey, she hadn't called him on his bullshit. No nature, shadow hide from enemy, else I die. She gave him a sideways glance, clearly not convinced. Not he, you don't. Well, shit, she was sorta right, but it would suck a lot to not be able to hide and sneak up on someone. I no fly, I no sword. He protested he really didn't like the idea of being covered in white just to prove he was pure. You of keep, you will be pure. Well then, he better revise his designs then. Some white good? Or all white? He really hoped they wouldn't be making him throw all of his clothes in a tub of bleach or something. She seemed to ponder this for quite a while. Far too long for Tom's liking at least. Some will do, besides white difficult. Shiny good too? Oh, excellent, he just needed to shine, fucking marvelous. Part soldier, part disco ball. As he pondered what she had said, white was difficult but wasn't blue like one of the most expensive colors in old times. He could swear he had heard that somewhere. Sapphire, how make blue? We are blue, she said, as if it was the most obvious thing ever. Don't understand. Make blue leather? Blood is blue. It's easy. She seemed far too okay with what she had just said. They were talking about being white good and pure. Yet they were dyeing leather with their own blood. Wait. Blood. Yes, we are blue. She clearly found this completely normal. Holy fuck, they were wearing clothes stained in their own blood. Wait. This your blood? Tom went, pointing at some of her leather armor. White is pure. Blue is me. She'd apparently grasped that Tom was more than a little disturbed and sounded a tad quizzical. That was so fucking metal. Wait, would they make him do that too? Could his blood even dye like that? He hadn't thought about the fact that the color was so vibrant. It looked like it was made with a very strong dye. Bloodstains must be a pain here if it dyes like that. Don't think my blood color good and when dry go brown. When dry go brown 75 and this, what? She did remember when he had bled in the arena, the blood had started going dark rather quickly. If that were true, it would be a problem. He couldn't wear armor belonging to someone else. The whole point was that the armor was an extension of oneself. However, having him turn up in dark brown wouldn't do either. People would think he was a slave, or something worse. She would need to ask Nunuk or Apuma about this. If they had visitors, Tom would either need to be presentable or hidden. Otherwise, he would likely have to keep his current colors and explain them away. We'll go ask later. Tom, what blue and white mean? Tom seemed quite hesitant to answer that one, looking away and mumbling something under his breath. Tom, what mean? Blue, ocean, sky, white, purity and surrender. Sapphire wasn't quite sure what to do with that. Surrender. Really? Why did white have to be the color of the coward to Tom? Well, at least it seemed Tom didn't wear black to show he is evil, though she really hadn't been expecting as such. Still, this was going to be a problem. The examples is proper, tribal, and ethos of idea as appeared. What with 70s of starred? 2-3, fashion sense. What do you mean? White is surrender and peace. Nunuk, clearly finding the news quite troubling. Sapphire had gone to talk with her and Apuma in their room about the little problem she had been discussing with Tom. That is what it means to him. A white flag is their symbol of surrendering, though they also see white as a symbol of purity. It sounds like their peacekeepers, whatever that is, use white too. So that is something at least. Okay, so it's not like he believes wearing white shows you have surrendered. Nunuk seemed to be relieved at that at least. No, I don't think so. Besides, he seems to grasp that here things are different here. He was more disturbed that we use blood to dye our leathers. He honestly seemed terrified for a moment when I told him. What? He finds blood repulsive. Why? Not sure, to be honest. He didn't seem to treating wounds, or being treated for that matter. Nunuk let out a sigh. He just keeps getting weirder. Okay then, so what about his colors? He claims green is nature, and black is night and shadow. He wears them so they will help him hide from his enemy. So he admits it is because of cowardice? Nanook didn't seem to buy that, tilting her head. I don't think it can be called cowardice if the alternative is certain death. They must just fight differently from us. He swore his clothes were his old military uniform too. Yes, yes. But we can't have him running around like this in case of visitors. There should be a trader coming by within a week or two. What about formal robes? Hapuma added. He is a guard, not a scholar. Nunuk rejected. You don't run around with a sword on your belt either. His own idea was to modify his existing stuff. I think his problem is with being seen, not any color in particular. White is just easy to spot on the grounds. Sapphire could understand Tom's point of view and did her best to relay it. Can we just drape some proper clothes over him? Hapuma questioned. It would sort of work, Sapphire guessed. Sure, that will have to do. Sapphire. Make sure his armor ends up having at least something bright, even if it is just blank steel, to be honest. I don't want to spend the time and effort on making enameled armor. For him, if he doesn't even want it, maybe we can just convince any visitors he bleeds green. Then we don't have to bother with his existing clothes. Black is a problem though. Try and see if you can work something out with him. We could just claim what he was saying, that it represents night. Maybe say he worships the moon or something. Sure, that will do. We just need an excuse if it comes to it. We need him to like us anyway. Go along now, sounds like you have work to do. Sekina, sounds like you have work to do. He was allowed to keep most of his kit, as long as he used some polished steel. That wasn't too bad. It could just be quickly smeared if necessary. He needed the weight anyway to try and compensate for the gravity. He could already feel his legs beginning to atrophy. The fact that he had been doing next to no activity prior to starting with the guard most likely didn't help. He should really start working out too, now that he thought about it. Also, they hadn't made him dye the leather in blood after he convinced them the result would likely turn brown, which was nice. With that, the days continued more or less as usual. Tom spent his mornings and evenings working on his new design. He didn't know much about making armor, or tailoring for that matter, so he consulted Sapphire and Shiva for input. They both seemed confused that he wanted releasable weights on his armor. Sapphire relented after a while, but Shiva just found it funny, clearly believing she was working with a crazy person. Shiva, for her part, had jumped on the armor plating idea. Chainmail was clearly a lot more work than she wanted to put into this, and she had a sizable supply of materials that nearly fit. Both of his arms would be covered from wrist to shoulder by individual plates with padded backing, fastened on with leather straps. She left out any plating on his chest, and modified the pauldrons to prevent them from interfering with shouldering his rifle. He would be making use of his tactical vest at the same time to help with carrying gear. He had acquired greaves earlier, along with oversized metal knee pads and the steel tipping of his boots that would constitute his leg armor. This seemed to satisfy the purity requirement, at least for now. Though Sapphire had threatened to get him a white tabard and some white leather to make belts and the like. Those could be swapped out for actual battle without much effort. And they didn't seem to have any on hand at the moment anyway. After he had presented his final design to Nunuk, she seemed pleased enough and approved it. Shiva had gotten right to it, mostly just modifying existing gear she had lying around. Nunuk, Sapphire, and Esmeralda started on the leatherwork immediately as well. They even did it in black, apparently. Brown was repulsive, and blue was not allowed. They seemed to have settled on selling his use of black as having something to do with the night and the moon. Sure, he thought, I can roll with that. All in all, the process had been easier than he had expected, and the result would look quite dapper. It had taken over a week to get everything finished, but it was well worth the effort. As he stood admiring himself in the mirror in Nunuk's room, he thought he looked like a knight who had been introduced to the wonders of modern warfare, clad in steel plate, camo, and black leather. With the black lenses in his goggles and the new faceplate on, he looked quite intimidating. He decided he needed to draw something scary on that faceplate as well. Such was tradition. Even if hiding would be harder now, he was certain he could scare the absolute shit out of people. He still had his 2 revolvers in their thigh holsters, the thighs now reinforced by thick black leather. His blunt training sword hung on his offside from a belt of .44 Magnum. Finally, his bandolier of .45-70 was draped over his left shoulder, with his trusty rifle held firmly in his hands. He smiled to himself, then turned to the others. So, what next? Nows of the Poles say fantastic pomp. A nevis of ice of caustic coals will be sten, wars as stressed and misses that is boast afire. And my ages, that with his face covered and those dark colors, Tom in his new armor looked like something you didn't want to meet alone in the night. It didn't help that she knew exactly what those revolvers could do. Nevertheless, he was sufficiently presentable. He was a guard, after all, and they simply wore polished metal to indicate they were pure of heart. The white enameled armor she wore when out on the hunt was not really suited to the constant sparring the guards indulged in to keep sharp, as the coating would just crack and splinter. For sparring training, the Huntresses would use the same training armor Tom had been given initially. The detachable weight was a weird addition, though. Tom had claimed he was heavier back home. Sapphire couldn't quite understand what he meant by that, but lead was cheap, so sure, why not? He had also started doing what he called exercising. It seemed like training, but not for anything specific. He would just lift heavy objects, perform what he called push-ups, and do other weird motions, often with additional weight on him, and run around a lot. This had caught the attention of some of the guards. They had thought he was fleeing from something at first and rang the alarm bell. After that, everyone had been informed that seeing Tom running toward the keep didn't mean something was wrong or that he was being chased. He claimed it was to get stronger, which sort of made sense. Hard labor made strong people, but why waste the effort on doing something not worth doing in the first place? In the end, she elected to just leave the lunatic be. He was confusing enough already. Besides, they were expecting the year's first trader to come through any day now, so they had plenty to do. Tom's armor had been given top priority so he could be somewhat presentable. But apart from that, they'd been working hard to get what few leathers and other goods they had ready for trading. With Tom around and her injured, they hadn't gotten nearly as much done as they would have hoped. But such was life. Besides, by the sounds of things, they could expect some changes on that front fairly soon. Tom's little sugared experiment looked set to change that on its own, in fact. And at the brasso, or at the brasses, and two, peep messes to increasing the sinks to sight tea under lash. Ratchik wad. The lasses received his new armor. Ratchik had apparently decided he was fit for guard duty. Even if Tom was fairly sure that was just because it meant less for them to do. His training clearly wasn't complete. They had given him an actual sharp sword, though, and a fairly nice one too. It wasn't gem-encrusted or anything like that, but it had a nice hilt of what seemed like ivory, and it was very well polished. He could even see his reflection in the blade, very sharp too. He wondered if swords were kind of like a traditional armament. They had other weapons in the armory, but didn't seem to carry them. He would need to ask at some point. Having one was awesome though, so maybe that was why. They had given him alternating morning and evening shifts, which kind of sucked. At least he had been spared from night duty on account of his ongoing classes. Still, it was a lot of time wasted just staring out into the nothingness. They had warned him a trader was apparently due to arrive any day now. He didn't really know what to expect from that. Sapphire had then gone into how he should behave around it, or them. He wasn't entirely sure. Apparently, Tom was a traveler from a distant land who had come here to honor an ancient debt to a Lord Joachim, which explained why he was so weird and dressed strangely. Tom got to pick the name, much to his amusement. He worshipped nature and the moon rather than any gods, and he wore appropriate colors for that worship. When he had asked what the trader looked like, she had just beaten her wings a bit and made a gesture indicating something large. He guessed a massive flying creature of some kind. That would make sense if they were trading between islands, especially since they certainly didn't have any roads leading out of the keep. The prospect of seeing whatever that thing was exciting at least, even if it wasn't much comfort, as he sat on top of one of the towers late one evening. It was pouring rain and the wind was howling. He had wrapped himself in a nice thick pelt to help keep warm. The sun was about to set, and with the thick cloud cover and rain, it was almost dark out. The wind was picking up and it was starting to get uncomfortable. It looked like it was going to be a very stormy night. He had donned his old Russian NVGs just in case, though he wouldn't turn them on unless absolutely necessary. As he sat contemplating just how miserable this was, he heard a gut-wrenching roaring screech out in the dark. He quickly sprang to his feet, looking out into the semi-darkness. What the fuck was that? He exclaimed to himself. He had been told to wave a torch or something about if the trader came when it was getting dark. Was that the trader he had heard? Why would they be out in such weather? Did they just not care? He elected to start ringing the bell, hoping somebody who knew what on earth. Wait, what was this place called? Screw it, Tom thought. Somebody better get up here and tell him what was going on and what he was supposed to do about it. As he rang, a lightning strike hit something out near the horizon, and he swore he saw the silhouette of something truly massive. At least, if he had estimated the range correctly. His heart sank a little. It fit the description. But Jesus fuck, he didn't want to be wrong. Luckily, it didn't take long before Jackalope stuck her head up through the trapdoor. What is it? She seemed winded, likely having run up the stairs. Big fly thing, roar. Don't know, I heard the roar. What is it? She seemed a bit confused, which probably wasn't a good sign if she hadn't recognized the roar. Don't know. He really didn't know what the heck he was supposed to do, so he was relieved when she climbed up to join him looking out, even if she clearly couldn't see any more than he could. Then the roar sounded again. Tom squinted. That sounded familiar, he thought. Help! Jackalope went. Oh shit, that was what it was. Tom hadn't recognized the sound. It was fucking draconic. But it was so far away the sound was all distorted, or maybe the creature was just speaking differently. No matter. It was apparently a friend and in need of help. That was better than a flying death monster coming to kill them all. Help how? He half shouted through the howling wind at Jackalope. Man, at Jackalope. Mikey saw of there at D. Paul, Michael, Meisters shouted through the sevens times. Chapter 24, Air Rescue. As Jackalope pondered the question of just what they should do, Ratchuk stuck his head up through the trapdoor. What's going on? Trader in distress, Jackalope answered. Tom really had no fucking clue what one should do in this situation. He had his flashlight with him, so he turned to the two others. Lights, yes or no? Yes, Ratchuk answered quickly. Tom turned on the flashlight, pointing it at where he had seen the shadow. It didn't do much besides light up the pouring rain, but surely they could see it even in this weather. Gods, that shines bright, Ratchuk said, after looking curiously at the light source. I'll go get the others ready. With that, he went back down through the trapdoor. Why out in storm? Tom had asked Jackalope. I don't know. Surprised by it, maybe? She said with a shrug, though Tom was fairly sure there was a false calm in her voice. The roar came again. It sounded completely alien, he thought, and closer now, too. He looked at Jackalope, who seemed to peer intently into the dark as if trying to see through the shadows. What does it mean? Tom tried to ask. He is in pain, she said simply. He guessed she didn't mean it literally, but rather that the creature was roaring in agony. That wasn't good. Tom felt his heart sink a little further. What if the thing he had seen was fighting the trader? Or worse, what if there was something even larger out there fighting the thing he had seen? The two of them stood there peering out into the dark until Kokashi stuck his head up. What is going on? The guard was clearly startled, having heard the roars. The trader is hurt. We'll meet the others in the greeting hall and go help this guy. Tom, give him your light. Jackalope was clearly taking command of the situation, apparently not content to stay put. Tom wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, but he wasn't going to start an argument. He handed over his flashlight and showed Kakashi how it worked. Then, Jackalope grabbed him and hauled him over the side, giving him no warning that they would be taking the quick way down. That was quite the experience. As she clutched him in her arms and rolled backward over the edge like a diver, falling for a bit before folding out her wings, he let out a surprised scream. She didn't seem to care, though. The wind did its best to try and take her, and they did get dangerously close to the wall, but she at least seemed to know what she was doing. They came around to land on the big platform where the door had been opened. Most of the others were scattered around, getting their equipment ready. We need to go now. They are fighting something, she shouted out coming into land. We heard. We are leaving. Get in line. Dakota shouted back. Should we bring Tom? Jackalope questioned. Can you carry him in this weather? You know a little weight helps in storms. Tom wasn't quite sure he wanted to volunteer for this, but it didn't look like he was getting much choice in the matter. He isn't little but sure. You can drop him on the trader. He can fight from there. Don't try and fight with him on your back. Now let's get moving already. She went around inspecting that everyone was fit for a fight and instructing them where to go. With that, the Huntresses set off into the night along with Ratchuk, Balathon, Anka, and Heron, leaving Unkai and Kokashi behind to hold the keep. Tom quickly got rid of his extra weights and hitched a piggyback ride on Jackalope. She ran off the edge, folding out her wings to pull out of the resulting dive. It was one hell of a feeling. jumping out into the black unknown on someone else's back. He'd gotten his old NBGs turned on now. They would restrict his vision, but he couldn't see shit without them in these conditions. He wondered if the dragonettes could, or if they were just planning on following the sound. As they flew on into the grey night, being pounded by the cold rain and being thrown around by the gusting winds, he wondered just how long Jackalope could keep this up in such weather. They were flying hard, not the leisurely cruising from last he had been up here, and she was clearly groaning with effort, already trying to keep up with the others. The roaring continued, growing ever more desperate sounding, and more frequent, but also closer. The odd lightning strike, lighting up the sky. It damn near burned Tom's eyes out when that happened. Then his goggles started to make out shapes ahead. There was one massive one, and many smaller ones darting around it. He shouted at Jackalope, "Target slight right and up." She seemed to acknowledge, turning slightly. "Target dead ahead." He confirmed, "Tom can see them." She shouted out to the others, "Form up around me." There wasn't any protesting as the orders were passed on, everyone forming up in a wedge formation with Jackalope in the center. "How many?" Jackalope tried asking. It was almost impossible to make out. The range was maybe a kilometer, and closing fast it almost looked like a dogfight around the big creature, with flyers weaving around each other. "Don't know." "Many, maybe 10 to 20 shit," was all he got in return, before she repeated it to the others. As the range closed, the wind howling in Tom's ears, it became clear the smaller flyers were also fighting each other, maybe an escort or something for the big one. Speaking of the big one, it was the size of a flying school bus, and the wingspan looked to be around 30 meters. It was fucking huge, Tom thought. Small ones fighting. "Who friendly?" Tom shouted at Jackalope. Before he got his answer, Esmeralda roared out, her voice far louder than he thought possible. It almost seemed to echo through the storm. "Fight or flee, it matters not. You lose tonight." This seemed to get a response from the smaller flyers, with some breaking off and turning to intercept the new enemy. They let out weird, screeching screams as they came, sounding like banshees or something. Tom could swear he also heard cheering, so that was something at least. Those screams were damn creepy though. As the formations collided, Tom could see they were dragonettes too, armed and armored at that. Jackalope dived out of the way of one coming straight for them. Grunting out in effort, she worked to regain the lost altitude. "Hang on, buddy, it'll drop you off." Tom didn't like the sound of that, but it was clear that she would stand little chance in a dogfight with his fat ass on board. She pulled out of her dive, going straight for the giant creature. Tom heard screeching coming from behind them. He strained his neck, trying to get a look. One following, he shouted out, Jackalope swinging her head around to look. That long neck sure was useful for this kind of thing, Tom thought. Shit, shit, shit. It came from Jackalope. Tom didn't like the sound of that either. What to do? She couldn't outrun or outmaneuver it, so it would need to be removed. "I try hit." He finally went, having considered as Jackalope began trying her best to shake the pursuer, trying to crawl around on someone's back, going motorway speeds on a roller coaster track at night, in a storm, was probably the stupidest and most exciting thing Tom had ever tried. He wasn't sure if he was just scared to the point he couldn't register it, but for the most part he found it thrilling. "What are you doing? Stay still," Jackalope demanded, clearly struggling with the shifting weight. "Sorry, need to turn around." It was a damn awkward process, but he managed it without falling to his death, so all good in his book. Still lying down on Jackalope's back, he pulled his revolver and began firing at the bastard chasing them. The hard maneuvering made it damn near impossible to aim, and his target wasn't exactly cooperating either. After 4 misses, with the target getting closer and closer, eventually closing to within a few meters, the 5th shot finally hit. There was an ear-piercing screech, and the pursuer fell back into the darkness from whence it came. "Got it!" Tom shouted triumphantly. "Thank the gods, now get back round now!" Jackalope demanded. Tom could feel she was losing altitude, with too much weight too far back. He quickly made it back into place, now that she wasn't pulling quite as insane maneuvers. She was breathing heavily. The chase had clearly taken its toll on her, and his little stunt hadn't helped. "I need you off!" She was beating hard, trying to climb back up to the battle now raging above them. She came up below the massive creature. It was definitely reptilian in nature, but Tom didn't have the time for a detailed analysis. There was something that looked like heavy netting running along the belly of the beast. Jackalope came around to match speed. and Tom holstered his gun and grabbed hold. "Good luck, soldier," she shouted up at him as he started pulling himself up. "Good hunting," he went, as she dropped away beneath him. He was damn glad he had started doing pull-ups right now. He started climbing across the creature's belly hanging from his arms. As he dangled there, he heard the massive creature roared out, "One's on my belly, get it off!" The entire thing seemed to vibrate, and his hands felt like he was riding a dirt bike going flat out. "No, no, friend, friend!" Tom shouted desperately in his most convincing Draconic, while attempting to clamber up the side of the beast. As Tom looked up, he saw a face looking back. Clearly a dragonette, even if the goggles it wore and the generally terrible weather made it a bit difficult to distinguish. It was wearing a thick coat as well, rather than armor. "What the hell are you supposed to be?" The dragonette seemed either repulsed or scared. Tom wasn't quite sure. Granted, Tom did look like the bogeyman at the moment. "Tom, here to help." He tried shouting out. "My gods, you are ugly," the dragonette responded. "Hey, not nice." Tom clambered up the side of the beast, and the dragonette held out a hand to help him up. "Sorry, Volzan, glad to have you. Welcome aboard." "Aye aye, Captain. No Captain?" "Oh, never mind. Who kill? Anyone dark, you dingus?" "Wait, are you dark?" The dragonette stepped back, putting a hand on a short sword at his side. "Oh, right. No, not underneath, just like hiding." Tom lifted up his goggles, pointing to his exposed face. He couldn't see color with those on after all. The dragonette before him was white like the ones he knew. Volzan seemed to relax, taking the hand of his sword. "Right then, keep my back clear, will you?" "Sure thing." As Tom sat down into a crouch on the giant beast's back, he looked around, finally having a moment to think. Giant reptile, flying along. He was on a fucking dragon. "Fuck yeah," he exclaimed. "What is wrong with you?" "This isn't funny," came the reply from Volzan. "Right, whoops. Ark, I think our passenger is crazy and he looks very weird." There was definite worry in his voice. "Worry about it later. We need all the help we can get," came the response bellowing out from the dragon. It sounded like he was standing on the most powerful bass he had ever heard. The whole creature vibrated. Damn, that was some voice. Tom began scanning around for targets, drawing his other revolver. The rifle wouldn't be best served here, he thought. He could barely make out the dragon's wingtips in the darkness. After a moment, Fengi came flying up over the dragon's back from behind with a strange, dark-looking dragonette in tow. "Heads up," she went, passing him in a blur. It looked as if one of the dragonettes had taken a bath in some ashes or something. Tom raised his revolver and snap-fired at the thing. It screeched in pain as the round took it in the gut. Not a killing blow, Tom thought, but it was out of the fight for sure. "What the hell was that?" Volsa shouted at Tom. "My boomstick," he replied, grinning. He was so glad he had practiced that line in Draconic. "Well, Ark, at least he is as dangerous as he is ugly," Volsa shouted at the dragon, who just responded with a groan. As Tom looked around, he could see why. There were deep gashes and arrows sticking out of the poor creature all over. They had clearly been at this for some time. That was when another dark one swooped down from above and fired an arrow at Tom's back. He felt the clink of it hitting the backplate in his vest and shattering. Thank God that thing was finally useful. As he turned to shoot the bastard who had the audacity to shoot him, it was already gone. He glanced around for a moment before turning back, only to be faced with another one diving in, spear-braced and ready for impact. He just managed to dodge enough for the spear to graze past his ribs. Drawing blood, it made him wince in pain. The impact of the dragonette slamming into him forced him backward, landing him hard on his back. The dark creature opened its mouth, trying to snap at his throat, but Tom managed to work a knee up under the bastard, holding it at bay with his left elbow against its throat. Both of its clawed hands sank into his shoulders, trying to pull itself down to land a bite. It was like a wild animal, relentlessly snapping its jaws. It hurt like hell, but he still had a hand free, and it just so happened to have a revolver in it. He jammed the gun against the creature's chest and pulled the trigger twice, pulping the dragonette's insides. As it slumped over him, dead as a rock, Volzan came rushing over to help Tom heave the thing off of him. "You okay there?" The dragonette seemed concerned, if quite scared. Fine. Tom wasn't really fine. That near miss hurt a lot, and those claws had done a number on both his shoulders. Then the dragon spoke up again in its deep, rumbling voice. "Hang on." Tom didn't ask any questions and hunkered down, grabbing some of the leather harnessing. the massive dragon dove down, dropping a few meters. Tom hung on for dear life, while Volzan seemed unfazed, still standing and merely holding onto a strap. Then he heard a scream, followed by a crunching sound and silence. The dragon rumbled, seeming quite pleased with itself. Scratch another one. That sounded like a fairly horrible way to go, Tom thought to himself, guessing the dragon had managed to make use of one of those massive clawed legs. Scratch one more, Volzan echoed, sounding a little too cheerful to Tom's ears. Then there was another screech of pain. As they both looked up, another of the dark ones came plummeting past, its wing broken. Tom heard Dakota laughing somewhere above, followed by Esmeralda's loud, roaring voice. "You better run now! We've got you outnumbered." Tom wondered if that was a ruse, or if perhaps they really did have the advantage. They had killed a minimum of 5 so far. There were some really creepy screaming sounds coming from around him as he put his goggles back on, peering through the pouring rain. He spotted some flyers turning to disengage. He sighed a sigh of relief and turned to face Volzan again, holstering his revolver. He had so many questions about what was going on. Was he really on a dragon? Could it spew fire? He had so many things to ask. As he turned at the dragonette opening his mouth to start speaking, the guy had a horrified expression on his face. Tom began to tilt his head as he noticed the dragonette raising his hand to point behind him. Then he felt a pair of talons dig into his shoulders again. Oh, not again. Perhaps I lists. Tog is a straight, the B, and the mangers of the increased on the word. The readers of the increased, the brating beats, the breets of the sophic. Not again. As Tom went flying, he thought to himself that he really needed to work on his situational awareness. There might be a storm raging, and the wind howling to the point of making him half deaf, but being surprised from behind 3 times in as many minutes was far too often. His assailant was yet another dark-colored dragonette, though it seemingly didn't care for carrying him off. Instead, it simply threw him clear of the dragon as it made its way out of combat. Really? It didn't even bother with a monologue. He was just chucked into the dark. So now he was falling through the sky, flailing his arms around and screaming like a little girl. He had come here to feel alive again. On that front, he had to give the mysterious voice credit. Mission fucking successful. He had no clue how high he was, nor which way was up or down. He was spinning wildly though, that much he could figure out. He had been parachuting before, so he stretched his arms and legs out and backward to stabilize his fall. That did the trick, and he leveled out. He couldn't see the ground, but then again, he probably wouldn't until right before he hit. He wondered just how high he had been and if anyone would be able to catch him. Why hadn't he brought his parachute? Even if the arrow to the back would have fucked it up anyway, going without it was still stupid. This was the second time he had needed it. This whole situation was stupid. As he plummeted, swearing at himself, he heard a hasty wingbeat trailing after him. As Dakota grabbed hold of him, she did not seem pleased. "Could you at least try and watch your back?" Tom wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. He had not volunteered for any of this and had generally no clue what was going on. He really didn't think she was being fair, even if he had fucked up considerably this time. As she began pulling up, Tom started having flashbacks to the last time this happened. Only this time, he couldn't see because of all the rain hitting his face, and he didn't have his regular goggles on account of the night vision set dangling from his helmet. He did think he saw something shiny though, and the exclamation of, "Oh," from Dakota resigned him to his fate. This was going to suck a lot. That was when his legs hit the water of the small lake Lady Luck had so generously placed beneath him. Dakota let go and curled into a ball, skimming on the surface a few times before coming to rest. Tom, however, face planted into the water like a newbie on water skis. The entry hadn't been graceful, but it wasn't terminal velocity either. That was something, at least, as he trod water, feeling sore all over. He checked his gear and, to his amazement, it seemed he had everything. Even his rifle was still swung over his back. It felt weird swimming in lower gravity. Buoyancy was reduced accordingly, but his strokes could propel him further out of the water. It sort of compensated for all the gear he was wearing, even if he was beginning to doubt his decision to go with plate armor for the arms. As he pondered the physics of the situation, he heard the gurgling screams coming from Dakota. She was thrashing around in the water. Maybe she had broken something on impact. Tom began to swim over as fast as he could manage in his ungainly equipment. As he drew closer, he could hear Dakota beginning to cough up water. She was clearly not doing well. Could she not swim? He finally made it over to find her with her head under and in a state of panic. If she couldn't swim, he really couldn't blame her for panicking. It was dark, stormy, and pouring with rain. Plus, she had just fallen out of the sky, literally. Tom knew drowning people were dangerous. A panicked individual could easily end up killing their rescuer as well. He remembered from his swimming lessons when he was little that he needed to get a hold around her arms and chest from behind. That way, she couldn't grab him in turn. Seeing which way she was facing was a bit of a challenge, however, in the near-zero visibility conditions. As he saw her shoot up to the surface again, water pouring from her mouth, arms flailing, and wings trying to beat, he decided he had better do something, even if it was stupid. He grabbed her by one of her flailing arms, pulling her in. She didn't seem to understand what was going on, and tried to grab a hold of him to push herself up. Tom grabbed her off-side shoulder and yanked as hard as he could, ripping himself free of her grip. He wrapped his arms around her as she struggled and tried to scream. Nothing but water and gasping sounds came out though. Tom thought she must be fucking terrified as he kicked hard to keep them both above water. Now he was stuck with a half-drowned dragonette in steel armor, carrying irreplaceable weapons in the middle of a lake at night in a storm, and he had no clue where the shore was. The rain and wind did provide a direction, however. He angled himself so the wind would help push them along, hopefully in the right direction. Now, it's all gonna be fine. My turn to save you make it. All is fine. Tom tried his best to sound calm and reassuring, despite his own heart rate being through the roof and his body feeling like he had been beaten up in a back alley. Dakota continued coughing and heaving for air, apparently not quite done yet. That was good at least. She also seemed to stop struggling, instead just focusing on trying to breathe. Now he was keeping her head above water. As he swam, he heard Fengi flying overhead, calling out, "Where are you? Dakota! Tom!" She sounded terrified, on the verge of tears, Tom thought. "Down here, both here," he shouted back up. "Tom," came the reply, sounding like she was ready to charge down and hug him. "Where, land?" Tom had no idea where he was going, just trying to use the wind as a guide. "Over here, follow me," she replied. "We need to get you out quickly." That didn't sound good. Was there something nasty down here? Tom really didn't need to have a lake monster to deal with on top of all this. "Going," Tom replied, trying to get what little speed he could, kicking towards the shore. "Hurry, you are going to freeze," Fengi shouted down, sounding a little panicked again. Wait, was that it? Cold water, and they had been flying in the cold rain and wind. As he turned his attention back to Dakota, her breathing was slowing down, if only a little. He hadn't noticed it while trying to get to shore. Her lungs were already half full of water. This was really not good. As Tom redoubled his efforts, Esmeralda and Ratchuk came down following the shouting. "We need to get her out of there," Ratchuk demanded, seeing the situation. "But how? We can't just lift them up," Fengi protested. "Just grab Dakota, she'll freeze to death," Tom shouted up, demanding. It was cold down here, but he would be fine for a while. It was spring after all. But Tom Fengi tried getting cut off. "For Christ's sake, get her out." "I'm fine," Tom shouted up. "We need a run-up, Tom," Esmeralda clarified. "We can't hover." Well, that was just marvelous, Tom thought. This damned weather probably didn't help either. Right then, old-fashioned way, get blankets and fire on shore. "On it," came the reply from Esmeralda. "How far to shore, Fengi?" "A few 100 meters or so," Fengi shouted back down. Tom's heart sank. That would take forever swimming at this speed. Dakota had only been in the water for a few minutes and was already beginning to show signs of shutting down. Most of the coughing had stopped. Now she was just wheezing for breath, her lungs clearly flooded. "I don't want to die here," she whispered. She sounded terrified and was clearly crying. "Don't worry, all fine." Damn, he wished he was better at this godforsaken language right now. Dakota just started crying and coughing again, struggling to draw breath. Not like this, please." She was trying to shout, but she simply didn't have the air for it. "We need something that can float, Ratchuk. Now!" Tom shouted up. More of the others had shown up, circling and watching helplessly. Ratchuk began barking orders, trying to get something, anything, together. "You fine, no problem, all is fine." Tom tried his best to calm the dragonette. He wouldn't let himself lie again. He continued swimming for the shore. He needed to get her out of the water. The massive dragon had come swooping down over them, bellowing out in its booming voice, "Where are they? I can't see them." "Do you have something that floats? If so, throw it in," Tom shouted up, not sure if the beast could hear him. Ratchuk was quick to seize that idea, though, heading after the massive beast. As they came around again, they dropped a big wooden crate into the water, which seemed to float. Right, time for the Jack and Rose maneuver, Tom thought to himself, swimming slowly over to the crate. "Dakota, need your help. Get on box." Tom crossed his fingers. Dakota was still conscious enough to understand what his pigeon draconic meant. As he tried to push her onto the big crate, she grabbed on, trying to pull herself up, but the crate just rolled over. "Hold on, box." Tom tried sounding as stern as he could muster. He was honestly starting to panic too right about now. Dakota just sobbed in reply and leaned her head against the box. She grabbed onto a length of rope serving as a handle. Tom swam to the other side, letting her hang on by herself, and dove. He swam up as hard as he could, breaking the surface and grabbing onto the crate, pulling it down with him as he tried to roll it. "Kom så, din fucking låta kass, rule," he shouted as he pulled down with all he was worth. He was exhausted by now. It hadn't exactly been a quiet night. As he heaved, the crate finally rolled over. As his head went under, all he felt was relief. That stupid idea had actually worked. Now, he just needed to push the box to shore. As he came up, he saw Dakota lying in the water, having let go of the rope. "Nej, du kan ligga vov på att du på mig, skägliva ike igen," he yelled. He dove again, going deeper this time. He swam hard for the surface and shot up onto the crate, grabbing hold of Dakota's arms. He dragged her unmoving body onto the side of the crate, gripping her tightly by the wrists. He yanked her up, using his own weight to counterbalance the load. As he leaned back over the edge, the crate began to roll, finally bringing Dakota out of the water. As he went back into the freezing water, he let out a cheer of celebration. He fucking did it. Then he just sat there in the water, utterly exhausted, and still far from the shore. He at least had a crate to hang on to now. He could hear the others shouting from above, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. There was still a coughing and wheezing sound coming from Dakota. He just followed the sound of Fengi, too tired to think about anything else right now. He didn't know how long he swam, but it seemed like forever. Just keep on kicking, he thought to himself. You don't lose until you give up. Just keep on kicking. Just keep on kicking. Hey, he had turned into Dory. Just keep on swimming. Just keep on swimming. He let out a little chuckle at the absurdity of it. Was he finally starting to lose it completely? How could he find this funny? But he kept kicking. If Dory was going to save the day, so be it. Just keep kicking. When he finally felt someone grab onto the crate and start pulling, he was too exhausted to do anything more than just hang on as he was pulled along. He felt the mud beneath him as he was dragged out of the water and laid on the grass next to the shore. Heron standing over him, looking down at him. "I fight to win," was all he got out before he passed out, smiling as he did so, shivering as if his life depended on it. Which it might actually. He came to a bit later, lying next to a fire wrapped in a blanket. He was still on the ground though. His teeth were chattering like a madman, and he could feel his jaw hurting from the effort. He was outside still, but it was dry here. As he looked up, he saw a massive wing stretching over him. He could hear the rain drumming on the membrane. Neat, he let out, turning to look around. He saw Dakota also lying next to the fire wrapped in blankets, Nunuk currently sitting over her, concentrating it seemed. Tom tried sitting up to get a look around. As he got up, he was tackled by Ratchuk. Thank you, thank you, thank you," he blurted out, seeming very upset as he hugged Tom. Tom concluded it was crying season, but he could swear the captain was sobbing too. For what? Tom had retorted, trying to sound snarky, while chittering, trying his best to smile at Ratchuk. "Oh, you crazy bastard, you know for what?" Ratchuk said, pulling back, giving Tom a bump on the shoulder. "Returning the favor, still one down," Tom said, trying to chuckle rather than not do again though. "How she? She's too close to call, I don't know," Nunuke spoke up. "I must say, it is damn lucky you are apparently part fish too." She sounded quite serious. "What are her chances?" Tom asked tentatively. "I said, I don't know," Nunuk retorted, going back to her still lifeless daughter. Ratchuk broke the following awkward silence. "How about you? You okay?" "I have never seen somebody be in the water that long. Not at this time of year anyway." Ratchuk glanced at Tom, peering out from his bundle of furs and blankets. Yeah, I'd be good. Just a little cold? Understandable. Ratchik went with a chuckle, whipping away the tears. You think she live? Yeah, she's tougher than me, that's for sure. The others are outside. We wanted to give you a little peace and quiet. Come out when you have warmed up again. With that, Ratchik walked out under the wing, leaving the three alone. At first, I said to knock. I said, not is the cord, but trying to ham. So where? More. Mighting. The cord broke. The cord visits old memories. Nunuk broke the silence. I don't know if I should thank you or scolded you. I can't blame, Tom said, teeth still chittering, looking down. That second time now, your daughter at that. Indeed. But she chose to save your sorry ass, and when she needed you in return. You didn't let her down. At least I hope not. That was very honorable. There might be hope for you yet. Judging by the state you were in when we dragged you out, it wasn't easy either, even if you are part fish. Well, I know fish, Tom said, chuckling a bit, then going dour. Thank you, I would appreciate it if you stopped trying to kill my huntresses, though he couldn't argue with that. I try. Promise. As Nunuk laid her head down on her lifeless daughter, Tom couldn't help but feel like this wasn't going to be a happy ending after all. It was as if she were in a coma. Even with the heat, she hadn't returned to consciousness. She might end up stuck like this, an outcome that was simply not acceptable, even if she lived. What she needed was a boost, a jumpstart. Perking up, he declared, I got idea. He stormed out into the rain as best as he could, wrapped tightly in furs and blankets. And the stayed as Everton been towned from the pores, with the dreads despected the facing brackets, the news hadn't been good. When Esmeralda returned alone, she told the others to get blankets, furs, and supplies for a fire. Apparently, Dakota and Tom had fallen into the big lake to the north. The water was ice cold, and the lake was deep. Sapphire had begged Shiva to take her along, as everyone scrambled to find the necessary items. Shiva eventually relented, carrying Sapphire to the makeshift camp set up under Archeon's wings, the venerable old dragon owing them quite a bit after his rescue. Sapphire arrived just in time to watch Tom approach the shore, pushing Dakota on a crate. The others waded out into the icy water to help them. They ended up dragging Tom out along with the crate he had managed to get Dakota onto, whereupon he fell asleep on the grass almost immediately. Nunuk insisted he would be fine. He just needed to warm up, she thought. So they had stripped him of the wet clothes and wrapped him in furs and blankets and placed him beside the fire. Dakota was in far worse shape. She was barely breathing, and only Nunuk managed to even find her heartbeat. Her lungs were full of water, which they needed to get out somehow. They had resorted to holding her in the air, head downwards. The sheer amount of water that came out staggered Sapphire. She wouldn't have considered what she saw possible to survive, but then again, there was every chance it wasn't. They had then wrapped her up too, along with some hot stones from the fire, trying to get her back up to temperature. After that, Nunuk had ordered them to leave her alone. Only Ratchuk and Anka had been allowed to stay. It was clear the old lady didn't know if her daughter would make it through the night. As they sat waiting, Tom had come hopping out, still wrapped up in the furs and blankets, teeth clattering wildly, but he looked excited. Was this good news? Then he demanded a stick and began drawing on the ground. It was a weird symbol, just a cross on a circle. Wait, she had seen that before, on his little bag with healing supplies. Big one go get now, he demanded. Esmeralda, Fengi, and Jackalope were back on the wing before he finished the sentence, having figured out what he was after. The stuff he had given Sapphire was potent. Maybe it could even bring back someone from the brink of death. Sapphire allowed herself to feel a little hopeful again. The round trip only took about 10 minutes. The others returning with everything they could find with that symbol on it from Tom's little pile of stuff. In the meantime, Tom had managed to rewrap his little cocoon, so he could sort of walk. He looked like an idiot, but he didn't seem to care whatsoever. Tom began going through stuff till he found a little glass bottle with what looked like a yellowish liquid in it, and a small glass tube with a piece of metal at the end. Bingo, he exclaimed, clearly excited, almost giggling in fact. He then rushed back to Dakota, the others following behind, eager to see what the crazy human was going to try next. Nunuk wasn't pleased by the disturbance, but relented to the excited Tom. So why? With systems, that is I am pause, example today, compared, never sit towns, reasons, by long down. He had kept this kit for ages, since his time in the army, and replenished it every now and again. Or perhaps a little more often than that. You never knew when it would come in handy. It could even brighten those dull nights, though it had been quite a while since he had last needed that. Adrenaline, it helped. Tom tried. Nanook seemed more than a little skeptical. What does it do? Give boost. Tom knew that wasn't the best explanation. Nanook looked down at her daughter, still only barely breathing and not responsive, clearly concerned. Low dosage. Nanook agreed. Tom agreed on that. Following Kiran and Sapphire's experiences with the stuff he had brought, he would start with a quarter dose. He just crossed his fingers this wouldn't instantly kill her. From his fights with the guard, it did seem they produced adrenaline. Fingers crossed it worked the same way. Quarter, Tom said, nodding. He drew out the adrenaline and stabbed Dakota in the thigh. Nanook seemed very surprised, but the quick motion prevented her from stopping him. What did you do? She exclaimed, clearly distraught. Injection, Tom went. He was really hoping this wouldn't kill her, or there would be hell to pay. Tom then began to pump on Dakota's chest. He needed to get the blood flowing. Nanook cried out, "What are you doing? Stop!" Pumping blood necessary, Tom just kept going. He wasn't gonna lie again, damn it. Anka came over, pulling Tom off Dakota by the shoulder. "What did you do?" he shouted at him. The others watched from around, clearly very upset. Shaking Tom, "What did you do to my wife?" Nanook arched down, trying to hear a heartbeat, clearly concentrating intently as everyone held their breath. Dakota took hers. As her eyes shot open, pupils dilating, she got up with a start, nearly knocking Nanook over in the process. She began violently looking around, hyperventilating. She almost seemed to vibrate. What? Water, dark cold, so cold. Everything clearly rushing back to her. Where am I? What happened? Why am I burning? Where is the fire? She was clearly, completely out of it. As she began to look around, her eyes looked like a cat, ready to pounce. As Anka let go of Tom, Tom just picked up the little glass bottle and kissed it, laughing. Good old adrenaline. Good thing he hadn't gone for a half dose, though. He had never seen somebody react like this before. As Dakota tried to grasp what was going on, she looked at her mother and wrapped her arms around her, beginning to cry uncontrollably into her, shaking badly. "I was gonna die, Mum. I was gonna die. What is going on? Where is the water?" Now, little one. It's all right. Mother is here. The water is long gone. Nanook consoled her daughter, who just kept sobbing. The others gathered around to look, but gave the family some space. Rachel went to console his sister. Anka just gave Tom a hug instead. Well, at least the dude stopped shaking him, was all Tom could think. Staring around at the scene, not quite sure what to do now, the big guy let Tom go, going over to his wife instead to help. What was that stuff? Jackalope came over, asking curiously, glancing at her still crying commanding officer. Adrenaline. Tom just answered and shrugged. Military drug. You just keep coming up with surprises. Got any more of that? Kane prepared. Tom just chuckled. Won't lie again. Oh, why did he say it that time? God damn it, lie! Sapphire went from behind him. Tom shrank. Long ago, no talk. He just knew this was going to come up again late now. You lied to us? You promised no lies. Sapphire continued, sounding equal parts confused and accusing. No, not you, goddammit, him and his stupid mouth. Fuck it, might as well get it over with. Just like visiting the therapist back home. Get it done, move on. He's done it many times, this was no different. I promised friends long ago, everything gonna be fine. They all gonna be fine, no one gonna die. It was lie. Tom sagged down, almost curling up into a ball. It had been too long since he had last gone through this. It was not fine. None of them were fine. Vigo died first, then Jack, then Sam, then Morton. They all died. Just because I was in the truck and they were on the truck, they bled to death one by one. There was nothing I could do. It all came rushing back to him now. He was back in the crater the IED had created, trying desperately to save his friends who had been blown to pieces. Those men were his responsibility. They all died. I lied to them all. It was finally time for Tom to join the crying party. He just broke down where he sat, bawling into the blankets. He remembered all too well what followed. The convoy coming to a halt, everyone else dismounting to take up positions, and then they just sat there while his friends died. He felt Sapphire sit down beside him. I'm not even scratched, she said. As she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him in, he just continued sobbing. Then the ambush came. They killed Smith too. So I killed them. Tom's voice turned hard. The others just held the line, taking shots of opportunity. Cowards, the lot of them. I killed them all. We had adrenaline. I used it. We had the machine gun. I used it. We had grenades. I used them. His jaw clenched at the memory. He had a truckload of equipment, literally, and his commanding officer was dead. Now it was their turn. He had started by lobbing grenades wildly. Then he grabbed Morton's machine gun and went for it, sprinting into the surrounding buildings. He hunted them with a vengeance, killing anyone he found. He felt Sapphire stiffen a bit as he continued. I killed until no one stood. I hunted until no one ran. Fire, reload, fire, reload. I shot until the barrel melted. They killed my friends. I killed them. Tom held up his right hand and removed the glove, showing the scarring from where he had held the MG3 by the barrel while firing from the hip. He didn't even remember the pain, just the smell of bacon. I used everything. Fought until I could no more. Click, click, click. He remembered his despair when his gun finally ran dry. He had used every belt the squad carried and both spare barrels. He had been hit multiple times and was bleeding, but the enemy had fled. He had collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes for what he hoped would be the last time. They shoot me too. I lay bleeding. I die with friends I thought I should have, just like friends. But no, I wake up safe, in hospital, alone, not fair. He just shouted out at the world and returned to crying. Not fair, not fair, not fair. She had no idea what half the things Tom was talking about were. The sobbing didn't help with his broken Draconic, and quite a bit of it was clearly English or something else. It was clear he had been through some hard times before, though. He hadn't lied to them. He just couldn't bear the thought that he might have lied to Dakota by telling her she would be okay. The rest of the little camp just stared at Tom. Even Dakota had snapped back to reality for a moment, seeming to realize just what Tom had gone through to save her. The guy had not just cracked, he had snapped like a twig and gone on a rampage to avenge his fallen friends, hoping to die beside them. And he had failed in his task. Sapphire just kept hugging the crying human, not sure what else to do. Fengi and Jackalope came over to join in, folding their wings around the little ball of misery as he punched the ground and screamed in anger at his past failure. Sapphire was honestly afraid he would break his hand or something. But this time you didn't lie, you didn't lie, Tom Sapphire repeated, hoping to calm him down. It did seem to do the trick after a while. Then, either that or he was too exhausted to continue, as he just returned to sobbing. No, will not again, never again. They sat in silence. Dakota had come to her senses, still clearly terrified and on the verge of tears. She was complaining about the burning sensation in her body and just how sore her lungs were. She was still acting as if she was beside herself with excitement, even if that was clearly not the case. Mouse's a reputation for about 15 minutes for her Bix 27. Hey Al, so 7 for a sleep. What are things as borts of the Chapin suppotations are diming, and a gentil the patients were up and about again, and seemingly stable. There had been some worry when Tom told them adrenaline only worked for about 15 minutes. Dakota had collapsed after nearly an hour of hyperactivity, finally falling asleep, but she seemed stable. When she woke up again, she claimed she had managed to hear the color purple and taste her mother's voice. Tom told them that sort of thing was normal. Sapphire just sighed, though Jackalope seemed to find it hilarious. This stuff was clearly not meant for anything except emergencies. Sapphire had never seen medicine work like that before. Most things she knew weren't potent enough to kill you. That was clearly not the case with Tom's supplies. When Dakota had woken up proper, they packed up the camp. Tom, along with those two injured to fly, had climbed aboard Archeon to make the quick hop home. There were a few injuries spread around. Esmeralda had a nasty cut on her leg. Fengi had taken an arrow through the wing membrane, and all of the remaining escorts had suffered to various degrees. But all, in all, they had gotten off lightly. That seemed, in part at least, due to the fact that Tom had drawn so much attention standing in the middle of the dragon's back, firing his booming weapons. Even if he needed to work on keeping his back clear, it had been very helpful. He had been responsible for 3 out of the 7 kills alone. 1 had gone to Archeon's little snatch trick. Dakota had managed one before the whole water incident, and 2 more had gone to Archeon's escorts. They had started out 7 strong. Now there were just 4 left, not counting Vulzan, Archeon's navigator. Archeon himself had also seen better days. It had been a bitter fight to get her. As they landed back at the greeting hall, the light of the torches made it clear just how wounded the venerable old dragon was. Some wounds were still dripping bright blue. Those who were able to set to work trying to fix what they could, the groans of pain from arrows being removed and wounds being cleaned, could be heard long into the night, echoing through the keep. Tom and Dakota were taken to the infirmary, along with Esmeralda, Fengi, and the escorts, even if only to have their wounds treated and washed. Some of the escorts would be here for a while though, having suffered quite a bit. One had an arrow embedded deep in his shoulder, another was missing the lower part of her leg. Tom, for one, definitely didn't need to be in a horde of kids right now, so he stayed in the infirmary. He had calmed down at least, but he seemed distant, as if he wasn't really there. He had been having nightmares, waking up in the night screaming and crying. Combined with Archeon's groans of pain, it had been a rough night for everyone. He had slept through most of the next day, along with most of the other wounded. However, when Sapphire went to check if he was in a state to join them in the Grand Hall, he was nowhere to be found. She eventually found him sitting in a corner of a corridor with Kirin in his lap. He was just sitting there, bobbing his head while petting the little guy who was fast asleep, clearly lost in thought. She thought he might be meditating or something. Or something godagated matures or something. Or was the Briere. Was the Bering, was the Ao Oka. This had been a very bad day. He had nearly died, arguably twice, and nearly killed Dakota. Things that shouldn't have been dug up were back on the surface. Even though Tom had escaped with only a few minor scrapes and claw wounds, he knew he was beaten up in other ways. Sleep had not come easy, despite having to lean on Kokashi just to get into bed. When sleep finally arrived, Tom wished it hadn't. It had been years since the nightmares had been this vivid. He still got them every now and again, but never like this. He shot up in the night several times, dripping with cold sweat and frantically calling out to people who were no longer there. It was hell, and it just wouldn't stop. To Tom's eternal embarrassment, a guard had been posted to keep watch over the wounded in case any of them took a turn for the worse during the night. Kokashi had looked like he was ready to draw his blade when he was subjected to the display. At least, the other wounded slept like rocks. The poor guard didn't even know why Tom was behaving the way he was. Better to keep it that way. Tom was not going through that charade again. At least the guard left Tom alone after being reassured that everything was fine. Apuma had been more surprised than anything, coming over to check up on Tom and refusing to just let him be. What the hell? Might as well pass the time. It wasn't like he wanted to go back to sleep. Apuma, you have bad dreams? Tom opened. Sometimes we have visions every now and again. Future? When he said visions, did he mean Lee? Sometimes yes, others we don't know. Huh? So both then? You're having bad dreams then, I imagine? Yeah, bad past. Scary. At least it not a warning of something bad about to happen, Apuma said with a chuckle, clearly trying to cheer Tom up. Yeah, that's something. Tom thought about that one for a bit. That must be even worse knowing something bad will happen at some point. Visions sound terrible. They can be good too. But yes, it can be a terrible burden. You have bad visions. No, not for many years. Happy for you. Tom was almost as happy there weren't any signs of impending doom, even if he worried about what it would take for them to get such a vision. Apuma's daughter got about as close to dying this night as possible. They had continued small talking for a bit, until Tom finally dozed off again. Even if the nightmares didn't go away, startling Raoulf around early morning, Tom really hoped this wasn't going to be a trend for long. When Tom woke up again, he found it to be nearly afternoon. The others were still lying around and Jackalope was standing guard. Good morning. Good to see you can sleep when you need to. Tom wasn't sure if he found her happy-go-lucky attitude comforting or grating today. It wasn't about to change though, so might as well live with it. Good morning, Powerhouse. Wings ache? A little. That chase was damned hard work, you know, especially with you clambering around like a curious child. Yeah, I know. I killed. All good, Jackalope echoed, cracking a smile which vanished again quickly. How about you? Are you good? Tom pondered what to say to that one for a moment. Been worse. It wasn't wrong. Come now, big guy, you did great. No one else here could have pulled that off. The smile returned to her face, even if Tom was fairly sure it was a facade this time. Tom still let out a chuckle. Didn't do great. They got behind 3 times. I did shit. If you stand in the middle of them, they chose where to hit you from. Yes, yes, I know. How did you not freeze or drown in the water? Humans can swim. You learn too, I'm sure, and warm blood, remember. But still got close, damned cold. Damn cold indeed, she replied. Tom could still feel the shivering, even though he was more than warmed up by now. He needed to get up and moving. The bed held too many bad memories for the moment. Jackalope didn't seem to protest, moving quickly to try and help him. Tom stumbled a bit, but it seemed the rest had mostly done its job as he regained his balance with only a little help. He felt lethargic and sore, but that was hardly surprising. He went to retrieve his headphones. He needed to lose himself for a while. As he entered the greeting hall, he was faced with the massive dragon he had fought to defend just yesterday. It really was the size of a bus, longer even, thanks to the tail. 4 legs and back-mounted wings, he noted, staring up at the slumbering creature. A classic European dragon then. It was covered in scales that looked thick, yet they all interlocked beautifully with few sharp edges or hard protrusions. From this distance, it looked more like snakeskin than the weird, rocky skin Tom had imagined when thinking of dragons. It was the most wondrous color, too. The scales shone as if they were polished and appeared slightly transparent. They were a deep cobalt blue, though the hue varied slightly, being a lighter shade on the belly and deeper on the back. The claws were onyx black and were about as long as Tom's forearm. It seemed to be sleeping for now, though, so best not disturb it. Tom went over to rifle through his things, looking for the headphones and a mobile phone. As he was rummaging through the crates, he felt a tug on his trouser leg and turned to see Kiran looking up at him. The little guy was doing his best puppy eyes today. Tom just tilted his head. "What is it? Heard you sad? Oh, come now, that wasn't fair." He was sure someone was to blame for this. "Come here, little bugger." Tom picked him up and gave him a little ruffle. "Who told?" The others talking sounded worried. "Well, how can be sad when you so cute? Come, want to show you." Tom had found a quiet corner and sat down with the little one. Getting earbuds in Kieran's ears had been a bit of a challenge, so he went for the headphones and a splitter instead. Then he just got out some of the music he had put together for this over the years. As he sat listening with Kiran finally at peace, everything was going to be just fine. He didn't know exactly how long he sat there, going through track after track. Kiran eventually fell asleep, so Tom took the headphones off of him. Tom chuckled a bit. It was good the little guy didn't understand any of the lyrics. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of questions. He might have dozed off a bit too, or maybe Sapphire had just been sneaky. He did a bit of a start when she poked him. "What are you two up to now?" "Sleeping and listening," Tom replied, gesturing to Kieran. "Listening to what?" Sapphire sounded quizzical. Her tone was soft, most likely trying to comfort him. "Sit down, a show." She did so, looking at Tom with something between a worried and excited gaze. Tom queued up Flight of the Silverbird, remembering she liked Two Steps last time, then got out the headphones again. It was a bit of a struggle with her large, long ears, and it didn't look too comfortable, but it seemed to work all right. As the song began, she just looked ahead, jaw opening slightly, then looked back at Tom, seeming incredulous. "An even smaller music box?" kinda, Tom answered, tilting his hand back and forth. They sat there listening to the different songs. After a while, Sapphire spoke up. "You seem distraught. Anything I can do to help?" "No, not now. I'll just need time." Tom hoped that was true. In the end, it would be. The question was just how long it would take this time. "Want to go meet our guest, or do you need some more time?" She sounded very gentle, clearly doing her best not to pressure him. But what was he doing sitting here? There was a freaking dragon in the hangar. Distractions had always helped. There was a reason he was so keen on exciting experiences after all. Nah, have questions. "Let's go!" As Tom got up, Kiran let out a distressed-sounding squeak. "But comfy," the little guy protested, getting a chuckle from both Tom and Sapphire. "I know, sorry, we go see guests now," Tom apologized. "Oh, say hi to Archeon." The little guy perked up again. Who could blame him? It was a dragon after all. "Dragon called Archeon?" Tom questioned. Sapphire had clarified for him. "Yes, he is an old friend of the keep. He has been passing through for as long as I have been here. Most likely quite a bit longer than that. He and Volzan have been partners for quite a while as traveling traders. How long you be here? That was news to Tom. He just thought she was born here or something. Since I was 17 here from the capital. I had moved there when I came of age at 15. There wasn't really a spot for me back home. Have you ever been back home? Once, that was years ago. I did meet one of my sisters in the capital not too long ago. You go there often? Somebody usually goes once or twice a year for errands. We usually take the kids to every few years. Huh, wonder what that is like. Tom had heard about this capital before, judging by the sound of it. It was almost like they only had one city. It was nice to learn a bit more about Sapphire. Leaving home so early was rough though, but maybe that was normal here. It is an amazing place, all the grand buildings and towers. I'm sure you would enjoy the royal guard and the palace. You might get to see it one day if you want to. That would be fairly awesome, even if it was just a visit. Tom was very aware that going to a place like that, he would likely no longer be in control of anything. Here he was able to put his foot down on certain matters, and they seemed to respect it. Better to keep it that way. Would love to one day, but much to do here. True, sighed. The Passaic chord was a sort. The Arsit and Owls was a sort. Talking over drinks, past mead in down. You arrivals. As the trio made it to the grand hall, they found Volzan and two of his remaining guards sitting at the table opposite Nunuk, talking over drinks and some snacks. As they entered, Volzan was quick to notice them and got up to greet them, hand outstretched. The man was now in linen clothes, finely made, it seemed. Perhaps they had just been hidden under his thick coat. Ah, so you are the strange one who decided to be a hero yesterday. I must thank you, that was quite the display. Well, he was certainly cheerful for what had happened yesterday, Tom thought. Hi, yeah, I guess? Volzan, if you wouldn't mind, Tom is not so familiar with our language yet. Just take it slow, you know. Oh, certainly. Now, Tom, don't be so shy, man. I've never seen somebody use fire magic like that, and I have seen quite a bit. What did he do now? Lie or tell the truth? Best to lie. That way he didn't say too much. The others could correct him if they believe this guy should know the truth. Oh, not that hard. Practice makes perfect. Tom firmly crossed his fingers that it was good enough. At least he didn't have his weapons on him. I see. Where did you receive such training? You say you are experienced. Have you fought in many wars? Home. Very far away. Just one war. My good sir, I travel far and wide. Far away is closer than you think on Dragonback, Denmark. No need to lie more than necessary, Tom thought. I stand corrected, it seems. Where is this Denmark? I've never heard of it. Far north, next Sweden, Norway, Germany. I must say I'm stumped. How did you get here? Tom traveled by magic means, though not under his own power, Sapphire interjected. Oh, I see. That would explain a few things, Volzan replied. Thank you, Sapphire. I owe you one. Tom thought. I have been assured your clothing does not reflect your personality. I must say, after yesterday, I'm inclined to believe it. I'm guessing where you are from. It's normal to be dressed like this? Yes, uniform. We fight for moon and nature, I see. Most peculiar. Anyway, glad to meet you. Tom Volzan turned back to Nunuk and continued the negotiations. It seemed they were going over what the keep had to sell for the moment. Shiva, I believe you talked about acquiring metal for one of your projects, yes? Nunuk started. Yes, I was lacking copper, tin and steel, and some zinc too. Or just brass, so I don't have to make it. A bit more lead won't hurt either. Oh, those clever bastards, Tom thought to himself. Well, they had talked about this. They couldn't afford the amount he needed, but perhaps he could get started on a few projects. I have some, yes, that is quite the shopping list though. I have quite a bit of steel and a few of the others. What do you need brass for? Tom thought the merchant sounded a bit confused, but that was hardly surprising. How much do you need? How much do you have? Nunuk answered coyly. About 20 gold's worth. But along with the other supplies you needed, don't mind me asking, but how are you planning on paying for that? You haven't exactly had a good start to the year? Tom had no clue how much 120 gold was, but it sounded like quite a bit. I seem to remember you were quite interested in my grandmother's sword at some point. For that, I would take every ounce of metal you have, our other supplies, and those fine bottles of wine you were showing off. And 300 gold. There was silence in the hall. Tom looked around confused, before turning to Sapphire and whispered in her ear. That seems bad, she answered in a hushed tone. Yes, she would never sell that. It has been in her family for generations. It's an enchanted blade. I don't even know what it would be worth. Was she planning on selling a priceless heirloom so he could make a lamp or a shitty pistol? Also, a magic sword that warranted investigation. He couldn't let that happen. Lady Bismati, I object. Lord Joachim, and by length me, or you big debt earned by that sword. Can't allow you sell. Nunuk looked a little uncomfortable, seemingly forcing a smile. Don't worry, it is for the best, Tom. Besides, you are here to serve the keep, not to pay for it. Won't allow. May speak in alone with you? Sure, not a problem, if you wouldn't mind, Volzan. I'll be back shortly. Nunuk got up, and Tom walked with her down the stairs to the kitchen. Tom, you do not need to do this. Nunuk protested, neither you. I brought things of value, don't sell what is priceless. For my projects, Tom, what you bought is priceless. My grandmother's sword was made here, another may be made. Not all are brought priceless. I thought, need things for trade here, my money no work here. Spices, alcohol, finest that is, that might work. Actually, Nunuk seemed surprised he had thought about that. Staff with dragon now? Tom wasn't sure going to open boxes in front of the giant murder lizard. Make a show of it. If Volzan thinks it's all very exotic, he might pay more. Just don't show him anything too strange, okay? I try. Tom was fairly certain he could convince that guy his stuff was exotic. It was, after all. But what to show and what to hide? As they walked back up, Tom spoke up. Volzan, follow, please, have things to show. There was murmuring in the crowd and some worried looks here and there. This was not going entirely to plan so far. The resulting procession followed Tom and Nunuk out into the greeting hall, where they were greeted by a very awake dragon looking down at them. Tom's heart skipped a beat. Being looked down at by a literal monster of myth and legend was more than a little unnerving. So, from what I heard, you were supposed to be crazy, ugly, and dangerous? The dragon greeted him. Oh, hi, I'm Tom, and, sorry? Well, hello, Tom. I am Archeon, pleased to meet you, and don't you worry. Nothing to be sorry for. Little one, I believe that is Volzan's duty. The voice was sonorous like before, but turned down in volume. It did shoot a look at Volzan, who just held his hands up apologetically. He did look damn scary. Okay, I'm sorry. No worry. I dress scary, Tom tried. I can't say I have seen somebody like you before. I overheard your little conversation with Volzan. Seems you are quite far away from home. Yeah, quite far. You're very big. Never seen big one before. The dragon chuckled a bit, and Tom felt the bass. This was surreal, he thought. Never seen a dragon? You are far from home. Archeon tilted his head at Tom. Just like the dragonettes, that looked very strange. Funny even, he seemed friendly enough too. Anyways, it sounded like you brought some things from this faraway place you wish to trade. Ah, yes. I find Tom jogged over to his pile of boxes, taking note. Quite a few things had been moved around, likely when the others had looked for the medical supplies. He would have to check everything later. He had brought a few bottles of nice rum and whiskey and a few glasses of spices. You drink strong alcohol? He asked, looking at Volzan. Well, yes, it's not often you get to enjoy it, but from time to time. That was good, at least. He knew the dragonettes of the keep had that beer-like stuff, and he had seen a few barrels of what he thought was ale. He hadn't asked if they had any actual liquor. Then this will interest, Tom said, pulling out a bottle of very fine whiskey. Maybe finest you ever seen. Volzan picked up the bottle with interest. What is this? Don't know your word. We say whiskey, very good, very old. How old? Tom looked at the bottle. 18 years. My gods, that is an old bottle, but I have no clue what whiskey is. I will give you. It looks very fine, and the label. Is that silver? Yes. Only little well. Tom wasn't going to be explaining it wasn't actually silver, but one shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. What you say is worth. I don't know, to be honest. If anything, this should go to a collector, I think. You say it's from your home? Yes, City of Storning. Very famous for whiskey bottle worth weight in gold. Worth its weight in gold. You must be joking. Well, he was lying a bit, but it was very good whiskey, and possibly the finest bottle in this world at least. No joke. We put silver on label for good reason. He did bring his little flask with him, he believed, that had some sort of whiskey in it. Perhaps a taste test was in order. He retrieved it from his backpack, taking a sip. That was whiskey, all right. He presented the flask to Volzan. Whiskey, regular stuff, not fine, but still whiskey. Have taste. You were most generous, I must say. The dragonet took a sip of the flask. Wah, I say. That is quite potent, huh? It didn't look to Tom like the guy was a regular drinker. But I'll grant you that is very fine stuff. The bottle is even better. 10 times the price. So yes, that was a blatant lie. But what the hell? I'll give you 40 gold for the bottle. That sounded like a lot of money to Tom, but nowhere near enough. If he held true to the worth its weight in gold, he guessed it should be more like a 100 or maybe a 150 gold. No, can do. Nunuk. How many you say you claimed it is worth its weight in gold, so 150 sounds reasonable. Not happening. That is insanity. May I see metal? For reference, Volzan had said he had 120 gold's worth of metal that would give Tom a reference point. Reference? You don't use gold to trade? No. I have a coin from home I can show. You get metal? Tom wasn't sure why he had brought his wallet, force of habit maybe. He would be careful to only take out some coins though. A driver's license might spark too many questions. Volzan waved a few of the dragonets over, and Archeon shifted so they could reach a big crate hanging from his harness. There were quite a few metal bars, all nicely arranged and sorted on little shelves within the crate. Tom guessed there was maybe 200 kilos of metal in total, mostly iron or steel, all in little ingots weighing around a kilo each. Back home, this is worth 1 bottle, Tom said. He knew that wasn't true whatsoever. There was metal here for maybe $300, with most of it being steel. The brass and copper were likely worth more than the rest combined. He still had the spices too, to cover the rest of what Nunuk wanted. I show you something else. As Tom returned with the little box of glass jars, Volzan's eyes went wide. Are those what I think they are, spices? Tom retorted triumphantly. What kinds? Volzan was clearly trying hard not to sound too excited, if falling somewhat. Don't know your names. Many you not know, I think. This is incredible. How did you get them out of the south? That was interesting news, Tom thought. Another note for later. Money and power. Tom rubbed his fingers together and smiled at the merchant. He was playing this guy hard. The haul was mostly from the local supermarket back home, but hey, it was all for a good cause. What will you take for this? Volzan was clearly excited. What would something like this be worth, he wondered. He might as well make use of the locals. What do you say? Tom asked, looking over at Nunuk and the others. A puma had made his way forward to get a closer look at the goods. If I know you, Tom, these are most likely the finest spices I have ever seen, a puma noted. I wouldn't take less than 100 gold per glass, but I don't recognize them all. Is that a non-pesis? He pointed to the small glass of saffron Tom had brought. Saffron, Tom corrected him. Extremely expensive. That sounds about right to me, and it certainly looks the part. Tom, that alone is worth hundreds of gold. May I? Of course, Tom picked out the small glass, unscrewing the top. A puma sniffed the contents. Yep, that is saffron all right, bingo. Well, that should more than do it. Time to bring out the inner Jutlander and do some haggling. So Volzan, what you got? The dragonet looked stiff, as if trying to process just what he was going to do now. Then looked back at Archeon, who was watching intently. Lockbox it is then, Archeon answered, cracking a smile. She boat so Tennessee, to cast a long goff for us. We are understanded, 9 master understand. Shade opportunity as Volzan. Trade opportunity. As Volzan retrieved the sturdy-looking box, Tom wondered just what goodies might be hiding in there. More magic stuff? He would pay quite a bit for something magical, even if it was just to study. The box was chained around one of Archeon's legs. They clearly didn't want anybody scampering off with it. The box itself looked quite impressive. It was of full metal construction with an elaborate lock. As Volzan turned back to Tom, pulling a key out which looked very fancy, even if Tom could see it was clearly just a fancy fork key, he could have that thing open in seconds. Unless it was magical. Volzan? Is box magic? You are a clever one, aren't you? Key not very good, something else keep safe. You mean besides the very big dragon? Volzan answered with a smirk. Yeah, Tom would have to give him that. A dragon was an excellent deterrent system. Volzan inserted and turned the key. There was a loud click, and he lifted the lid. Tom strained his neck to look inside. There were quite a few coins inside, mainly gold and silver. There was some folded up cloth, a bit of jewelry, a very nice dagger, and some glass bottles with very colorful liquid in them. Those magic drink? Damn this language anyway. Those looked an awful lot like potions to Tom. The jewelry was familiar too. Most of the dragonettes seemed to enjoy some self-decoration, especially the huntresses. Nunuk and Apuma also carried quite a bit. Yes, Tom, we call them Shisnani. I have a small selection. Are you familiar with them? Sort of, have healing. It wasn't wrong, but hey magic, that was awesome. Well, no, sadly, those are always a crowd favorite. I do have one against poisons and the like. Apart from that, I have strength, stamina, fire breathing. Fire breathing? Tom echoed. Now it was clearly his turn to be flabbergasted. How would something like that even work? Breathing fire when you weren't fireproof seemed like a bad idea. Were dragonettes fireproof? How survive? Yes, fire breathing. In guessing if you don't have dragons, you don't have that where you were from, the reply came. The potion protects you from fire for the duration as well, so you don't get burnt. It only lasts about a minute. Tom turned to look at the massive head hovering above the conversation. You breathe fire? Just like in the stories. Well, I don't. I am of the storm. I breathe lightning, obviously. Well, fuck. Tom just might need to reconsider the arms program a bit. It seemed like this place had access to substantial firepower already. Huh, that is something. Wait, was you breathing lightning yesterday? Why, yes, one of them was stupid enough to give me a clear shot. The massive dragon let out a purr. Tom wasn't quite sure. It sounded happy, though he was definitely smiling. Well, he has bad day. That he did, Vulzan chimed in, seeming eager to continue. Anywho, I also have this one. He held up a bottle of deep blue liquid. I have never found a buyer for it, but you might just fit the bill. It is allegedly a potion of water breathing. It was given to me by a student who made it as a project, not considering that nobody would want it. Judging by your escapades, though, I would say you might find a use for it. That certainly seemed useful. Tom had tried diving before but elected not to bring any equipment. Well, apart from the swim mask, which was useful for many situations. How long last? About an hour, I think. You think? Tom didn't like the sound of being stuck 100 meters below and suddenly starting to breathe water. It was made by a student, and I don't know how much it has been tested, if at all. Besides, it has definitely not been tested on someone like you. I would advise caution. Fair enough, but still, there was only one, so it wasn't like he could give it a dry run. Interesting but dangerous to use. What else got? Well, I have some nice jewelry, this excellently made dagger, and a shimmering cloak. Shimmering? It changes color and texture based on your wishes. Observe. Vulzan donned the fine cloak, which looked like a sort of black glitter at the moment, reminiscent of the cheap wizard cloaks kids got for Halloween. As he put it on, it took a moment before turning a bright, stark white. The others seemed to gasp, but Tom just looked on intently. Was this the solution to his little camouflage problem? May I try? Certainly. Just wear it on your body and think cloak color out loud to yourself, and then picture what you would like. Tom donned the cloak he did as instructed, and the cloak turned a clear blue. It worked for humans. He could use magic. Oh fuck yeah. He didn't let his excitement show, just a nice smile and a nod. Very clever, Tom tried again, this time thinking of his camo pattern, and the thing responded beautifully. Oh, this was amazing. He had adaptive camouflage and formal robes all in one. Can it be his own? Well, yes, it's just the fabric that is magic. It will remain so. Oh yeah, this was going to stay here for sure. Very good. What worth? I would take 250 gold for it. Ouch, that was expensive. Tom wondered just what Nunuk's sword could do and what it was actually worth. I like potion of fire breathing, water breathing, cloak, and things Nunuk said. What total? That is quite the shopping list, I must say. Let me see. The water breathing I will give you for 20, 80 for the fire, 250 for the cloak, 150 for metals, 75 for other supplies, and Nunuk had about 85 in goods to sell. You did do us one hell of a favor yesterday, Tough. I'll say 400 for the lot. That is an exceedingly generous offer. Right, 400 gold. That sounded like saffron and the bottle of whiskey. I give you half of saffron, half of curry, and a bottle of whiskey. Throw in some coins from homeland. Keep as tokens, I say 200 for the spices and 80 for the bottle. I would like to see the coins though, that sounds interesting. Tom got out the handful of coins he had on him and presented them. What are they made of? That looks like silver, but are those brass? Oh shit, yeah, that was nickel. They didn't have that. Best to just say steel, not silver steel, and yes, it's brass. But that is hardly worth anything? Correct, but looks so detailed, can't be faked. You base your currency on the fact people can't make fake coins. I'll give it to you. They look like they were made by a jeweler, but why brass and simple steel? Cheap. Gold silver is useful. Don't waste on coin. That is an interesting take on it. Volzan was clearly very confused. Tom couldn't blame him. I give some, sell to collector or keep, up to you. Thank you very much, but it still doesn't make the total if you want everything. I can leave out the potions, and we got a deal 20 gold for some change. That was one hell of a deal, but he wanted those 2 potions quite badly. Another bottle would do it. That would leave him with just 2 left tough. It was clear if he wanted to get proper drunk around, he would need homebrew. Unless they had a lot of beer. What you guys say? Looking back at Apuma and Nunuk, they just seemed shocked. Shit, did he just show them he had brought a ton of money and not told them? Whoops. Apuma finally answered. That is a very fine cloak. Volzan is right to ask such an exorbitant price. Even if I think he is underpaying a bit for some of your things, they are for all intents and purposes of another world. After all, Apuma did a wink on that last part, Tom. Took it to mean the cover story was working. I throw in rest of curry, that's it. Tom held out his hand. He really didn't like curry, and the dragonettes clearly were not fond of spicy, so why not? Volzan stood mulling the offer over for a while, clearly doing some math. All right, deal, but only because of what you did yesterday. He reached out his hand to shake and Tom took it. Tom had no clue if this was a great deal or not, but he got some interesting things in exchange for some stuff he didn't need. Besides, it didn't sound like traders came through often, so it wouldn't hurt if Volzan decided he needed to return with more cool stuff sooner than planned. The Ernter has the present of busy one, as if it were Sapphire, Tikandas, the individual's partus. On-siders as if I was once again speechless. Tom had just purchased the most expensive wares Vulcan had, as if it were nothing. Sure, it wasn't the kind of money she had never seen before, but it was still a considerable sum, and he still had quite a bit left in those boxes. The two continued arguing for a while, with Vulcan wishing to purchase more of Tom's spices. Tom, however, seemed unwilling to part with them just for gold. He was clearly holding out for more interesting items, or perhaps he simply wanted to be more certain of their value before selling further. Nunuk had simply observed the proceedings. Sapphire still couldn't believe her leader had tried to sell her grandmother's sword. That blade had won the keep for her family ages ago. Was she trying to show gratitude? Was she gambling that Tom could produce something even more valuable with the materials? Or was she trying to buy his loyalty in a roundabout way? Whatever her motive, she wasn't telling, at least not here. It would appear that the sudden job of negotiating a trade deal had brought Tom back to reality. He seemed almost back to normal now. Well, as normal as the human had ever been. Whether that was true or just a facade, Sapphire couldn't tell. It was rather likely a facade, she thought, by Sapphire's reckoning. The mood in the keep was one of false joy. Darklings had attacked the trader en route to their keep, and the trader had suffered losses. That was a dire thing indeed. They needed traders to come after all. The thought of having Darklings so close, possibly even on the islands, was unnerving, to say the least. This needed a resolution. Volzan had clarified. They were hit before they even reached the island. The resulting running battle had lasted for hours, with the attackers coming in and then retreating to rest, only to return again and again. This meant they must have a place to go and rest between battles, a base that could follow Archeon. Volzan had feared it would be another dragon of some kind, but nothing had shown up. He theorized it might be a smaller dragon, or perhaps something else entirely that was unwilling to risk Archeon's wrath. For all of Archeon's might, there was little he could do against a swarm of Darklings. They had harried them relentlessly. Volzan believed they had been after the lockbox, apparently trying more than once to get at it, but the chains had held. Volzan did not believe their number to be more than 16 initially, with 7 now downed, and most of the others likely wounded. They couldn't attack the keep with numbers like that at least, but they still needed to be found and eliminated. Especially whatever was allowing them to rest while traversing the skies. For now, though, it was time for celebration. They had dead to honor and a trader to welcome. Nunuk even managed to coax Dakota out of bed, even as she spent most of the evening just sitting in silence. Volzan had brought out a cask of ale, as a thank you for the rescue. Along with their own stores, it made for more than enough to go around. Of course, Jackalope saw an opportunity to cheer everyone up a bit. Hey, listen up everybody. I think it is only fair that the first human ace of a battle receives a toast for their deeds. To Tom! To Tom, first human ace echoed around the room. Despite the rather somber events of the previous day, the room was beginning to get rather merry, even if Tom looked quite perturbed by the attention. Ace? He asked Sapphire when the room quieted down a little again. The one who scores the most kills in a battle. You got 3, Archeon claimed 2, and Captain Tyborg, another 2. He was the one with the missing foot. Sapphire grimaced a bit at that last one. Even if it wouldn't hurt in the air, he would at best be hobbling around on a piece of wood for the rest of his life. Huh, we have aces back home. They fly fighter planes. Ace is a title you earn by getting 5 air kills. So if Count Vargolf I-ace Tom seemed to chuckle at the realization. But you can't fly. How did they have aces if they couldn't fly? Unless... Tom looked around for a bit, taking notice of Volzan and his escorts. Machines can. We call them planes. A fighter plane is the fastest thing in the sky. It can go faster than sound, he replied. Sapphire needed a minute to process that one. Of course, they had figured out how to make flying machines. They could build mechanical dragons for farming by the million. But faster than sound? She didn't even think sound had a speed. She would need to question him further on that when they were in private. Hey Jackalope, humans have aces too back home. What? He claims, once you kill 5 in the air, you are an ace forever. Well, that is quite different. Jackalope moved down a few seats and sat opposite of the two. That makes me an ace too. Let's be honest, even Fengi is by that metric. It doesn't sound very hard to do. What's the point then? Back home is hard. In air, life measured in minutes. Everything goes so fast. Back in Old War was a big battle in the air. Battle of Britain, new pilots lived only about half hour in air before shutdown. They defended home island for months, outnumbered, alone. They did it. It was victory. 30 minutes? Sapphire, Jackalope, and Fengi broke out. That is terrible, Sapphire continued. She couldn't believe that if he really meant that soldiers were only expected to live 30 minutes. The table grew a little quiet at that. Yes, it was hard battle. Leader of Britain say, never before. So much owed by so many to so few. Tom got a little somber for a moment before cheering up again. But that is old and not here. Yes, you are quite right. Nevertheless, they sound like they deserve a toast. What were they called? RAF, Royal Air Force. To the brave warriors of the Royal Air Force, Jackalope let out triumphantly. May they be remembered forevermore. Tom started chuckling a bit at the situation, apparently finding it funny. Before readying his own glass, to the RAF he went, downing a sizable portion of his drink. What about your history? Got any good battles? I think you need Nunuk for that one. She is the war veteran after all, Jackalope answered. She is? Tom seemed surprised as he looked over to the old lady. She has fought in 2, yes, one lasted over a year, Sapphire interjected. She was apparently bloody good too. Usually she doesn't like talking about it too much. Perhaps if you get her drunk enough though. Jackalope continued. Could probably be arranged, Tom answered like he was actually considering the option. Wait, what was he planning? Now, that is a good idea. Jackalope turned to look around at the others besides Tom sitting at the table. Our guest does seem to be quite tough. Perhaps we should find out just how tough his belly is. Why am I not surprised this was coming? Jack, he is still weak from that little swim yesterday, and he was literally screaming at ghosts through the night. Tom looked down at the table after that last comment, much to Sapphire's dismay. Well, ale is medicine for the soul, is it not? Jackalope said, grinning, getting up, and walking over to the head table where Nunuk, Apuma, Volzan, Shiva, and some of the guards were sitting. We Dan had gone to talk with Munich, Andrea, Polity, the second, the head to the own. One Polity, what we using? Nor drink. Drink. Jackalope had gone to talk with Nunuk at the head table, resulting in a sly grin on the old lady's face. Volzan seemed keen too, getting up to help Jackalope, and the two scampered off. Nunuk stood and called out to the hall. Anyone who thinks they can outdrink the toughest bastard here, please make your way to the center. We shall be testing our new brother-at-arms. There was a substantial amount of cheering. It wasn't often they got to let loose like this, but they had earned it. Besides, it was at least partly on Volzan's bill. A table was placed in the middle of the room. with Volzan's cask being set at one end, much to the trader's dismay. The man had apparently been hoping they would at least start with one of their own. The contestants lined up on either side of the table. Tom, Nunuk, Jackalope, Anka, Ratchuk, Shiva, Raoulf, Kokashi, Heron, and even Volzan. The trader was clearly keen to at least get some of the ale he had brought out, though they were going to need more than one cask with this many contestants. Sapphire stayed out. She might be competitive as hell, but she knew from experience she could not hang with Jackalope in this field, not to mention Shiva. It was good to see Nunuk still giving it a go. She might be getting on a bit, but she wasn't done yet. Mugs were filled and Apuma took up his position at the end of the table, shaking his head. May the waste of good ale commence. Bottoms up, and may the gods have mercy on those who will clean up afterward. This was going to be a mess. She gave the old man that. She gave the old man that. Tom wasn't going to argue with that. They ate well here, but he had yet to see any real festivities. They were apparently welcoming the trader and honoring the dead all in one. About as good an excuse as any, Tom concluded. He could see now why the greeting hall and the grand hall were right next to each other. A large hatch over the doors leading out to the greeting hall had been opened while the outer door remained shut, letting Archeon's head inside. A whole hog on a spit had been brought out for the dragon. Tom caught himself staring quite a few times at the massive dragon looming over the festivities. He eventually brought his meal back into the greeting hall to eat, though he stuck his head back in once he had finished. That was about when Jackalope had come up with the plan for a drinking contest. Getting smashed hadn't been on Tom's list of plans for the night, but he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to partake in this cultural event. It had nothing to do with the fact he was quietly confident following what had happened when the Dragonettes had tried some of the stuff designed to affect him. Besides, this was a matter of not only national but racial pride. He was representing the whole of humanity in a drinking contest. It dawned on Tom as he sat there that all this time he was representing humankind, and he hadn't thought about it until they challenged him to a drinking contest. Thank the Lord he hadn't become a diplomat. With this newborn appreciation for the importance of what was going to happen next, he started eyeing up his opponents. Shiva and Jackalope both had him beaten in mass, but if they could only handle half the alcohol of a human, this would be a walk in the park. The ale being served was, by Tom's estimate, fairly normal, maybe 4 to 6, so not the weak stuff Fengi had given him way back when. On Apuma's signal, they had all gone for the bottom. Tom wasn't the first to finish, not even close, but he wasn't last either. Slightly surprised, he looked around. Most of them were just pouring it down, not swallowing gulps or anything like that. Just open mouths and then a full-on waterfall. There was quite a bit of splashing from that method though. He'd always wanted to learn how to just pour it down, but so far all attempts had ended poorly. No matter. He was in for the long haul here. It did seem a bit like cheating though, that so much ale simply missed. The mugs were refilled, and Apuma repeated the command, bottoms up, and they all went back in. The mugs were perhaps a little under half a liter, so not too bad, but still at this pace, Tom wouldn't last long. It was clear, though, that not all at the table were as hardcore as Nunuk or Shiva. Volzan was already starting to take his sweet time. Tom couldn't figure out if that was more to enjoy the ale or simply to slow down. Jackalope was sitting opposite him, showing no sign of flagging. She was eyeing him intently, and it was clear who her target was. Beside him were Kokashi and Ratchuk, who were keeping up well. Full mugs were passed around as Wapena and Fengi took the responsibility of working the cask, going at it like pros. Thank God I don't have to teach them how to pour a drink right, Tom mused to himself, attacking his third mug of ale. It was a good thing this stuff wasn't heavily carbonated, or Tom would have been in trouble already. But so far, so good. There, the Bruche and Tigra21 died, for misses of creatures or agidings to denk h's injor and go. The Bruches, Vigmen texteders, the Bruches and Jackalope were taking the lead, mostly fighting each other, while Nunuk put up a valiant effort. Tom wasn't a fast drinker, but slow and steady could win a race after all. Sapphire wondered just how the human would react to getting drunk, if he even could. By the third mug, even Jackalope and Shiva had to slow down, taking a few breaks between gulps. Tom was beginning to slow down as well, but he still kept pace with the others. It looked like Kokashi and Ratchuk were both trying to battle the human, having seated themselves next to him. Once the fourth mug was finally passed around, they both struggled to reach the bottom. As per the rules, contestants had 10 minutes to get their drinks done. Vulcan had already dropped out on the fourth. Kokashi and Ratchuk were out on the fifth, clearly sensing this wasn't going their way. Heron just about managed it, much to the dismay of his fellow guards. Anchor put him in his place though, managing to get the sixth down as well before calling it there. Ralph tried for the seventh but failed. By now, all the contestants were taking their time. They were approaching the 1 hour mark. The first few mugs had gone quickly. Archeon had made a comment about how Vulcan really didn't put on much of a show, and how, next time, he would just put everyone in their place. Sapphire would happily admit she quite wanted to see a dragon drinking contest, as long as she wasn't paying for it. By now, the cheering had begun, urging the remaining contestants on. They were down to Nunuk, Jackalope, Shiva, and Tom. So, he has the title of toughest male drinker, at least, Sapphire mused. Esmeralda was doing her best to keep the kids over in their corner, but her limp from the cut didn't help. In the end, she had just given up, clearly annoyed that no one else had tried to help out. But Sapphire couldn't very well do anything about it. She was still on her crutches for a while longer. Tom was occupied, and, well, it wasn't like it would hurt anyway. As the seventh mug was going down, the crowd was starting to pick favorites. Tom was receiving quite the backup, with Kieran now leading the cheering, of course. Sapphire elected to join in. If nothing else, he might beat Jackalope, and that would do for her. The eighth mug proved too much for Nunuk, leaving just Jackalope, Shiva, and Tom. The what we are, and it results of Huntress and Part. He had done something like this before, but they were remarkably quick about it. This mug would mark roughly 4 liters consumed in about 1.5 hours. He let out a burp as he went back in on Apuma's order, and the crowd cheered. He couldn't help but notice the kids were now also taking part in the chanting. Even Archeon had added his considerable voice to the choir. It had been a struggle, but the eighth one went down, with Shiva finishing before him and Jackalope just about managing it before the deadline. She looked hammered by now, leaning on the table, but she still had her eyes locked on Tom without blinking. Tom was feeling fairly drunk by now, even if it would need more time to properly kick in. As the ninth mug was passed around, he realized that if he made it to 10, he could claim to be the first to drink a knighthood on another world. That was about as good a reason as he had ever had. The ninth proved too much for Jackalope as she coughed halfway through, ale going everywhere. She put the mug back down, looking sick. Tom was struggling by now, even if it was more of a space in the belly situation, for now at least. As the 10th was brought up, he went, "Back in my home, there is tradition. Drink 10 mugs of beer in one sitting, and you become a knight." He lifted his glass to Shiva. "Skål for a knighthood," and went about his duty. Skål rang out as Shiva lifted her glass once more. She struggled, but she did manage it just about. Tom seemed to be getting the better of her. He'd never done this so quickly, but then again, there were a lot less bubbles in this stuff. As the 11th mug was brought out, they both took a long moment staring at each other. They both knew this was likely to be the decider. "To those who can no longer join us," Apuma toasted. "Aye," Tom answered. Shiva just raised her mug silently. As Tom drank, he had to fight to keep the liquid flowing. He was at the end of his rope and he really didn't want to puke. Lost in thought and focusing entirely on not being sick, he just kept the ale flowing. This one was for all of humanity. The last of the mug trickled down his gullet. Slamming the vessel down, he saw Shiva still struggling before she slowly tipped over backward, her mug still held high. She hit the floor with a heavy thunk. Tom broke out laughing at the sight as the crowd cheered. In his joy, he forgot he was sitting on a backless bench. As he tried to lean back in turn, he mimicked her procedure with another loud thunk. "I finally never halt." The brink arc sets of a otter, yet so pro, but he suit to pro in the stakes. Max sit sob seeper was done that was just too hilarious. Not only had Tom beaten the best drinker she knew, but he had ended with a flourish. Well, if you could call it that. The hall had been filled with raucous laughter and cheering as he fell over. As he lay there staring up at the ceiling, he simply held up his empty mug in triumph and shouted, "Skål!" As the evening wore on, most of the contestants quickly gave in to the alcohol, wandering about completely sloshed. Jackalope even managed to fall asleep in the middle of bragging. Tom, too, was clearly heavily affected. He seemed to be having a blast, even though he had reached the point of complete incoherence. Sapphire thought several languages were involved by now, but to be honest, she had no clue. The kids had been put to bed, as this was clearly going to be quite a night. Dakota had retired following the drinking contest. Sapphire felt quite sorry for her. Even if Dakota had never been much for partying, she was clearly not well. Tom had tried to teach Fengi some kind of dance, which she evidently found very amusing. Sapphire couldn't help but laugh either, as Tom clearly had no idea what he was doing. Esmeralda and Kokashi made their way over, probably to point and laugh, but before long, Tom had them lined up and holding each other's shoulders. He was singing something that the others were trying to mimic, much to Tom's evident enjoyment. After fooling around for a while, he left the group and came over to Sapphire. He seemed either worried or puzzled as he eyed her leg and wing, which were still in splints. Judging by the motions he was making, he appeared to be trying to work out if he could somehow carry her while dancing. "I'm not going dancing, if that is what you plan on asking." He seemed to understand. As he ran off, he gestured for the others to go over to Sapphire. Curious about what he was planning now, they did so. He returned a short while later with 2 small beakers of some kind. He revealed some dice stored within one of them. They were very fine dice. Not that Sapphire hadn't seen dice before, she even owned some. But these used dots to show the numbers rather than runes, so there was that. "I think he wants to play game," Sapphire let out cheerfully. "This should be fun watching him explain a game in this condition. We play Maya," Tom clarified. This should be good, Sapphire thought. The game had proven simple. It was based on deception and memory. Sapphire had been quite confident once she had worked out all the rules, not that there were many. In Tom's condition, he was bound to be an easy opponent. Jackalope had fallen asleep again during the explanation, but they had a few people at the table who weren't too drunk. She admired Tom's ability to explain the rules while intoxicated, even if he was clearly struggling with the draconic. After a few tries and some demonstrations, everyone who was still awake felt confident they understood the game. The game was a drinking game, much to Sapphire's dismay. But no matter, she was seated next to Tom, and there was no way he would come of better of the two. As the game wore on, Sapphire had to re-evaluate her standpoint. Tom was clearly winning out of everyone. She couldn't wrap her head around how he was still this good at a game about deception while completely drunk. Just how good was he actually when sober? She wondered, feeling slightly worried about Nunuk's plans. Tom had brought out his little flask of whiskey for whenever anyone suffered a loss to a Maya. Shed had the chance to have a taste more than once. That was definitely strong stuff. Very good though, not like some of the swill Raoulf had tried making that one time. When they finished the game, Sapphire too was feeling quite unsteady on her feet. Damn it, she really didn't need to slip on the now wet floors and break her wing again. She, along with a few of the others, made their excuses and headed off to bed. With Esmeralda's help, she managed it without any further injuries. It had been quite the night already. Tom, though, was apparently not quite done. Jackalope had woken up again, seeming a bit clearer in the head after her nap. The two had wandered off to gods know where. Sapphire was too tired to bother by now. Ida, by now. Ida, so 3, Ida to bother by now. He could remember most of the night before, which he found quite impressive. He had defended his honor in the drinking contest, taught them Maya, and even got them to dance to Volvo B18. Even if he couldn't bring out the actual music on account of Volzan. As he moved around, he was quite sore and found he had slept on the floor. Okay, so maybe he didn't remember everything after all. More concerning was that he was currently using the sleeping jackalope as a pillow. He got up with a start, which his head rewarded by hurting even more. As he looked around trying to take note of the situation, he realized he was in the smithy of all places. Shiva was sleeping in a rocking chair in the corner. That, combined with the fact he was still fully clothed, did mostly assure him he hadn't done something too stupid last night. He was dirty too. His hands were black with soot and coal dust. Just what had they been up to in here? He slowly got up to look around. On the table, he found paper covered in smudged fingerprints and coal dust. It was most definitely an attempt at a technical drawing of some kind. Inspecting it closer, his head still throbbing, he realized it looked an awful lot like a flintlock mechanism. "Oh, you absolute fucking idiot." Tom winced. Why had he, goddammit? Looking around further, he found a mortar and pestle surrounded by all too familiar ingredients. But where had he found sulfur? And was that white stuff really saltpeter? No, it couldn't be. Could it? The others were still sleeping, so we might as well find out if drunk science had produced black powder. He mixed the ingredients, pounding them together carefully. The resulting fine powder would do. He poured it out onto a wooden chopping board which had clearly been used for testing the night before. As he used the striker from the forge to try and light the powder, nothing happened. It would appear not. What was this white stuff then? It smelled horrible. Wait! Oh God, no! Not fucking guano! Damn it, drunk Tom. He tried desperately to clean his fingers on his already very dirty clothes. At least his drunken self had forgotten that the stuff needed a little basic refining before it was usable. But if that sulfur was good enough, this could maybe work. Well then, back to that same argument again. Do or don't. If he was being honest, he wasn't fooling anyone. They would figure this out eventually. It wasn't like he could teach them chemistry and not expect them to figure this out on their own. But should he teach them right now? They didn't seem like bad people to him. He didn't know much about the rest of the world, though. This was not the sort of mental discussion to have while this hung over. Besides, it was a little late now, and the presence of that huge dragon in the hangar seemed to suggest that this world had things far more dangerous than a dude with a rifle. For now, he would just relax. It wasn't like his plan had actually worked. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Esmeralda, followed by Fengi, Kokashi, and a few of the others who hadn't gotten too drunk last night. From the back, he heard Sapphire call out, "So, did they or didn't they?" Tom just stood there like a deer in the headlights, staring at Esmeralda, who was clearly looking him over. Didn't, I think, though I have no clue what they have been doing. She sounded almost disappointed, but curious at the same time. The rather unwanted guests started filling into the smithy, and Esmeralda inspected the ingredients on the table. "Have you been doing alchemy while drunk?" She sounded more incredulous than questioning, and Tom just nodded, holding his hands over his ears. This many people made too much noise this early in the morning, or well, whatever time it was. "What is this?" Fengi questioned, holding up the paper drawings. Well, now the decision was most definitely made, might as well roll with it. "A gun," I answered. The stunned silence that followed was bliss for my poor head. Somehow, though, that seemed to wake Jackalope up. "What the fuck are you all doing here? This is my room. Wait, no. Why am I here?" Jackalope was clearly still suffering from last night's drinking. You and Tom apparently decided to start building weapons while drunk in the middle of the night. Esmeralda tried. "Awesome. What did we make?" "I'm so tired, it better be good," was the response from Jackalope. Esmeralda just sighed, shaking her head. "You tried making a gun, I think." "Nobody tells Valzan. That is an order, okay?" There was nodding from the crowd. "Yeah, a gun. Wait. Wait, what? What?" "Yes." "Wait, what?" "What was Mr. Chrising in the 6,000 entes, which is 1 dozens and dies, with the sea prison?" Run to the table. Tom had not proven much help. Apparently, he couldn't actually remember what they had done last night. He didn't seem drunk anymore. It was like he was sick, if anything. His head hurt, that was certain. But he had assured Sapphire nothing was wrong, so who was she to judge? They had woken Shiva up. It seemed she was capable of remembering a bit more of the night's activities. Apparently, Tom had begun questioning how one was supposed to fight a dragon. Shiva had tried her best, drunk as she was, to explain that you often needed either another dragon, some very heavy siege weapons, or death by 1,000 cuts. Tom had then explained that it would be so much easier to just use a cannon. Of course, this sparked the interest of both Jackalope and Shiva. Before long, they had coaxed the human into telling them what a cannon was, including the black powder needed to fire it. Tom had tried to explain how the mixture worked, gave up, and elected to try and show them instead. They had taken charcoal from the forge, that stinky bird-shit fertilizer Raouf had insisted on acquiring, and sulfur from Apuma's alchemical supplies. When asked how they had gotten their hands on the sulfur, Shiva had looked at Tom for a second, who just looked bewildered. Right then, even when drunk locks were not a problem, they had mixed the ingredients, but evidently it hadn't worked. Perhaps because nobody involved had been even close to sober, the three had been left to sleep off the worst of it and clean up the mess they had made, while the others went about dealing with the mess from the night before. As they left, Fengi made her opinion clear on the matter. Here we were thinking, Jackalope finally found somebody crazy enough for her, and we found them making weapons in the smithy with her mother. Instead, I don't believe it. Hadn't Tom made it quite clear he didn't want to teach us how to make weapons? Kakashi was sounding as confused as usual when it came to Tom. Sapphire joined in. Well, he has either changed his mind or was too drunk to remember. I wouldn't be surprised if Jackalope dared him to do it if I'm honest. Besides, it's not like it worked. The others were at least moving slow enough for her to keep up, even if it wasn't exactly graceful. Do you think he can get it to work, though? Kakashi chimed in. I have no idea what he was even trying to do, Sapphire admitted, but it seemed to involve fire and that strange powder. Think it's like flash powder or something, Ratchik added. He had a point there. If they didn't have dragons, they might have come up with an alternative. Maybe, but it didn't look like he was trying to set fire to the place. Kakashi seemed to ponder that one. The drawing was weird too. It didn't look anything like his guns. I think it was just a part of it, Esmeralda added. Do we have any flash powder? Sapphire asked. That might be useful for Tom if he was set on playing with fire. Maybe we don't exactly use that stuff regularly, but I'll go check. Vulzan will definitely have some blitz powder though. Maybe that will be useful too. As Kakashi ran downstairs, the group made it back to the grand hall. There was quite a bit of cleaning up to do. For once, Sapphire was happy she was still on her crutches. Isn't that stuff incredibly dangerous? Fengi asked. Sure it is when dry, you just store it wet for travel. Ratchuk clarified. Vulzan will be here for some time. No rush, let's find out what Tom is planning first, Esmeralda concluded. For now, there is work to do. I swear if Jackie wasn't still too drunk to stand, I would make her do most of this. That sounds familiar, Fengi added with a sigh, but they had the rough recipe for black powder. And they knew at least somewhat what firearm was now, and depending on how much Jackalope and Shiva could remember, they had the rough recipe for black powder. This was once again not how Tom had imagined this would go, but what the hell? Perhaps he should just roll with it? The scoreboard of bad idea, great result was still holding up. Besides, he had literally been sent here to change the world. He sat in the corner for quite a while, his head still pounding, trying his best to come up with excuses for his actions. He had tried to go back to sleep, but the headache put a stop to that. So he just sat there, eyes closed and half asleep, until he was jolted awake by the sound of something moving. He was greeted by Jackalope's face, far too close for comfort, sitting staring into his eyes. Good morning, he tried, and cold was all he got in response. She didn't seem quite awake yet, or maybe she was still wasted from the day before. Hi, Cold. Tom. Why did he say that? Why did he say that? She just stayed there, staring, blinking a few times, appearing to process what he had just said. No, you're hot. She finally went, then grabbed him by the shoulders, pushing him to the floor. Tom was not quite sure what to do here. She was undoubtedly pretty and all, but Jesus Christ, he wasn't exactly ready for interspecies romance. He had weapons technology to ponder and an evil hangover. He was dealing with a trained killer that had him beaten in both strength and natural weapons. Not to mention she was drunk. Best to just lay still and hope this all blows over. Hopefully she would just go to sleep again. Then she proceeded to curl up next to him, folding her wings around him, letting out some contented-sounding grumble, and seemingly falling asleep immediately. Huh, so that had been literally hot. Phew, well, she'd been sleeping on a stone floor. Maybe she was actually just quite cold. This wasn't the most comfortable situation ever, though. He was wrapped up on the floor like he was in a sleeping bag, and there were sharp talons right next to his head, jutting out from the top joints of her wings. He had already learned with the children that goggles were a good idea, especially at night. His eyelids weren't tough like leather after all. Perhaps he should start wearing them at all times? He wasn't sure how long he laid there, not wanting to move. Aside from the talons, this wasn't too bad. It had been a while since he had any luck with the ladies back home. Even if this wasn't exactly the same thing, it was still rather nice. She was cold though, nearly as cold as the floor in fact. He had just begun to enjoy the situation he found himself in, when he heard a loud, raucous laughter coming from Shiva, apparently having woken up by now. Well, I see you got comfortable. What are you, a hot stone or something? Kinda Tom had to admit. Shit, that sounds nice actually. The laughter vanished, replaced by contemplation. No, this is my hot stone. Jackalope protested, apparently not sleeping quite as much as she let on. I have an opinion too, Tom tried. No, hot stone. Jackalope was clearly still rather drunk, Tom thought. Shiva couldn't be much better off. This was going to be embarrassing, he felt. Well, Sir Hotstone, it would seem you are a goblin in a freefall. Tom didn't even want to ask what that meant, but he would guess shit out of luck was an accurate analogy. But since you are awake, mind explaining just what you were trying to do and why it didn't work? Well, I believe drunk Tom thought that fertilizer was saltpeter. It isn't, but I think I can make some with it. Right, so it should still be possible? Well, yes, I think so. Excellent. You are going to help me make one of these cannons. Okay then. That sort of settled the deal. She could certainly remember more than him about last night. Tom had the feeling Shiva was not one to be messed with either. Actually making a cannon wouldn't be that hard if he could get the powder for it, of course. But what good would an old muzzleloader do against a flying dragon? You would never hit the thing. In an ambush, maybe it could work. But then, what did she need to kill a dragon? It was several times larger than an elephant, and those scales looked as tough as old boots. Maybe a really big rifle would do the trick. Without modern powder, however, that would be a knee-nick at best. He needed a long barrel and a large caliber for the shot weight, and he didn't have any machining tools whatsoever. That meant no rifling, no breech loading, and no tight tolerances. Why need cannon? Tom knew quite well that the answer to that one was because why not? But hey, I need to kill a dragon, of course. Archeon? What? No, of course not. I have another dragon that must die for what it did. Tom felt Jackalope tighten her grip around him for a bit. Okay, this was a family matter then. Not sure I want to ask why, but we lost our home, Tom. We lost it to that piece of shit traitor. Nunuk fought in the defense of our keep, but against a rogue dragon with all the help he wanted, there was not much one could do. She helped those who could to escape and offered us a place here afterward. I took her up on the offer. I see what you mean, rogue dragon, and what kind of help. The dragon was a fire breather called Rashan. It had decided that an incursion from the south by the bugs was the perfect opportunity to have some fun. So it offers its services to a Doetna, and he receives a small army of darklings to help him out. Sound quite bad. Tom, do you even know what you were fighting 2 days ago? Bad dragonettes? No, Tom, corrupted dragonettes. Corrupted by a Doetna. Most likely, at least, we call them darklings. A Doetna is a hideous beast. Not that I have ever seen one, but the stories of those who have are haunting, to say the least. Corrupted? Jackalope spoke up now. It just needs to breathe on you to turn you. Every darkling was once a noble warrior or just some innocent person hiding. Piece of shit. Darkling make more darkling? Tom was really hoping this isn't some kind of zombie situation. No, they are made by a master and slave to them, we think, though it is clearly possible to change the master afterward. Unfortunately, a Doetna has way more than just darklings at their command. Almost anything living and thinking can be corrupted. Corrupted dragon? It has happened, but we think that has to be either voluntary or while the dragon is young. Otherwise, they appear able to resist the effects. Still, every now and again another one is found, so it must be possible to make more. Making a cannon doesn't sound like a bad idea anymore. In fact, it sounded like Nunuk's protest of trying to defend against all the bad things of this world was a more sound argument than Tom had thought. He just had to tell them about nukes so they wouldn't question him. Him an idiot, Tom concluded to himself. That's the spirit, Shiva let out. I just want to see a big boom, Jackalope added. Big boom indeed, Shiva concurred. There was a content vibe to the room as the two dragonettes continued to half sleep the effects off. Tom's headache was even starting to recede somewhat. Perfect timing. He had a lot to think about. He still didn't have what he needed for machine tools. He might be able to put together a lathe, but that would leave him with precious little leftover metal. The alternative was just making a cast smoothbore muzzleloader. If it needed to kill a dragon, something like a 6 or 8 pounder might do the trick. But that would still only give a single shot in a fight. Maybe 2 if they got very lucky. If his recent experience was anything to go by, that is. Was once the everything by heart, just sig. The sources were made everything. The night everything 4. The bothy 2 chat 3-2, how to befriend your dragon Sapphire, had watched the others go about the cleaning from a chair, much to their annoyance. Volzan had come out to join them along with the 2 of his guards still fit for a fight, despite some minor wounds. They had been mostly done when Tom had come in. Is Nunuka awake? There was a shared look around the place until Sapphire spoke up. No, Apuma came out a few hours ago. She is still in there. Ratchuk spoke up. Yeah, she is either sleeping or staring at the loft, wondering when it will stop spinning. Sapphire was glad on Ratchuk's behalf. Nunuk wasn't here right now, but he was most likely correct. Talk later then. Need help? Whatever had been affecting Tom earlier seemed to have mostly vanished, and he took to the work without complaint, if a little slower than usual. Once the halls were again clean and orderly, he had come up to Volzan looking like a kid about to ask for a snack. Am I allowed to talk with Archeon? What is it with you and thinking so little of yourself? Obviously. We are traders after all, most of our job is talking. Well, my job at least. If you are looking to make friends, just don't be an asshole, and you should do grandly. Besides, what makes you think I decide who he can and can't talk to? Oh, sorry, thank you. Well, at least Tom was being very polite, even if a bit excessively so. Sapphire wondered if they had dragons where he was from. He seemed to recognize the concept of dragons, and even had a word for them in his language, so they must. But he claimed they didn't. Might as well follow him to see what he got himself into and maybe learn something. And now, if the stasis of Tech was Janity Eint, so the dead to the IT, Visting is naking. The breath is not round a jest to Rating Hall, pondering just what he was planning to do there. He wanted to make friends because, well, how awesome would that be? He also wanted to know how to kill said friend. Tom wasn't sure just how best to go about those conflicting objectives. When he entered the greeting hall, he saw the outer door had been opened so Archeon could stretch out a little more and catch some sun. It was already late afternoon. The day could hardly be described as wasted, though that was of no import now. He needed to figure out how to have a conversation with a dragon. It couldn't be staying for too long, so he had better learn what he could. Tom was also guessing that if he ever wanted to leave this place, Dragonback was the most likely solution. Friends first, he thought to himself. As he pondered this, he didn't realize he had already been noticed while standing there like an idiot. So, in guessing you want to ask something? Whoops was all Tom thought, as he tried to come up with something witty to say, perhaps a joke or something. What would work in Draconic? Oh, hello, Sapphire. Well met. I do hope the wing is doing well. Archeon interrupted Tom's thinking. It will be fine, just a few more weeks, that is all. She replied. Ah, good to hear. Now, Tom, if you aren't going to, then I will. When we first properly met, you asked whether I breathe fire, as in the stories. You claim to come from a place that has no dragons, and you have never seen one. How do you have stories of us? Okay, Tom could work with that. Story time, no problem. Old myths and legends. Some believe there were dragons once. Most believe we just made you up. We have many kinds of dragons. Kinds, you say, as in fire, storm, ice, and so on. Archeon seemed curious, Tom thought. Good start. Yes and no, we have a lot more than that. Dragons without wings, dragons of the sea, kind dragons, evil dragons, big ones, small ones, clever dragons, and dragons that monsters. Well, you certainly have a bright imagination, I'll give you that. What am I then? Could he say European dragon? Was that even right? Screw it. It wasn't like the internet was here to bash him for getting it wrong. When in doubt, fall back on D&D. You are blue European dragon, remember story which say, blue dragon use lightning, have a big central horn on snout, love dessert and evil, so 2 out of 4. Now that is hilarious, that would look ridiculous. But for old myths that isn't half bad. It seems a bit quaint to just call somebody evil because of their color. Though don't mention the Darklings, Tom. Don't mention them. No need for a race war. No, it's just story though, makes it easy, just go. Those are bad. Tom made a pointing gesture out while trying to remain calm and collected. So far so good. He did need to learn something though. Shiva told about evil dragon, a red one, you know? Tom asked tentatively. Yes, I know of him, the insolent little whelp. Now, he would fall under your quaint definition of evil. He killed and burned for fun. Many Reds enjoy the thrill of battle. That is why you find so many of them in the army, or as mercenaries after all. Many of my kind are obsessed with honor and glory, even purity, much like your hosts here, even if they are a little laxer than most, being this far out. Roshan was different though. He didn't care. As long as he could kill, he was happy. So, he made deals that would allow him to kill as much as possible, to feel the thrill of it. Yet he was a coward. Once things got tough, he ran like a scared little kid, leaving his slaves behind to buy him time. I think he still lives, though I'm not sure. Yeah, Shiva asked me to help fix that. You want to kill a dragon? I'm afraid it's going to be hard to answer that one without being insulting, but you and what army? Didn't take army to make it hard for you? Careful now, but no, that is true. It wasn't like I could see the bastards or outrun them with whatever was following us, giving them a place to rest. Besides, in weather like that, if I were to let loose, I would just kill as many of my escorts as the enemy. Yeah, true, sorry. I have a favor to ask. May I measure you? Tom was crossing his fingers for the best. What exactly are you planning on measuring? The dragon didn't sound opposed, just cautiously curious, Tom, though. Armor thickness, dimensions, soft points. You want to learn how to kill me? No, not you. Been asked to kill Roshan. I must try. Tom was really hoping duty and honor would buy Archeon over to the idea. Fine then. Besides, if you wanted to kill me, I believe you would have tried when I was more wounded. Tom stopped at that. Yes, the dragon had been very wounded with gashes deep enough to stick his arm in. But as he inspected him, there was nothing but scars now. Rapid healing was a factor too then. Tom brought out the measuring tape and calipers, hoping it wouldn't be strange enough to cause questions. From the front of the dragon's chest to the center, where he guessed the heart would be, was nearly 2 meters of muscle, flesh and bone, not to mention the plate-like scales. He had no clue how hard they were, but measuring at the exposed edges where they overlapped, they looked to be at least 50 millimeters thick, and possibly more toward the center. When Archeon moved, the scales did flex. They weren't rock hard, but who was to say with a magic dragon that breathes lightning? They may well be tougher than steel. Where the thick plates didn't cover, there was just thick, leathery skin and smaller scales. He had seen firsthand it was pierced with relative ease by arrow and blade. The sheer bulk of him made him mostly immune towards serious damage by that method, though. Tom theorized the wings might be taken out like that, though. There must be important tendons running right beneath the skin around the wing joints. It was a shame he didn't have a skull to look at. He would like to know if his rifle had a chance of piercing it. He guessed not, though. Even with the few high-powered FMJ rubber tips he had brought, he didn't fancy his chances. Repeated fire to the side or back might do the trick, though. It was only leathery skin there, and if he missed the ribs, the result should be rather nasty organ damage. Even if it wouldn't be immediately fatal, it might do with enough rounds being pumped in. The unarmored parts of the neck might do as well. Out of curiosity, how would you try and kill me if you were to try? Archeon asked, looking on curiously. He couldn't say gun. Volzan had claimed he used fire magic, so why not? Need to down first, then use fire magic to pierce unarmored parts, destroy inside little by little, let bleed to death. Maybe take out breathing. You sound like a remarkably nasty little one. Still, it might work if you can get me on the ground. Sounds worse than arrows, even if they sting quite a lot. That's for sure. Volzan was quite impressed with your abilities. How would you plan on staying alive for long enough, though? If you were trying to kill me, I wouldn't just let you hang on or hide behind a wall now, would I? No, I need fight from hiding. Wear you down. Well, you aren't a dragonette in disguise then, that much is for sure. Tell me, Tom, is that how all of you fight? Not again. What was the right answer here? Let's lean on the nature thing that sounded like a great idea. We let nature and night hide us from enemy. Then we strike with surprise and disappear again. Tom was quite pleased with his explanation. It was rather neat, yet vague enough. And yet, when you came to my aid, you elected to stand on my back surrounded by enemy combatants in the middle of a storm? You must be remarkably bad at hiding if that was what you were trying. The dragon sounded like it found that rather funny. Fair enough, Tom thought. It wasn't like he and Dakota almost died as a result. It hadn't been brilliant, but what was he supposed to do then? Not really my element. Don't know how to fight in the air. That wasn't even a lie. He had no clue what he was supposed to do up there. Well, let me give you some advice then. It is rather hard to hide up there, so you might want to figure out something else. Unless you can find someone equally crazy and capable to watch your back. Yeah, noticed. Didn't go that well. Messed up in the end. Kinda got screwed. See, now that I find curious. Just last night you were celebrated as the ace of the battle, and yet here you are, looking back, and you are not happy with the result, and even blaming yourself. I'm not saying you are wrong to do so, but most people I know would be thrilled. Why aren't you? Too much luck, got very close. That is not acceptable, must do better. Tom hadn't thought about it like that. He had an unfair advantage, and yet he had come close to losing it all. That wouldn't do, even if he didn't really know what to do about it if there was a next time. So, is that why you are taking measurements then? I mean, really? Sorta, I guess, Tom admitted. Must. Learn to do better. Must learn enemy. I think Volzan is onto something with you. You truly are different. You told me how you fight. But why do you do it? Why did he want to know all this? Tom was starting to get worried. He had wanted to be the one asking the questions here after all. Archeon was starting to get too curious. Well, the old motto would have to do. Fight for what is worth fighting for. I fight for what is behind me, Tom replied. But you are here to fulfill a debt by a lord of some distant land. And yet you claim you fight for the sake of what you are defending, not honor or glory. How long have you been here? Tom had to think about that one for a while. How long had it been? A few weeks at least. Had it been a month? It couldn't be much more than that. Month, I think. And you are already willing to put your life on the line and fight for what is worth fighting for, as you call it. Well, yes. Likely would have done so the day I got here, if necessary. There are kids here, families I must fight. Didn't know what you were, but families went, so I fight. Had I asked one of my guards, they would have gone for duty, honor, and glory or something like that. I'm guessing. Even if they would be fighting for the people here too. Even if they might not admit it. Tom thought the dragon was starting to sound excited. The dragonette certainly hadn't been when he told them all this. Should he just ride this train, he wondered? Why not? Archeon seemed to be agreeing so far. What quotes did he have that worked in Draconic? There is honor in serving, if not in fighting. A soldier fights for what needs defending, even if not. His Tom was beginning to sound like a preacher for the Iraq War, but it seemed to be working as there was silence for a moment before Archeon responded. Noted. I think I might have somebody you need to meet before it's too late. I will take that up with Volzan though. Oh no, what had he now gotten himself into? He just wanted to make friends with a dragon, that was all. Hopefully, this wasn't somebody too important. Sapphire just shook her head, looking at Tom. Well, it seems you both managed to make an impression, I think. Now, just because I don't agree with you people's way of doing things all the time, doesn't mean you get to take that out on Tom, the dragon replied. You just make it sound like all we care about is dying in battle or something like that. Might I point out, we have saved Tom's life twice now. Yes, in just saying it's nice to meet someone who seemed to understand the gravity of fighting, rather than seeing it as a sport. It's not a sport, it is our duty, we must defend our home, and it would seem Tom agrees on that point. Best defense can be a good offense, Tom added, shrugging his shoulders. Bite tensing calms, strengths, seg, plays, the highs, sitches, forge. This dog, the mustagown. The Dick, Sep 33, get up Sapphire, had gone to try and lure Nunuk out of bed for dinner, only to find the door ajar. She politely knocked and waited outside without answer. She peeked inside and was met with an empty room. Huh? She hobbled back down the corridor, knocking on all the doors. Come in was the answer from Dakota's room. Of course, why hadn't she thought of that? She was greeted by Nunuk, sitting on the bedside with her sword in her hands. Dakota laying on the bed, staring up into the ceiling. Is this a bad time? No, don't worry. It's as good a time as any, Nunuk answered, getting up, turning to face Sapphire. The old lady sounded somber, Sapphire thought. Dinner's almost ready. Will you be joining us? Sapphire, if you wouldn't mind. I think she needs somebody other than me for a while. Nunuk walked past Sapphire, giving her a pat on the shoulder. Leaving her was Dakota. Sapphire hobbled over to sit on the bedside. Not feeling so well, I take it. Saph, why was I so scared? She sounded almost depressed, Sapphire thought. You were drowning in an ice-cold lake in the middle of a storm? That sounds scary to me. He wasn't. He was so calm. How could he be so calm? I don't know. Maybe he loves the water? Didn't you hear him scream most of the way down? You weren't scared then. Well, I had a job to do. I had to catch him. He wasn't making it otherwise, now was he? Dakota sounded a bit irritated now. I think you just managed to answer your own question there, old girl. You were scared in the water because you couldn't do anything. Tom was scared in the air because he couldn't do anything. You don't understand. I heard him laughing while he swam. He was laughing, Sapphire. And when we got out, Nunuk said it damn near killed him too. He was so exhausted he couldn't crawl let alone stand. And you heard him afterward. He was scared too. Incredibly scared. maybe even more scared than me. He laughed in the face of death. I couldn't even keep calm. I damn near drowned us both. Well, first off, Tom was the one who got you both into that mess. And secondly, you heard him. He wasn't scared of the water, he was scared of having lied to you. He made that very clear. Thirdly, did you see how he broke down afterward? He might have been laughing, but he sure as hell wasn't happy, if that is what you think. And now he is back on his feet, and I'm just lying here, unable to sleep or even relax. All the while, my mother tried to sell our ancestral blade for some metal bars. And who comes along to save the day again? He hasn't even been here a month, Sapphire, yet he is outdoing us all. She sounded angry by now. Sapphire knew Dakota could have a temper, but this wasn't directed at anyone else. So that's what this is about then. Sapphire went in a stern voice. You have found a new person to compare yourself to, so you can justify feeling bad about yourself. Sapphire had seen this before in Dakota, and she would be damned if she let her get away with feeling pity for herself. What? No. Oh no. I got you now. We've been through this all before. You are seriously suggesting that a buffoon who managed to crash twice in a month, despite not being able to fly, who got defeated by a bunch of children also twice, and made a complete fool of himself standing staring at an old dragon like a kid seeing the outside for the first time, is seriously putting you in such a bad mood you won't even get out of bed. Sapphire knew she was laying it on thick, but this just wouldn't do. But he would most likely be ashamed if he knew why you are lying here, but I doubt he has figured it out. Yesterday he asked if we are all afraid of water, or if we could swim. He even offered to try and teach you how to swim when I said no. So now you better get up before I go tell him you've accepted that offer. Dakota looked somewhere between stunned and defeated as she lowered her head. Then why was my mother trying to sell that blade? You know what it means, and who was supposed to inherit that responsibility? I don't know. What did she tell you? Sapphire had been stumped by that decision. Dakota had a point there, she admitted to herself. There must be an explanation though. She had a debt to pay, and she was hoping he might, in turn, reward us with weapons far beyond the blade. Sapphire didn't even believe that herself, really. But why didn't she ask me first? Or even Tom, for that matter? She pinned our family's heritage on him, and you tell me I shouldn't compare myself to him? She clearly did. I thought you didn't want that responsibility. Maybe she is looking for a way to avoid forcing it on you. I said I didn't know if I would be ready for it, but it will be years before I had to be. But if she sold it, I would never even get the chance. Nobody is ever ready. At least, anyone who claims so isn't. You told me that yourself. But did she at least tell you why? She said it was just a sword, that another would be made long before it was time, or found and bought. It's not like it's a one-off. She was sorry she didn't ask me first, though. I mean, sure she is right, but that doesn't make it right what she did. Well, people make mistakes. You might hold your mother in high regard, but nobody is perfect. And hey, Tom certainly isn't. He tried making a gun while drunk last night, so maybe the next weapon of the keep won't even be a blade. Sapphire tried to sound happy. She needed to get her friend back on her feet after all. You're kidding, right? He actually did that. Did it work? He didn't succeed. No, but he did try, I swear. Did he just forget he swore not to do that, or did change his mind? Don't know, both by the sound of it. He was not happy with himself this morning, but Shiva said she just needed to tell him some scary stories to get him to keep at it. Apparently, you can scare him like you would a little kid. Not Kiran, you won't. Dakota let a smirk creep onto her face, progressed Sapphire thought. Okay, I'll grant you he isn't the smartest then, Dakota continued. He apparently went beyond even what he had brought to. He talked with Shiva about a weapon capable of killing a dragon in a single shot. Come now. That is something I want to see, even if my ears probably won't thank me. What could do something like that? Dakota questioned. He called it a cannon. I have no clue what that is though, as long as he does not start blowing traders out of the sky. Yeah, that would be bad. Speaking of which, he apparently hit it off quite well with Archeon. The two had a chat for a while. He even let Tom measure him up, and answered questions on how to kill a dragon, so that was quite something to watch. And hey, last night he tried to dance with Fengi. That was truly hilarious. He didn't have the faintest clue how to do anything after that, though he did manage to beat most of us in a game of deception while so drunk he could hardly speak. Wait, you think he is actually smart or an idiot? I honestly have no clue. He seems so contradictory. He is kind though, but we knew that. as long as he doesn't figure out Nunuk's little scheme. Actually, coming to think of it, he might not even mind that much. Yeah, let's hope so. If he can kill dragons, there isn't much that could stop him. Dakota agreed, Together agreed. Why greed a squay down sells fit. Wadigason disgusted around his riding scowns of Pret's din. Dakota agreed, Tom was back to watching the kids while the others prepped dinner. He had gotten quite used to this by now. The little buggers would run around, play games, ask stupid questions. He would do his level best to keep them entertained and out of trouble. Right now, his translation abilities were being put to the test as he tried to tell a children's story to his miniature audience. As story time concluded with a lot of bewildered kids trying to figure out what a spider was, some arguing it sounded like a hamir but much smaller. Others, if rain could really wash you away. Kokashi had entered, asking Tom to come out and talk for a little while. I heard you like playing with fire? The guard went, sounding enthusiastic. Once the door had been closed. Yes, Tom wasn't quite sure where this was going. I think you're gonna like this then. Kokashi produced a small metal tube with a cork in it. Flash powder. Okay, now the guard had Tom's attention. Did they already have explosive powders? What is it? A small spark and poof, you get a fireball that grills everything. Even a little of it makes a good distraction. Mix it with oil, and you get a sticky substance that burns great. We use it for firebombs. Okay then, magic napalm powder. That would be useful, Tom thought. Also, they had firebombs. Why hadn't he been shown that? I wonder what else might be locked away, he thought to himself. Incredible, how is made? It's dried fire dragon's spit, Kokashi replied, seeming quite proud of himself. Sounds expensive? Yeah, sort of, not too bad though. Many dragons make this stuff as a side profit. You said fire dragon. What about other dragons? Well, storm dragons make blitz powder. That stuff is dangerous as hell. Usually, we store it wet so as to not risk it going off. Acid dragons can make a dry powder that is safe to handle. Add water, then it can eat steel. Poison as well. Just a very nasty poison. Frost dragons make blizzard powder. It's also known as powdered winter. It freezes anything it touches once you add water. Kokashi was clearly enthusiastic on the subject. Tom just stood there for a moment, pondering that. Here he was trying to make black powder, and they had what sounded like lightning in powder form. Why hadn't he thought of that? There was magic here after all. That meant magic materials, of course. Does Volzan have? Blitz, sure, otherwise there is sort of a ready supply on hand. I checked our stores, we had a few tubes of flash powder. Apuma said he had a bit of the acid. Not much though. I don't know if he has anything else on hand. Okay, then I want blitz powder. Sounds fun. How expensive? Tom thought Kakashi had a rather smug face at the moment. He apparently enjoyed being the one holding the cards for once. A small flask of the thick, syrupy stuff should run you about 5 silver, maybe a little less if you were handy. Can be done. How much for a really big boom? Tom gestured to the tubes of flash powder Kakashi was holding. Well, a full tube would kill us both instantly, I think. Kakashi suddenly looked a bit more apprehensive of what he was holding, seemingly having gotten caught up in the moment. Just ask Nunuk or Rachuk before you start using it, okay? It's not exactly cheap. The guard handed them over very carefully. There were maybe between 50 and 100 grams in each by Tom's estimate. It sounded like it was potent stuff though. Okay, I do that. This opened up so many new possibilities, he would need samples. It sounded like he might already have access to 3 out of the 5, which would be amazing. And if this blitz stuff was essentially magic lighting and apparently unstable, that would be very useful. Perhaps he should have a crack at magical alchemy before deciding on what to do next. The Cross, A Second Eye of a Racing and Even Bay, by Seller of Lydians of Ahathi. In the end, repeating the threat of swimming lessons combined with promising to bring everyone to her bedroom had gotten the recovering Huntress on her feet. On the walk down the corridor, Sapphire could see her straightening her back and fixing her posture. Sapphire didn't know she was happy to see her put the effort in, or sad to know she had to. Hopefully, something would come along to take her mind off things. There were certainly plenty of candidates. When they made it down, everyone was already eating. She found Tom sitting next to Volzan, clearly discussing something. She just hoped he wasn't doing something too stupid. As they sat and ate, Nunuk threw a few knowing glances over at them. She had clearly found out what Tom had been up to as well, but didn't want to broach the subject. For now, she was just making small talk with Dakota. A puma seemed to have a go at cheering her up as well. Tom was discussing various items and materials with Volzan. He was very interested in blitz powder, it seemed. Volzan had asked why, and Tom had simply responded he had never seen anything like that before. Sapphire knew perfectly well why the human wanted the stuff, but, well, he wasn't actually lying. Well, she didn't think he was, unless he had been lying about a great many things. As their little discussion had continued, Sapphire couldn't make up her mind whether Tom was lying or not. Something as simple as membrane leather being able to stretch a great deal seemed to astound Tom. How could his people have such incredible things and not know how to make proper leather? Was he playing dumb? When the subject had turned to magic items, Sapphire started to doubt him even more. He knew a lot about magic stuff for someone who claimed to know nothing. Then again, for everything he guessed right, there was a wrong too. The notion that you could have a rod just stick in place had caught her attention, even though the bag, which was bigger on the inside, seemed like a bit of a stretch. Have you ever seen an item like that? Sapphire joined in, curious to see how he would react. None, Tom had answered, sounding a little uncertain, looking at Sapphire with a head tilt. Just thought, it'd be awesome. I'll grant you, I would pay a lot for a bag like that. I'm no master of the arcane, so I have no idea how that might be done, Volzan added. How you make them magic things? Tom had questioned the trader. I don't really know that either, to be honest, but I believe you take either inherently magic materials or enchant an existing material and then mold the inherent or trapped power within to suit your purpose. Your cape, for instance, I don't know the specifics, but I know they need lacewing thread to make it. What is lacewing? Tom had then asked predictably. Tom, do you know what a butterfly is? Sapphire tried. Yes, he answered. At least they had something that could fly back home. It's a special butterfly with color-changing wings. It's very pretty, Sapphire clarified. Sounds pretty, Tom had echoed seemingly in thought, probably trying to imagine what one might look like. But anyway, Ark told me you two had a talk, Volzan interjected. I must say, I'm surprised he thinks this highly of you already. I mean, I know you put in quite the first impression, but still. Anyway, I think it is a splendid idea. Though, I'm fairly sure we will have to consult Nunuk first. Besides, there are no guarantees the kid will go, of course. Sapphire looked at Tom. He just seemed perplexed at what Volzan had said. Was Volzan sending his kid here? She didn't even know he had any, and why her of all places? They couldn't teach a kid much here. And surely Volzan could afford to send his children to a fine school in a big city somewhere. Is someone coming here? Tom had questioned. Well, yes, didn't he tell you? Volzan questioned. He just said I meet someone. Oh, in that case. Ark, old boy, get your head in here. Archeon slung his head through the open door, looking down at the table. What is it now? Have you made promises you can't keep, or have you made any on my behalf? Well, no, of course not. I just thought you needed to be the one to tell everyone about that little plan of yours. So, the latter then. I only said I would ask him, but fine. The dragon turned his head towards Nunuk, sitting in her high chair. Lady Nunuk, I would like to formally request permission that your keep become the first appointment for my oldest son, Jarix. There was silence in the room for a moment. Sapphire just put the fork back down, looking around at the others, all either trying to be polite, frozen, or staring at Archeon. I have come to the conclusion that he is in need of some tempering following the hardening he has received at the academy. I believe your keep will be able to provide it. Nunuk stood up, looking bewildered. Even if Tom had made the unexpected a little more common around here, this was still a lot. I humbly accept, of course. That is a great honor, but shouldn't he be sent where he is needed? I'm afraid that if that happens, he will just charge off and get himself killed the first chance he gets. I believe he needs to learn, as Tom so eloquently said it, what is worth fighting for, and you just so happen to have a darkling problem. A fine excuse in my eyes, not to mention someone who might be interesting enough to keep my son around for long enough to take a liking to the place. At least I hope so. The massive dragon now turned its head to Tom, along with much of the room. Wah was all Tom had gotten, looking somewhere between terrified and utterly confused. You think you can handle that soldier? Volzan added with a jovial slap on the back. I warn you, he is as rambunctious as they come. Sapphire wasn't quite sure what to do with herself. A dragon stationed here at their keep. A dragon of the Royal Guard, no less. This was incredible. Sapphire had dreamed of joining the Royal Guard since she was a little girl. That was why she had gone to the capital way back when. She hadn't made the cut. She was just a huntress after all. She had come to the city alone, hoping talent would do. Without a war on, though, they hadn't needed a street girl from a backwater keep to fill the ranks. They had plenty of noble sons and daughters who came with both equipment and powerful connections to choose from. Esmeralda just let out a puff of air, as if she was exhausted. Sapphire could feel that too. This was a bit much. "We are going to be working overtime for the rest of the year, aren't we?" Esmeralda then went. Sapphire hadn't thought of that part. Oh, this was going to suck a lot too. Jackalope had just taken another drink of water, seemingly still a bit dehydrated from the evening before, even if her head appeared to have cleared up again. "Can't he hunt for himself?" "If you can convince him, sure," Vulzan added merely. "But he is a warrior, remember? He has spent the last decade training to fight, and he is raring to go. So if you get him to hunt deer, I would be mightily impressed." "You better get that wing fixed," Saf Jackalope just concluded before going to get more water. Tom was looking around a bit worried, as if he had done something wrong. Oh, right, the whole secret thing that was going to be a problem. Sapphire just hoped Dakota wasn't going to take this too badly. "Asir," Kan said. Asir was. Asir is Forters is Conceers. Sears. Sears fours, my god, what had he done? They would be sending a dragon from whatever the royal guard was. It sounded very important though. And Tom was supposed to teach him manners? What the fuck? What had he gotten himself into? He couldn't figure out if this was the best thing ever or the worst. It sure as fuck messed up his plans though. He wondered if he was supposed to be like Vulzan. He and Archeon seemed extremely close. That would be pretty sweet. A puma then spoke up. "It is my understanding that a dragon of the royal guard sometimes comes with a contingent of warriors. Will this be the case?" Archeon answered. "That is only the truth for the older, larger members. Jarix is as of yet not capable of carrying more than a few people. In combat, he's supposed to fly solo to better make use of his speed. I don't know if he will bring someone along. He's allowed to if he wants, I believe. But as I said, I will only be asking him to please do this and try to persuade him. I cannot force him, nor will I try to do so." "Perfectly understandable. Will we be accountable for the pay?" "I'm not familiar with how deployment is handled if we aren't the ones requesting it. He will be paid by the guard, but you will be expected to provide comfortable living conditions in exchange. This isn't a war zone after all. His equipment is also to be maintained, of course." Well, at least Tom hadn't doomed them to financial ruin. He was guessing actually paying for the deployment of a dragon trained for war was not cheap. Tom wondered what sort of equipment a warrior dragon would have. Would he be armored? That certainly had the potential to mess with his plans for how to kill one, but he would have to see. When is coming?" Tom asked tentatively. "I can't tell you for sure. I know his final exams are in a few weeks. I intend to witness them after that. I don't know. The trip here is only a little under a week if you fly straight here." Tom better get back to his studies then. He had a lot to learn, and maybe not much time before he had something else to worry about. After the meal, Tom had gotten dressed up in his armor, holstered his weapons, and made ready for another night on guard duty. He did want to have a talk with Nunuk or someone about what was going on and if they thought he was doing the right thing or if this was bad. For now, though, Nunuk and Apuma were locked in conversation with Archeon and Vulzan, and he had a job to do. At least the extra long nap meant he was more awake than usual. As he sat peering out into the darkness, he contemplated the day's events. Things were moving faster than he had planned right now, and he didn't feel in control at all. It was all very exciting, but something horrible was going to happen sooner rather than later. It always does. After a few hours, Nunuk stuck her head up the trapdoor, looking around to check if they were alone. Satisfied that was the case, she got up and closed the hatch behind her. Lady on deck, Tom let out, trying to performing their salute. "Haha, very funny," Nunuk responded. "If you are gonna pull that stunt, at least stand at proper attention. Not very good at standing on toes, ma'am." Yet another shortcoming. "Hey, I'm trying." "Yes, I know. You've been trying very hard." Tom couldn't quite work out if the old lady was happy or not at that statement. "Il gran you, I have never before been in this situation. You have been extraordinarily kind, entertaining, and even brave. One might even call you honorable, if not for your general way of going about things. I'll take that as compliment, Tom. I have no clue what is happening right now. I have reigned this keep since my mother died. That was over 50 years ago. Tom, I don't know if that is a long time where you are from, but it is here. And I have never had this many things to do. In the past 2 days, you managed to become the ace of your first proper battle, beat Shiva's decade-long streak in drinking, save my daughter from certain death, stop me from making a big mistake, blew the feet out under one of the most confident traders I know, secured the friendship of a venerable old dragon I have known for decades while asking him how you were supposed to kill him. At the same time, you put my daughter's life in jeopardy, damn near killed yourself, stole my husband's sulfur supply while drunk, and used it to try and make a weapon capable of killing a dragon. I can figure out what is going to happen next. Tom and I don't like it. Not much help. I don't either. Tom just answered, shrugging. It was quite the list, he admitted. Well, first of all, we need to tell Volzan and Archeon the truth about you. Him not playing games of deception with a member of the Royal Guard. Do you still want to try and keep a low profile? I think so. I try and convince them not talk too much. We need be ready before anyone comes looking. Right then, I think you need to do that part. You managed to make friends with the old guy while measuring him up for a killing blow after all. Volzan's guards still aren't airworthy. Dashu is walking again, but it will be a while before Tyborg is ready to leave, so you have time. On that whole killing a dragon front, I must ask you, what exactly are you planning? Need to experiment. Kokashi found flash powder, and Volzan has blitz stuff. I try and see what do. Also try to make proper black powder, not the drunk failure. After that, I don't know. Need more metal for both tools and good cannon. Much to do. Sound like you plan on going through with your little project then. I was hoping on that. I think I need to show you something then. But guard duty? I'll send someone up to replace you. Just come to my quarters when you are relived. Okay, can do. Tom wondered what she had in mind. Maybe the sword. It sounded important after all. So maybe? So you got out of guard duty then? Heron asked, seeming nonplussed about it. He'll come back later, don't you worry. Yeah, I'm sure. Don't mind having a favor in your court. He didn't sound convinced, but he didn't seem bothered either. So, oh well. Tom liked the guy. He was chill. Tom made his way down the tower and into Nunuk's and Apuma's room. He knocked on the door and was invited inside. There he saw the old lady and Dakota standing in front of a large cupboard of sorts. It was very finely decorated, with carvings and the like, painted white and blue as was much of importance around here. So, you had something to show me? Indeed, yesterday you prevented me from committing a grave mistake. I thank you for that. It seems only fair you get to see what it was you saved and why it is so important. Nunuk moved over and opened the large cupboard, revealing a sparkling set of armor unlike anything Tom had yet seen. It was full plate from head to toe and absolutely beautiful, with detailed engravings and hammered patterns in the steel that shone like a mirror. It was smooth and elegant, the interlocking plates seemingly flowing into one another. In fact, it looked almost form-fitting. Instead of chainmail, it used small metal scales to cover the neck and other weak points. The scales and many of the trimmings were finished in the same deep cobalt metallic blue as their horns. As Tom looked closer, he saw tiny runes carved into them. It looked like something straight out of the legendary items list of a fantasy game. Oh my, that's pretty. Why, thank you. This is my armor, my mother's armor, and my grandmother's armor. One day it will be my daughter's armor, and so will this sword. She pulled out a pure white scabbard, again with blue trimmings, though this time in leather. The hilt was made of that same ivory material he had seen on some of their other weapons, complete with gems in the pommel and the center of the crossguard. She presented the hilt to Dakota, who drew it out. The blade was very thin, Tom thought, and it looked more like silver than steel. Tom, this is a talon blade, she said. It is forged from a metal called Arcanvith and is more than a little magical. It is the symbol of who rules this keep and has been for over a century. Following what we had been discussing, I believed it would make a suitable source of income to get you started. It would go to a collector in the capital who wouldn't be allowed to sell it, and then I would buy it back later. You have done much for us already and promised much more. I was hoping this would help your efforts bear fruit more swiftly. I'm sorry, Dakota, that was a stupid idea. Don't worry, Mum, I get it. Though, I'm still mad you didn't even ask first. I wanted it to be a kind gesture. He did save your life, some could argue twice. I was wrong though, and I am truly sorry. No harm done had spices. Tom tried to lighten the mood a bit. Magic armor and sword made from magic steel. Might as well just call it mithril. It fit the description fairly well after all. For the record, that is coolest armor I ever saw. Back home, be worth fortune. Is magic too? Well, it's worth a fortune here as well, and yes, it is heavily enchanted. It too is mostly mithril construction. It is nearly impossible to dent, and even scratching it would be a hard thing to manage. Not to mention it negates impacts and helps weather both heat and cold. Holder Caft. Tom let out, not thinking. Pardon? Nunuk retorted, pulling a smile. Dakota just smirked. Sorry. Incredible. You would be nearly impossible to kill. Well, not impossible, but it helps a lot. Why not use it? Until Dakota decides she is ready to take over the responsibility of the keep. The armor is mine. I'll fight to defend the keep just as everyone else, but my days of going out in aerial melee are behind me. That seemed like an awful waste to Tom. But if such was the tradition, then so be it. What about sword? Dakota answered, juggling the blade around a bit. Well, it is lighter and sharper than any normal blade. Stiffer too, despite being so thin. Raise your blade. Tom hesitated for a moment before drawing his blade. He had just gotten it. He didn't feel like losing it already. Okay, what now? This Dakota swung the blade, and as it reached Tom's blade, it went a little transparent and passed right through his blade. He barely felt the sword move at all. She brought the blade back and it struck his sword this time, knocking it to the floor. Tom, being too surprised to remember to hang on to his sword, incorporeal at will, most don't see that one coming, Dakota let out with a smirk. A sword you can't parry. Okay, that was just cheating in Tom's book. He loved it. It's a hard blade to master, but if you manage it, you will be the deadliest warrior on the field. But don't you use bow and knife? Tom questioned. Surely this will be better spent on Ratchuk. Yes, but as I am the future lady of this keep, I'm trained just as much in using the blade. I'm not just a huntress after all. She better be. Tom thought to himself. He hadn't actually seen Dakota with a sword yet, but there had been a lot to do since he got here. Maybe she just didn't have the time. Tom had spent some time inspecting the equipment. It was clear there was a truly ridiculous amount of runes cut into both the sword and the armor, all of them very small. The ones in the blade itself were very hard to actually see. However, if you held them in darkness, you could see them glow faintly. It wasn't great for stealth, but Tom guessed if you had kit like this, you didn't worry about something like that. The craftsmanship was truly next level too. The stuff the dragonettes had was all well made, aside from some of the junk in the armory. But this was just too perfect. He was guessing magic was involved on that front as well. Speaking of, what was this magic mithril metal? What is mithril? Tom asked. It's a magic metal made from silver and steel using some kind of arcane smelting process. I don't know the specifics. It's not like we can make it ourselves, Nunuk answered. Guessing very expensive? Oh yeah, and very hard to work, Dakota added. Yeah, that made sense, Tom thought to himself, pondering what was before him. Did metal alloys act differently here? If so, he might have some trouble. Or perhaps it was the magic forging they had talked about. But then, what made this stuff special? Why not just enchant steel? Nunuk and Dakota both turned their heads, looking perplexed, as if they heard something. Then a bell started ringing frantically, and it was coming from down below. What do? He turned back to the two, pulling out his revolvers to check if they were loaded. That's the kitchen bell. They are inside. Damn it, Heron. Dakota, help me with this, will you? How did they manage that? Dakota questioned. How should I know? Nunuk replied sharply. Well, Tom, time to see you on the ground then. Go say hello. Tom gave a quick salute and turned to leave, frantically loading the Marlin as he ran. How had they gotten inside without being noticed? The windows here were narrow slits you couldn't get through. There was a fucking dragon in the greeting hall, and the door would be closed at this time anyway. That left the stairs and the small platform at the base of the keep where the stairs went down. That door was locked and barred by now, though. They couldn't have come from the towers, or he would be fighting them right now. As Tom made his way down the stairs to the bedrooms, he heard the crackle and bang of electricity. He concluded somebody had made their way into either of the big halls. There was shouting coming from below as he sprinted down to the next level. He found a puma ushering a group of children up the stairs to the upper bedrooms. What going on? Tom demanded. I don't know, they must have gotten in the lower door. I don't know how. How many? Dunno. But quite a few. I think Archeon just persuaded them to stay below the halls. Tom got around the old man and ran down the stairs with Esmeralda, Jackalope, and Fengi coming up the other way. Go get gear. I buy time. They needed their weapons, and some armor wouldn't hurt, but with a dragon in the greeting hall, how did they plan on getting up to the next level? Besides, what were they trying to achieve here? Sapphire came hobbling along with Wiferna helping her out. She wouldn't be much use in this fight. At least they hadn't caught her. He made it to the small balcony overlooking the grand hall. He could see Archeon's head sticking through the big hatch, and he did not seem pleased. On the far wall, he could see two big, burnt blue splotches, likely the source of the Big Bang from earlier. In the hall, most of the able dragonettes were to be found, minus those going to get their gear. Only some of them were armed, as the armory was located on the lowest level. As they stood there, it was clear the enemy wasn't going to try coming out again. Tom didn't like this. They were up to something. He needed to buy time for the others to get ready, but it seemed the enemy was doing the same. Do we attack or wait? Tom tried. We don't know how many there are. We are waiting for now, Shiva replied. Volzan was looking rather nervous, Tom thought. He had his blade drawn and his two remaining guards that were knocked down in the infirmary by his side. What they want? Tom asked. We don't know that either, Shiva snarled back at him. Heron came charging down the stairs, but where was Kokashi? He had been the other guard on duty tonight. One by one, the huntresses and guards began filing in as they waited. Nothing happening. The tension was killing Tom. Why were they just standing here? Why was the enemy doing the same? Can we go now? Tom tried again. He really didn't like the idea of letting the bastards get ready for them. By now, though, they most likely already were. Finally, Ratchuk came down in full kit and started demanding to know what was going on. He did not seem pleased by what he heard. Head count, he shouted. Tom's heart sank. Had they been taking prisoners? What if they were already getting away? Was this a hit and run? He kept quiet for now as everyone tried to figure out who was accounted for and who wasn't. Kokashi was missing, along with Volzan's two bodyguards. Luckily, most of the group had been in the upper levels getting ready for bed. Those in the kitchen had managed to escape, followed by the two intruders who were now decorating the wall courtesy of Archeon. The dragon had retreated to cover the greeting hall, ensuring nobody could come up that way. Then a puma had burst back down the stairs. We are missing two kids. Oh, no, they don't, Tom thought, checking he had one in the chamber. That you are, and three wounded guards, came a male voice shouting from the stairs leading down to the kitchen. And unless you want that to become permanent, I recommend handing over the reliquae. The what? Was Ratchuk's response. We don't have a reliquae, at least none that is yours, scum. Ratchuk sounded genuinely confused by this, Tom thought. Not you, dipshit. Volzan. You know what you got? All eyes turned to the trader, who just went from a slight silver to white chalk in color, shrinking down. The knife, the trader stammered. All this for a knife? The trader sounded mortified. Well, in that case, handing that over shouldn't be a problem, now should it? If it's just a little knife, was that what this was all about? Some little MacGuffin they wanted that Volzan had? Oh, Tom would have some strong words after this, unless the others beat him to it. Judging by some of the looks around the room, they just might. Then Ratchuk spoke up. Might I ask what it is, since it has ended up in my keep? No, you may not, came the reply from down the stairs. If you won't tell me, then I can only presume it is too dangerous to give to you. Fine then. It is a religious artifact stolen from my home a long time ago. Yeah, Tom didn't buy that, walking up to Ratchuk, talking into his ear. No, it isn't. Ratchuk looked a bit surprised by the gesture, but nodded. Well, then I see no problem in that. I want to see your prisoners, though. Volzan, bring the knife, will you? Volzan hurriedly scampered off into the greeting hall. You seriously think I am going to walk out in front of a storm dragon willingly? You know as well as him that he can kill you without killing the prisoners too. Now quit stalling and get up here, you coward. Fine, but you know the deal. You try something, we kill them all. Yes, I figured. Up the stairs came 5 darklings, 3 of them holding prisoners. Kokashi, Volzan's Captain Tyborg, and the other escort, Dashu. There was no sign of the kids. The last 2 darklings flanked a figure clad in very fine armor. It was black as pitch with gold or brass trimmings. He held a metal shield and a sword. His skin was as dark as his armor, and his eyes were a deep red, a stark contrast to the faded, dead eyes of the darklings. He looks like a bona fide cartoon bad guy, Tom thought. This wasn't the time for bad jokes, though. Tom had considered firing immediately, but the question remained, where were the kids? For now, he was kneeling barrel-trained on the one with a knife at Kokashi's throat. What Tom wouldn't give for a squad of rifles right about now. Tom heard Volzan come running back in here. It is, Rachuk replied. Thank you. Now let's hear what your plan is here. Simple. I take the relic, leave the heavy ones, take the kids, and leave them at the edge of the islands as insurance that you don't follow us. If you do decide to follow us, we keep the children. Not too convoluted. Tom wasn't buying that one either. He knew opening fire would mean death for all but maybe one or two. He looked around to see Fengi, Esmeralda, Jackalope all pointing bows at the intruders. No Nunuk or Dakota though. Maybe the old lady had a plan. Just how gullible do you think I am? Ratchuk replied. Thank God, Tom thought. He'd been worried for a second there that Ratchuk actually believed this guy. Well, would you prefer we just start cutting throats? The lead figure replied. It would give us an excuse to end you in short order, Shiva added, baring her teeth. Oh, come now, I know you people. You won't let me just execute a kid. If the little one is right, this guy named Tom certainly won't. He said you were different. Looking at you sorry lot, I'm guessing that would be you. The figure leveled his blade at Tom. Tom heard a deep growl coming from Anchor behind him. You touch my kid, it'll make sure your body is never found. They had Kieran then. Why did it have to be him? Oh, we have found the daddy as well. Okay then, big guy, what are you gonna do about it? Was this guy still stalling or just enjoying himself? Tom could honestly not tell, and he was not happy with either option. He was certainly mocking them. No prisoners are leaving this, Keep Ratchuk stated. You may take your knife and go, never to be seen again. Well, how am I supposed to ensure you won't just kill us the second you have your prisoners then? Maybe you should have thought about that before coming here, genius, Tom thought to himself. Tom certainly had no intentions of letting the bastard go now, but coming to use the problem of annoyance of a user, missed incompatibility, the Via's 6 Rainbow 6 keep a weird scream echoed throughout the keep. Sex. Seeks Quippy, another darkling, though it didn't come from either of the halls. It was from beneath, and quite far down by the sound of it. Tom guessed Nunuk and Dakota had made their move. The figure looked confused for a split second, then angry as he started to bellow orders. A split second was all that Tom needed. He held his sights on the one holding Kokashi and pulled the trigger. The crack of the rifle firing indoors filled the hall, blowing the target's brains all over the wall. Everyone around him flinched, but Tom didn't have the time to feel sorry for their sensitive ears right now. He cycled the action and took aim at the lead figure. His priority was to ensure that Guy didn't order Kiran's execution if it wasn't already too late. With the scope set to 1x, he could target with both eyes open. He quickly brought the gun on target and sent another round thundering into the chest of the lead figure, only to be rewarded with a resounding ping. He couldn't even see a dent at this distance. The round had just smashed itself to pieces on impact. The figure looked toward Tom, sneering before turning to run back down the stairs, followed by the two flanking him. Tom ran the action again and fired into his back with the same result. Damn it, Tom exclaimed. It'll kill that bastard. The darkling holding Captain Tyborg took 2 good arrows, one to the neck and one in the eye socket. Damn, they were not messing around with those things. Even if they had been a bit slow to react. But the arrow going for the other escort's captor bounced off its helmet. The darkling just threw the escort to the side and charged at Captain Tyborg, sword held high. Tom ran the action and nailed the charging darkling in the upper chest, and it collapsed on top of the captain. Tom got to his feet, sprinting for the stairs, frantically trying to load his rifle as he ran. He needed to get to Kiran right now. How was Tom planning on killing this guy if his rifle didn't do the trick? Thinking back to Nunuk's armor, it wasn't fully enclosed. It would be a matter of hitting the weak spots, places not covered by plate. Then again, that would be a tall order. He charged down the stairs, coming face to face with one of the darklings who had been flanking the bad guy. Tom just fired twice from the hip. He didn't have time for delaying actions. Coming down to the corridor, the doors were all closed. Would Kiran be in one of the rooms? The sound of fighting was still coming from beneath. Perhaps Dakota and Nunuk had tried to cut them off. In that case, he might be trying to escape. Down then, Tom concluded. He half-jumped down the next set of stairs to the level that housed the smithy. Again, there was nobody here, it would seem. That, combined with the fact they had snuffed out the lights, was starting to freak Tom out. Why hadn't he gotten his NVGs repaired immediately? There had to have been quite a few of them. Otherwise, this mission would have been certain suicide. And now they were hiding and waiting for him in the dark. He stood there for a second, trying to see into the dark and pondering where they could have gone, when he heard the clack of claws on stone. Tom turned, bringing the rifle down to his hip. The darkling had been hiding under the stairs. It already had its sword out and lunged at him. Tom pulled the trigger, blowing a hole in the creature's abdomen, but the sword continued its arc toward his neck. He did his best to duck, but the swing hit his helmet and glanced down into his neck. The leather bracing for the pauldron took most of it, but the blade still drew blood. The creature roared at him. Tom let go of the rifle, bringing up his left arm to try and hold the beast back from cutting further into his neck, while he drew the revolver with his right and put 2 more rounds into the thing's chest for good measure. That was, of course, when he heard a door open behind him, accompanied by a few of those hissing screams he had heard in the last battle. Changing tactics, he instead grabbed the creature's arm with his left and used his greater weight to pull it over backward into a tumble, kicking it in the stomach with his right foot and sending it flying into its newly arrived companions. Low grav certainly made it easier to be an action hero, Tom thought, as he lay on his back watching the 3 darklings stumble to the floor. He rolled over onto his belly and took aim at the 2 currently fighting to get their dead or dying comrade off them, waiting for them to succeed. As they got up, he rewarded them with a round to the face each. He didn't have time for laying on the ground. He needed to get to the chief a-hole now. Getting up, he slammed another round into the rifle and holstered the revolver, drawing a fresh one. He looked around again, more thoroughly this time. No one in sight. Then came faint shouting from down below. "Stop hiding behind Chattel, you fucking coward, and fight me." Nunuk was clearly getting into the spirit of things then. He could also hear footsteps coming from behind him as Anka made his way down the stairs. Tom had nearly taken the guy's head off in surprise. "You okay?" the guard asked. Yes, need to get down now, Nunuk," Tom just replied, making his way to the next set of stairs, going down a bit more carefully this time. This horror show was playing some serious tricks with his nerves. "It'll take point," Anka stated, running ahead. Tom heard fighting coming from above now too, swords clashing, and more of those horrible screams. Looking back, he saw Jackalope getting down the stairs as they were going down the next set. "The fuckers are just hiding. Keep your eyes open," Jackalope shouted at them from down the hall. Tom didn't pay her any mind. He could attest to that himself. As he followed Anka down the stairs, his heart was pounding. This was taking too long. Was the arsehole already at Nunuk, and where was she exactly? Anka kept a good pace, moving with shield up and sword at the ready. As they made it down to the last level, they could see the pitch-black corridor. Tom knew the armory door was at the end. He checked under the stairs for targets, but found none. Coming back around to look down the corridor, a darkling fell from the ceiling onto Anka's back. It didn't even have a weapon. It just clawed at the armored guard, trying to bite and scratch him. It looked wounded already as well. Tom brought up the revolver but couldn't get a clean shot with Anka moving around, trying to shake the thing. "Get this thing off me," Anka demanded desperately. Tom just charged the 2 of them, shoulder-checking them both to the ground. The darkling decided this warranted switching targets, trying to turn to hiss at Tom, releasing Anka. Tom rewarded the creature with a round straight down the throat, with predictable results. He moved to get help Anka back up. As the guard got to his feet, he pushed Tom towards the wall just fast enough for Tom to see a spear come flying past in front of him, followed by an annoyed-sounding screech from further down the hallway. Tom couldn't see the piece of shit responsible through the darkness, but it could clearly see him. "Hold them back," came the familiar voice, followed by the door slamming shut. He hid behind Anka, who brought up his shield and advanced down the corridor. Jackalope made it down the stairs, Esmeralda following closely, taking up positions behind Tom, bows at the ready. With backup, Tom switched back to the rifle. "So you think you get to have all the fun?" Jackalope added, sounding confident as ever. "Not funny," Tom just answered in a plain tone. This seemed to shut her up for the moment. As they advanced, Tom made out a pair of eyes in the dark. He stepped to the left and fired. The muzzle flash lit up the room enough to make out the target for a split second. Along with 3 others he hadn't seen, there was the thunk of a body hitting the floor, and Anka hit the deck, clutching his left ear. This was followed by the sound of screeching lunatics and pounding clawed feet as the others charged down the hall. Jackalope and Esmeralda both fired into the darkness. Tom worked the action as fast as he could. There wasn't time for precision fire as he fired blind. Only two came out of the darkness. Tom hit one in the shoulder. It stumbled but kept coming. He fired again but missed. Jackalope saved his ass, putting a round into its leg and causing it to stumble. Tom quickly took advantage, finishing it off. The last one was still coming, and Esmeralda's shots had done little to slow it down despite finding their marks. As Tom ran the action again, the creature lunged for him. He pulled the trigger to a resounding click, his eyes going wide. Shit was all he managed to get out as he tried bringing the rifle up to defend himself. The darkling leaped over Anchor, who was still dazed on the ground, and brought a small warhammer around in a wide arc. The swing hit Tom's upper arm, the sharp spike penetrating the plates. It hurt like hell, but he remained standing. The shield bash that followed did the trick though, knocking him backward into Jackalope. The creature landed on top of him, pinning his right arm between them. The pain was immense, and he wondered if both of his arms had just been broken. It certainly felt like it. The darkling closed its jaws around his head. As he stared into the maw of the beast, he could hear the helmet creaking under the squeeze. Tom admitted it now. He was fucking scared. His right arm was stuck between them, and he fumbled for his revolver with his left hand. He wasn't able to reach it, having landed hard on his left side. He felt the pressure on his skull growing, and it was starting to hurt a lot. Desperate, he resorted to punching the thing in the face, but it had little effect. He could hear Jackalope swearing a lot of new, interesting words he had yet to learn. Then he heard a blade slide through flesh and the creature went limp, its jaws still locked on his head. "Don't like it in here," he cried out, trying not to sound as panicked as he was, and was rewarded by Esmeralda prying the darkling off him and rolling it off to the side. He just laid there for a moment, staring up. "Thank you," he let out in a meager voice, Jackalope reaching down a hand to help him up. "You aren't done yet. Get up," she retorted in her usual brash confidence, pulling him to his feet. His hand hurt like hell, but it still appeared to work. Looking around, Anchor was still clutching his left ear, clearly not pleased. "Sorry," Tom went, not having considered what firing right next to the guy's ear would do. "That hurt a lot," the guard replied, sounding very unhappy. "We haven't got time for this, guys." Esmeralda went, taking the lead, running down to the door, slamming against it. "And it's locked, because, of course it is," she shouted at the door in frustration. Jackalope looked at Tom with a knowing glance, having seen firsthand how to deal with locks. He was busy reloading his revolvers as fast as he could. "No time for that." Tom went to Jackalope, shouldering his rifle and taking aim. "Step back," Esmeralda complied, looking worried. Once they were all well clear, Tom fired at the hinges, blowing them to pieces. He really needed his shotgun for this, but he had more protection than normal, so he crossed his fingers no fragments found anything too important or hit someone they shouldn't on the other side. He stepped back and put one through the lock as well. Taking a few steps back, he took a running kick at the door. It didn't budge at all, but he heard groaning from inside. "They're holding the door shut." It came from within, clearly Dakota. She sounded out of breath, Tom thought. "So what are you going to do now, huh? You are surrounded without escape." It came from the room again. Nunuk this time, and she sounded very tired. "Not if I can get through you." And not the familiar voice answered. Right then, time to burn some ammo, Tom thought, stepping back to reload the rifle and shoulder it. He just hoped there wasn't anything he cared about on the other side. He let rip, firing into the door at chest level as quickly as he could run the gun. The noise was deafening even for him, and the flashes were really messing with his vision. He heard unnatural screaming from inside the room and saw blood leak out under the door. With all 6 shots spent, he drew a revolver and gestured for Jackalope to join him. Together, they charged the door shoulder first. As they hit, the door creaked and finally gave way, opening to reveal an armory covered in blue blood. Up against the far door, Dakota and Nunuk stood back to back, Dakota facing a darkling, and Nunuk confronting the figure in black. On the floor lay 2 mangled darklings that had been torn to pieces by the fusillade. In the corner stood a further 3 darklings, 2 of them holding Anastasi and Kieran with blades pressed to their throats. The room was strewn with corpses, all having been cut to ribbons. Entire arms were severed, armor plates sliced open, and helmets split to reveal the broken faces inside. It was clearly the work of Nunuk. The one in black had clearly done a number on the lady, blue blood dripping from his sword. He himself looked clean. Nunuk, on the other hand, was not standing straight and in pain, the fighting having taken quite the toll on her. What? How? The figure exclaimed, turning away from Nunuk for a split second, looking at Tom and Jackalope. Nunuk took advantage, lunging at her opponent, looking to run him through. The figure reacted swiftly though, catching the attack on his shield, knocking it aside, looking back to his opponent. Oh no, you don't. The lunge had left Nunuk's right side wide open as the black figure brought his blade back in. The wounded Nunuk was too slow to counter, as he drove his blade up under Nunuk's armpit, piercing through her armor, runes burning bright on both her armor and his blade. It was a nasty cut, Nunuk roaring out in pain. Mother! Dakota screamed out before having to parry an incoming swing. Tom took aim at the back of the bastard's tail. There was a bit of protection at the root of it, but the rest was only lightly covered. He fired, scoring a penetrating hit on the first shot. The figure stepped back, his turn to roar in pain. He turned to face Tom just in time to look down the barrel of Tom's revolver. The armor has a relatively weak-looking neck and eye holes, of course. That will have to do, Tom thought. He began firing, both hands clutching the revolver. He advanced into the room as he shot. The first round bounced off the top part of the helmet. The second hit at the base of the neck, right above the chest plate, just before the figure managed to raise his shield. It went through. The figure let out a gurgle and dropped its blade, clutching its neck. The third shot went wide. The fourth struck high on the neck, also going in, with the fifth hitting him square in the throat. The figure slumped to the ground, eyes wide, blood leaking from its mouth. The darklings in the corner just looked at him, as if waiting to be told what to do. The one fighting Dakota seemed to keep at it, Jackalope rushing to help out her beleaguered friend. The figure sputtered, coughing up blood, trying to say something. Tom had a good idea of what that might be as he dropped the spent revolver, drawing the other one. 3 targets, 6 shots. Make them count, he thought to himself, turning to the ones in the corner. Kill Kied. Kids, the figure gurgled out. As Tom lined up the gun, taking aim at the one holding Kieran, the range was no more than a few meters. However, Tom was shaking badly by now. With his heart rate through the roof and adrenaline pumping, he didn't have time to steady himself. He fired the first shot just as the darkling held up the screaming Kieran as a shield, readying a knife to do its gruesome duty. The shot hit the wall right above the creature's shoulder. Tom fired again, as fast as he could get the gun back on target. The second shot scraped past Kieran's cheek, plunging into the center of the darkling's mass. Tom fired a third time, aiming slightly higher. The previous shot had been way too close. This round tore through the creature's eye, dropping it instantly. It fell dead, the knife clattering harmlessly to the floor. As he turned to the other darkling holding Anastasia, he fired high again, careful not to hit the kid. The shot went high and hit the wall. He felt Anchor coming past him, charging the third darkling who was moving towards Kieran now. Esmeralda let out an ear-piercing scream as the knife slid into Anastasia's chest. It was loud enough to make Tom's eyes lose focus, staggering him. It clearly affected even the darklings. The one holding Anastasia clutched its ears, dropping the kid. Tom struggled to make out his target through the mental haze affecting him. Anchor had tackled the third one, and was rolling around on the ground with it. Tom had brawled with the guy before. He could handle himself. As his sight cleared, the one who had held Anastasia was clearly coming back to its senses as well, bowing down, going to confirm the kill. Tom let fly with every round left, perforating the darkling like a ranged target. It staggered but remained standing, letting out a deafening screech. None of the shots had hit anything immediately fatal. Tom set off at a sprint, closing the distance as fast as he could, feet hammering at the ground as he brought the blade up to run the bastard through. The darkling didn't even seem bothered by him, still concentrated on little Anastasia. She was trying to crawl away despite her bindings, and the knife lodged in her chest, leaving a deep blue trail behind her, crying as only a child could. Tom slammed into the darkling, driving his sword through its gut and shoulder-checking it into the wall hard enough that he fell bone-cracking. The creature screeched in pain, looking up at him. Tom grabbed it by the snout with his left hand, forcing its head against the wall to expose its throat. He let go of his sword and drew his knife, slicing the creature open in a spray of blood. Satisfied that it wasn't getting back up, he turned to Anastasia. who was lying on the floor still crying. Why did it have to be the two youngest? It wasn't fair. Esmeralda came running over, tears streaming from her face. No, 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 bending down to pick up her choking kid. Was a bone-shattering snap as Anchor got his arms around the third dragonette's head and twisted, dropping it dead to then rushing to pick up Kiran, who was lying crying on the floor. Jackalope and Dakota had managed to corner and kill the last of the darklings in the room, leaving only the sound of crying kids hanging in the air. Anastasia was only a little older than Kite or Stree, and Iris seemed to Empress. The knife was in deep, maybe 20 centimeter or more. Anastasia was only a little older than Kiran, maybe 4 or 5. Tom couldn't remember right now. She was Esmeralda's youngest and not even a meter tall. Blood was pouring from the wound, but Esmeralda clearly knew not to pull out the knife. Instead, she was applying pressure to the area. Still, this wasn't going to end well. Tom knew that. He could hear the kid struggling to breathe, a punctured lung most likely. The knife was a long, thin, dagger-like weapon, and it had cut through her entire abdomen and into her chest. There was nothing to be done. Looking around in a daze, he saw Dakota having rushed over to her mother, who was sitting against the wall. Her armor was stained with blood and gore, some of the more decorative features beaten to shit. Dakota looked to be trying her best to keep the old lady awake, tearing off Nunuk's helmet to get to her. Tom just couldn't. Not right now. He couldn't deal with this as he sat in a corner, looking at the carnage around him while others started rushing in. Fengi, Heron, and Ratchuk arrived as well, followed by Vulzan a bit later. They were talking, shouting, and bickering, all of them tending to the wounded. Tom just sat there, looking at Esmeralda holding her daughter, shutting out the noise. He knew what came next. So did Esmeralda, savoring the last moments with her child, who slowly stopped responding and closed her eyes. Why did there have to be this much crying? Looking to his right, Dakota was clearly trying her best to save her mother, her hand glowing while Jackalope and Ratchuk worked frantically to get the armor off her. Why did this have to be this way? Tom wondered as he sat there. Why did this happen? Was it because of him? Was it Vulzan? Had Kokashi been sleeping on his post? What about Heron? He hadn't seen or heard them coming. What if he had missed them before being relived? How had they gotten in? Looking up, he saw Unkai trying to look him over. Tom looked down but didn't see anything wrong really. Sure, his arms hurt and he was bleeding a bit from a few scrapes and the hole made in his left arm's armor. Go help them. He pushed Unkai off him fine. He seemed to get the message, going over to Esmeralda, but there was nothing to be done there. Anastasia was long dead by now. Even if the kid was a decent healer, he couldn't perform miracles. Unkai went over to Nunuk to lend a hand, helping Dakota out as best he could instead. That stubborn old goat better make it, Tom thought. Dakota didn't deserve to lose her after what she had been through the last few days. Tom got back to pondering the question of what had happened and who was to blame. He got up, his body aching, looking down. He could see he clearly wasn't as unscathed as he thought he was, having left a large red stain where he had sat. Touching his neck, his hand came back red. It was just a cut. It didn't matter right now. He walked over to the door to inspect it. It was almost undamaged. It looked like it had simply been opened. The door was supposed to be locked and barred at night, but the bar was lying on the floor, perfectly intact. Someone let them in. Tom went looking at the door. He turned to the figure in black lying on the floor. It would appear the bastard hadn't actually drowned in his own blood yet. As the figure looked at him, still clasping his throat, lying very still, Tom knelt down on his chest, bringing up the knife. "Can you still talk?" he questioned. There was nothing but a strained gurgle in response. "Esmeralda? Could you come over here?" Bring that. Tom pointed to one of the revolvers lying on the ground. Those things really didn't deserve to be dropped like that, but they were sturdy after all, as long as he didn't drop his rifle. The grieving mother looked up with a gaze hard enough to cut diamond as she handed her kid over to Ratchuk, picking up the revolver. Tom held out his hand for the gun, and she handed it over. Tom emptied the weapon and loaded a single shot, cocked back the hammer, and released the safety. "Your kill. Go for the eye," Tom went, handing off the weapon. Esmeralda knelt down on the black figure, pushing the barrel into the eye of the figure, snarling like a tiger, and pulled the trigger. "You killed my kid, monster!" The body gave a jolt, then was perfectly still. Tom picked up the other revolver and reloaded. He still had a target left somewhere, and he had a good idea who it was. Ratchik and Volzan came over to Tom before they got the chance to ask questions or make demands. Tom went, "We have traitor to find. Bar door and follow," he went, turning to leave. Tom walked out the armory at a brisk pace, gun held at the ready. He didn't care for any more surprises in these corridors. None presented themselves, though. As they climbed up the levels, they saw Shiva, also badly wounded, and Beilethan trying to tend to her. Tom entered the grand hall to see Kokashi and Tyborg placed on tables, being cared for by Apuma and Sapphire. Sitting in a chair watching the proceedings was Dashu. Tom holstered his gun and walked up to the man standing in front of him. The bastard didn't even have the decency to help out, despite being practically unscathed. Bad conscience? He questioned the dragonette, who looked up with a start. What do you mean?" he answered in a false calm. "Why didn't they kill you?" Tom demanded. I guess they wanted the captain more." "I'm fairly new here," Volzan interposed himself now. "Tom, what exactly are you going at here?" "You run, you die," Tom stated, pointing to Dashu, turning to walk over to Kokashi lying on a table. "You all right there, buddy?" Tom asked the wounded guard. It was clear Kokashi had the shit kicked out of him. "Yeah, he'll live. I suppose I should be glad they wanted prisoners." "Very," Tom answered coldly. They were let in the door. "Kokashi, we have a traitor. Why would we let them in?" "We didn't." "Where was Dashu, do you know?" Tom needed proof for what he was planning on doing next. "Well, he wasn't in the infirmary. I was having a chat with Tyborg about his time as a mercenary. I thought he'd gone for a walk. He'd been lying there since they got here, so who could blame him?" "Thank you, friend." That did the trick as Tom turned back to Ratchuk and Volzan. "Traitor needs motivation. We didn't know about Fancy Knife, only you and escorts did. Traitor, one of you. Only one of you not accounted for at time. Tyborg in infirmary, you and 2 others in the grand hall." Ratchuk's face turned into an angry scowl, turning to walk back to Dashu. Volzan just stood there looking at Tom. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know, I swear." Volzan went desperately trying to apologize. Tom believed the traitor. Unless he was the best dragonette he had yet to meet when it came to hiding his feelings, he had no clue he had brought a traitor along. Besides, why would he be the traitor? He had the thing they wanted. "I believe you. Soon I will know for sure." Tom walked by the stunned trader, who just looked around the hall, then up to Archeon's head, who was again hanging over them. "What did we do?" Ratchuk was standing opposite Dashu, staring him down. "You stand accused of treason against the people who hired you, and of aiding the enemy to enter the home of those who gave you shelter and care." "How do you plead?" I didn't do anything. I was just walking around when they came. I couldn't run or fight. I could barely walk." Tom drew his revolver, flipping it around in his hand, and whipped the guy on the side of the head with the butt, sending him sprawling to the floor. "Ratchuk, what is the punishment for guilty?" Tom asked. "Death," Ratchuk answered plainly. "Excellent. Listen up." Tom stood over Dashu, looking down. "You will die, yes, but I will make you wish for death. It will be a reward for telling me what I want." No, Tom was doing his best to sound as unrestrained as possible, not hard following what he had just seen, and he had the guy to blame now. Ratchuk seemed taken aback a bit, but didn't budge or say anything. "What? No, you can't," Dashu stammered out. "Get me some rope," Tom demanded. Apuma came over with some looking worried. "What are you planning on doing, Tom?" "What we do to child killers," Tom answered grimly. No, don't tell me." Apuma went pale, stumbling a bit. "Father, you better get down there. Mother needs you too," Ratchuk added. Apuma set off running down the stairs as fast as he could. Tom knelt down in order to start tying up Dashu, being met by a fist to his faceplate. It hurt like hell, but the faceplate did its job. "You can't just do this to me. I didn't do anything. You aren't allowed. Who do you think you are?" Tom just kicked him in the face with his steel-tipped oot, sending teeth flying. "Your worst nightmare." Tom grabbed him by the shoulder, flipping him over, and began tying him up. With Ratchuk's help, it wasn't hard. "Tell Shiva I borrow Smithy," he said to Ratchuk, grabbing Dashu by the horn and began dragging him off. There was no need to be gentle. Tom did consider switching to his feet for going down the stairs, but elected not to. Dashu would need a clear head for what was to come. These Kokashi had never seen him be cruel before. Sapphire stood next to Kokashi, tending his wounds, looking at Tom as he dragged Dashu off down the stairs. She had never seen him be cruel before. He was now, though. She was a tad scared of what he was planning on doing. Ratchet came over again looking at her. How are they doing? They will be fine, only a little banged up. He got the worst of it. She gestured to Kakashi on the table, who looked at Ratchet. Who did they kill? Kakashi's voice was quivering, clearly having heard Tom call Dashu a child killer. I'm sorry, old friend, Ratchet answered, laying his hand on Kakashi's chest. We lost Anastasia. Kakashi just broke down crying as Sapphire took a step back from the guard. They had failed. They had lost a child. Only yesterday there had been celebration and joy. Earlier today they had joked about Tom and Jackalope's escapades. How could this happen? Volzan had gone to talk with Tyborg about the situation they were now in. The two were clearly trying to figure out how this had happened. Sapphire made her way into listening range. But I don't get it. It was just a knife. It wasn't even that expensive. Why did they want it so much? Tyborg protested. Not to mention, I had the thing for months now. Maybe someone recognized it at Bartelian, the captain answered. Maybe, but why didn't they just buy it then? Didn't someone try? Well, yes, but he wasn't even close to affording it. He tried stealing it afterward too, come to think of it. Even if it was a sorry attempt, maybe he told someone he shouldn't have. But why would that lead to Dashu betraying us? He's been with us for over a year. He seemed like a good kid. Damn if I know. I think we will soon, though. I don't know what that Tom guy is. But he bleeds red, so most of that wasn't his. And the noise, it sounded like Ark was loose down there. Let's just hope he doesn't kill Dashu by accident. Sapphire shuddered at that. She had seen Tom sad and scared before, and she knew anger well enough. The way he had just dragged Dashu off, that wasn't fury, that was hate. I saw how the corridors looked down there. He ripped them apart. I've never seen anything like it. This was when Fengi came up telling them to get down to the infirmary. There were more wounded to tend to, including both Dakota and Nunuk, who was apparently in very bad shape. Secrets was breathing. This the issues, said Pond. The Nobon, one Daskide and Bakruth. Wizard Arthur, Carter, Arthur. The 8 interrogation. As Tom dragged Dashu down the corridor, people rushing past him back and forth, he got some curious looks, but luckily no one interfered. They had their own problems to deal with. He made it to the smithy where he placed Dashu on a chair so he could face him, tying him to it and closing the door behind him. I didn't let them in, okay. Why would I do that? I would like to know, Tom just answered coldly. He was certain this was his guy, and he just needed to scare the shit out of him, and he was fairly sure he had a cure for that. But I didn't. Darkling slit a knife into a child without blinking, without trying to defend itself, and yet it didn't harm you. I don't believe you, but Someone opened door. Did you open door? No, I would never. I said truth. You don't know the truth. So let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. You tell the truth, you might live. I didn't do it. You know I wouldn't do that. They tried to kill me too, remember? I know nothing yet. Tom collected the things he needed to start making life very uncomfortable for the Dragonette. He had witnessed firsthand how they reacted to water, so he deemed that was a good place to start. Time to learn. Tom went kicking the Dragonette in the chest, knocking him onto his back. He sat on Dashu's chest, making sure he sat nice and heavy with his feet next to Dashu's head. He placed the cloth over Dashu's face, pinning it in place with his feet, and began pouring the water from the bucket. Dashu gurgled and spluttered, perhaps trying to scream. Tom wasn't sure. He knew it took a while before they started having problems when it came to drowning, so he just kept going until the bucket was empty. He could feel Dashu struggling for breath, trying to clear his lungs with 80 kilos plus armor on his chest, ready to talk. There was quite a bit of coughing as Dashu tried to regain his breath. Tom waited for the Dragonette to clear his throat. Can't breath. The Dragonette finally wheezed out. Tom lifted slightly, letting the Dragonette get enough breath to speak. What is this? He finally managed to cough out. Water, Tom answered truthfully. I have a lot, so I keep going now. Tom got up to go over and refill his bucket from the quenching basin. Wait, no, you can't. Yes, I can. Tom refilled the bucket and carried on during the next pour. Dashu struggled just as much as the first time, writhing like a snake under Tom. They really were flexible. He made sure to check the bindings once he got up again to get the next bucket full. You can't keep doing that, Dashu tried in vain. Can and will, Tom answered. Can do it for hours, every day for a long time. So, shall I continue or get more creative? No, don't, Dashu pleaded. I don't want to die. You won't. That is best part, Tom clarified. He knew he was being nasty, even for what the guy had done. This was harsh treatment, but this was a traitor who had caused the death of a child. He would die for that. First, Tom needed answers, and looking down his clothes, he needed them quick before he needed to go to the infirmary himself. As Tom set about the third bucket, he wondered how old Dashu was. He seemed younger than Sapphire or Jackalope, that was for sure. Maybe mid to late 20s? Whatever that made him in human years, Tom still didn't have a clue. But they will kill me for this. Please, I beg you. Maybe, maybe not. Tom had to give the guy a lifeline to snatch, even if it wasn't real. Yes, they will. Not, if I tell them not. To come on, not, just spill the beans, Tom thought to himself. It wasn't like he was enjoying this, even if it was a little cathartic. There was silence for a while. Tom sighed and picked up the bucket again. His head was starting to hurt a lot, and he was getting a little woozy. Perhaps he had lost more blood than the thought. There was work to be done, though. No plea. Tom only used half the bucket. This time it was clear his victim was thinking things over. He just needed a nudge. The dragonette thrashed around, trying to get free of his restraints. Changed your mind? Tom asked as Dashu coughed, trying to breathe, writhing like a snake. As he got his breath back slowly, he stared at Tom, his eyes wide with fear. Tom just tilted his head, mimicking their gesture for confusion. They will kill me, Dashu desperately stated. You think him better? Tom asked, trying to sound insulted. There was more silence as Tom raised the bucket again. After that bucket, Tom elected perhaps there was a call for a change of tactics. Getting up, he grabbed some leather strips. This will do. Tom turned back to the dragonette and went about applying the blindfold. Can't have you see where coming from? Then Tom gagged him with the wet cloth and got some rope around Dashu's legs, hoisting him up into the rafters. Took some effort, but not too bad. He then got out a broken rake from the back room and went to work. Tom made sure to distribute the beating, much like it seemed they had done to Kokashi, so it was only fair after all. Dashu tried to scream, but the noise was nicely muffled. The whack to the crotch did little tough to Tom's surprise. His curiosity got the better of him, and Toma had a peek. Barrier as a fucking Ken doll? This seemed to greatly confuse Dashu, who was without a doubt wondering what horrible thing came next. Not that the gag let him voice his concerns. Tom just went back to work, getting out a hammer for some more tenderizing. He did get a few good whacks in on Dashu's wings with bone-crunching results. After a while, Tom elected his victim's body was now sufficiently sore to continue. So now, you nice and tender, let's start pulling, or you have something to say. Dashu writhed around, making noises, so Tom elected to take the gag out to hear what he had to say. Why won't you believe me? Dashu hulked, sounding somewhere between desperate and defeated to Tom's ears. Because I know it was you. Now were I from death penalty not allowed, tell me truth, and only truth. You may survive this. You don't kill, but you do this. What the fuck are you? It is alternative, Tom lied. Telling a guy he was going to die isn't that persuasive after all. Now I think we need bucket again. Then is teeth removal, proper drowning, burning steel, claws for trophies, maybe even scales. I finish you off with skinning alive. How that sound? Dashu just went quiet, sobbing a bit, staring around the room as he spun around. Or you tell me truth, and you live. Tom could tell the dragonette was thinking so. He gave him a moment. The silence was almost disappointing, as Tom moved to get him down again, letting him fall to the floor. Bucket it is then. Tom filled the bucket, got out some tongs, and sat back down hard onto the dragonette's now very sore chest, getting a curious sound in response. Dashu's mouth was hanging open as the dragonette tried not to move, blindfold still in place. Tom took the tongs and grabbed a canine. Dashu seems to understand what was about to happen as he went perfectly still. Tom removed the blindfold so he could see the fear in his eyes. Then he yanked. There was a pop sound followed by as much of a scream as the dragonette was capable of. Inspecting the tooth, it was rather sizable, about the length of Tom's index finger. A good keepsake, Tom concluded. He went in for the other canine, with Dashu wriggling his head as much as possible to try and avoid the tongs. Eventually, Tom won, following a few swipes to the face with the heavy tongs, and by locking Dashu's head in place with his legs. The second tooth didn't come out cleanly though, instead breaking in half. Maybe he had clamped it too tightly. Oh well, time for some dental work. What the fuck is wrong with you? Dashu cried in response. Tom just let out a chuckle. He hoped it would help unnerve his target if he played a little more unhinged than was true. Dashu apparently didn't like having exposed tooth nerves played with, writhing on the ground like a fairground ride. Tom singing a jaunty tune probably didn't help the dragonette's outlook on the situation, as he broke down sobbing and pleading. "I just took the money, okay? Please don't do it again," he gasped out, clearly struggling with every breath. "You got my attention." Tom remained seated but let Dashu's head go for the moment. All they wanted was for me to tell them where we were going with the little earring he gave me. Keep going. Okay then, a hired informant. I told them our course and position every now and again. I thought they would just try and steal it at some point, not start killing everyone. You even dumber than me then. Keep going. After the battle, he told me he was here himself now, that he was sorry for the earlier misunderstanding and that I should open the door for him. I told him I wouldn't, not if more people died. He would only take prisoners and get the artifact, no further bloodshed. And you believed him? Tom was pretty sure the guy was sugarcoating things enough to restart the economy around here. Surely he couldn't be this stupid. Perhaps it was all bullshit, but it was a confession. Tom was most definitely going to make him pay for this. He had betrayed those who trusted him and caused the death of a child, all for a bit of cash. That was even worse than just being a traitor, Tom thought. He had literally sold the lives of the people around him. He just wanted the damn knife. Why would he start killing? It was clear Dashu was trying to reason now, that insidious little worm. He knew damn well who he had been dealing with. If not at first, then definitely after the first battle. Because he is arsehole, you fucking moron. Tom just went incredulous at the stupidity or selfishness being displayed here. You are dumbest dragonette I ever met. And I care for children, Tom shouted with spite in his voice. Then Esmeralda had entered in a hurry. Tom, we need help with Nunuk. She looked stunned for a second, coming to grips with the scene in front of her. Tom admitted it didn't look brilliant with him sitting on a tied-up dragonette with water everywhere. Help me, please. Oh, you poor bastard, Tom thought. Oh my god, what has he been doing to you? Are you missing teeth? Esmeralda went, complete with over-the-top hand gestures. Please, it's killing me. I can't breathe. I can't take this anymore. I didn't do anything. The dragonette began crying and sobbing, adding in some coughing Tom was fairly certain wasn't real. Esmeralda came over to stand beside them. Oh, you poor thing. Have you ever been so scared before? No, he's going to kill me, please, Dashu continued, bawling like a kid. Excellent work, Tom. I owe you one. Esmeralda's tone went ice cold as she picked up the bucket. Like this? She questioned, looking at Tom. No, please, no more. Tom just put the cloth back in place, nodding for her to continue. Carry on. You killed my child, filth. You'll find no pity here. She was a bit quick with the water, but it worked well enough. Following the therapeutic procedure, they had checked Dashu's restraints again before going to help see to Nunuk's wounds. There were some coughing sounds as they left, but Tom was confident he would be fine. There would be time for him later. For Isabel's chapters about socks, Carrier-righted had Burton the Reachers for 66 on hire made it to the infirmary. Now the west of Carriers had made it to the infirmary to try and help clean wounds. They only had 6 beds, the rest of the wounded had been moved to the Grand Hall's tables. Shiva had lost a wing claw and 2 fingers, and added another facial scar. She would live though. Dakota was beaten up and had lost some blood, but all in all, she wasn't in too bad shape. Sapphire put that down to Nunuk's efforts. The old lady had multiple cuts, some very deep, and they were difficult to close up. Whatever that sword had done to her, it wasn't good. They had to resort to bandages and applying pressure to slow the bleeding instead of closing them with magic. After repeated failed attempts, Esmeralda had gone to get Tom. Maybe he had something that could help in his weird red cross bag. Kokashi had mostly been battered and bruised. He had broken an arm, but he would make it just fine. Sapphire had seen Anastasia be taken away. They would burn the little one later. Kokashi still needed to say goodbye. Esmeralda had returned with Tom and his bag, having explained what was wrong en route. Tom got out a small thing and unscrewed a lid of sorts. He then told them to remove a bandage to try if this worked. He pressed the little container and a clear liquid came out. He lined the wound with it and pinched it closed. When he let go, it stuck. Super glue, he called it, seemingly pleased it had worked. They set to work closing all of Nunuk's wounds one by one. There were a lot. Sapphire couldn't help but notice that as they worked, more and more red was getting mixed in with the blue. Stepping back to inspect Tom, she could see his sleeves were soaked, his arms and neck having taken a hammering. He was bleeding from under the helmet too. Only now did she notice the teeth marks in it. Essie. We need to get him looked at too. Captain Tybor was gotten onto his feet, being the one in the least need of treatment, as Tom was laid down with some protest from the guy. The blood loss was starting to do its thing though, and they quickly got him onto the bed, starting to remove his armor. His helmet was stuck on, and they needed 3 people to get it off. Sapphire couldn't believe he hadn't even tried to take it off himself. Surely it had to hurt a lot. As they removed his shirt, they got their answer. He was bruised and bloodied all over. It was strange to see this many different colors. Normally they would just get dark spots if they hurt themselves. But he was yellow, purple, red, and even black in some places. No wonder he couldn't feel the helmet, she thought to herself. Want painkiller things? She asked him. He nodded and held up 2 fingers. Well, it was his stuff, so who was she to argue? She found the bottle and shook out 2 of the pills, handing them to him before fetching some water to help him swallow them. Any other dead? Tom asked. Thinking back, it was rather miraculous they hadn't lost anyone. With Nunuk and Tom spearheading the attack, there had only really been cleanup for the rest of them to do. It was lucky for them that Darklings were so damn dumb, they would do as they were told. But that was it. If that meant waiting in a room until someone came in, they would, meaning the team could take the rooms one by one, together. No, only injured, she replied. This seemed to ease him up a great deal as she worked on cleaning his wounds. I must say, Tom, it hurt like hell, but I'm glad you took those bastards out, Anchor added from his bed. Yeah, sorry loud, inside, Tom answered. But damn did it work though. You cut through them like wheat. I never have seen anything like it. How many do you think you got? Don't know, 10 maybe? You killed 10 of them. Jackalope burst out from her post tending Anchor. 11, if you count Chief Arsehole. Technically Esmeraldas though. You just let me finish him off. You killed him. Thanks for that though, Essie replied. Sapphire thought Nunuk had killed the leader and 10 all on his own. That was crazy. He had apparently just run off before anyone got the chance to stop him, based on what Jackalope had said. Now Sapphire was wondering what the corridors below looked like down there. She couldn't help but notice there were a lot of empty spaces on the leather belts Tom was carrying with the things for his weapons. Volzan had entered the room looking around for a bit. So Tom, did our friend say anything yet? The trader sounded extremely cautious. Oh yes, he shit himself. Tom let out laughing a bit. Sapphire really hoped it was the same laugh as when he had gotten Dakota ashore. For this wasn't funny. He took money to tell bad dude where you were and were going. He opened door for them on promise they no kill anyone. He fucking idiot. Tom shook his head. Sapphire had to agree with him on that one. How could anyone be that stupid? How did he do that? He couldn't just sneak off to tell them all the time. Magic earring, Tom answered. Like radio. What's a radio? Volzan questioned. Tom seemed to realize his mistake, trying to brush it off. Talky thing, no important. He had earring talk to bad guy. I guess guy dead in basement. Let's hope. May I ask how you got him to talk that quickly? He knows he'll die for this, right? I drown him for a bit, not pleasant, and beat the shit out of him. You did what? Volzan replied. Him keeping his tooth as well. Volzan just stood there staring for a bit before swallowing. Left him in Smithy. You can go talk to him if he stopped crying. Yes, I would like to hear what he has to say. He'll be back shortly. As the trader left, Sapphire pondered what Tom had said. She quivered at the thought of whatever this water torture was, and could see Dakota looking at her with wide eyes, clearly remembering some unpleasant recent experiences. After a bit, Tom spoke up again. We know how they got here. We went around the outside to cut them off. There was nothing out there except a rear guard. So I'm guessing on their own wings. Dakota replied, Good, don't need big things right now. Sapphire could agree with him on that one. They did still have Archeon if it came to it. The dragon hadn't really been involved much in the battle, apart from saving the ones on kitchen duty. No disaster came, though it grew very late before they finished tending to the wounded. Anchor brought a screaming Kiran in to see Dakota and Tom. The little guy was out of his mind, having watched the whole thing. He had just been playing with Anastasia when they came. He simply couldn't comprehend that Anastasia wasn't here anymore, and kept going on about where she was. Eventually, Esmeralda had to leave the room with tears in her eyes. It took a long time and quite a few stories, but they managed to calm him down. He eventually fell asleep in his mother's arms, though Sapphire thought it was more out of exhaustion than anything else. Yeah. As Sapphire made her way back to her room, she heard Volzan and Ratchuk speaking in the greeting hall. She elected to go over and join in. He said he was paid to give out location to somebody using this. Volzan held up a small little earring. The guy in black had one that matched. Whoever wants that knife wants it badly. And just what am I supposed to do about that, Volzan? You saw what he was wearing. These aren't just thugs or thieves. That armor alone is worth a fortune to anyone dumb enough to put it on, Ratchuk replied. Yes, I know, I'm trying to work that out. I mean, it might be possible he was the only one who knew about the knife. If you are wrong, there is a good chance there will be a town crier somewhere announcing either the destruction of Bismutai Keep or the death of an unfortunate trader. Volzan didn't seem very happy with that scenario, biting his lip. Could we just give it to someone and be done with it? Are you crazy? We have no clue what it does. Then send it to someone who does know. Well, you were the guy with the connections here. Have any suggestions? Originally, I was going to take it back to a collector I know. All things considered, the Royal Guard might be the best bet, actually. If it is as dangerous as we think it should be locked away or destroyed safely. On that, we agree. But you are down to 3 guards, and we can't spare anyone if we are going to be repelling attacks like this in the future. We should leave as soon as possible. I believe we have shaken pursuit for the moment. I am ready for the wing if I have to. Archeon joined in. I just hope we have shaken pursuit for long enough to get to the capital. On the bright side, this should also prove an excellent incentive for sending Jarix here, even if I am starting to question your choice of mentor, Volzan added. What did he do? The dragon asked thoughtfully. He tortured Dashu with water, making him feel like he was drowning. It didn't even take him half an hour to get him to tell everything. I went down to have a look. He had been beaten to shit too, wing broken, teeth missing. Sure, Dashu might not be the strongest of stomachs, but he knows we will kill him for this. Half an hour with Tom and he preferred death. He didn't even want to talk to me. Ratchuk looked blank for a moment, and the dragon curled his head around to lay on his forelegs. That is concerning. Ratchuk, have you ever witnessed Tom being cruel before? Archeon asked. No, never. There is a reason we let him watch the children. He's like a big kid playing with them normally. Sapphire walked up, adding her thought to the conversation. I have never seen him like this. I have seen him angry, but when he dragged Dashu off, there was no fury in him, just hate. That was scary, to say the least. I know he loves Kiran and cares deeply for the kids. I'm pretty sure that did it. Are you sure he won't suddenly decide him to blame for this? Volzan questioned. She could understand that sentiment. Most of the time he had seen Tom. He'd been either fighting like a demon, drunk, or having a mental breakdown. The single day of sort of normal didn't count for much. No, he won't. Besides, I think he has a better bead on you than you think. Ratchuk tried calming the trader down. Sapphire really hoped that was true. If Tom suddenly decided Volzan was to blame, she was not sure what would happen. What is that supposed to mean, bead on me? Volzan questioned. He might still sound like a child, but I reckon there is a good chance he is the smartest one here. You do well to remember that. Well, he has studied for most of his life, Sapphire added. If I remember right, some 20 years, and he is only 37 after all. Not to mention, in a game about deception, he beat us all while drunk. I'll keep that in mind, Volzan went cautiously. Anyway, it is more than high time some of us got to bed. I and Heron will take the first shift. Volzan, if you wouldn't mind helping out. Of course, that is the least I can do. Get some rest, Saf. You will be next up to watch the wounded. As Sapphire's shift went on watching them, she couldn't help but feel useless. There had been a desperate fight trying to save the kids. Tom had once again proven himself more deadly than they had ever imagined, and she had just run away with the children. As she sat there feeling sorry for herself, she heard Tom start stirring again, maybe another of his bad dreams. She did feel sorry for him on that front. She did wonder if he had a good one too every now and again. She hoped so. The real world was proving rather sad for the time being. He stopped after a bit, and everything was quiet again. What do now, Sapphire? Right then, he was awake after all. Well, we can't hunt them down if there are more. We have too many wounded. Volzan is planning on departing for the capital as soon as possible, taking that damn knife with him and maybe securing some help. In the meantime, I think we're safe up here. Supplies? Tom questioned, rightfully so. Not much. It is still only spring. We haven't worked up our stores yet. Hold the fort then, okay. We know help will come. They will come, I'm sure. Okay, Sapphire. Guy in black had fancy armor and sword. Can we use? The sword maybe, but don't touch that armor. That's lich plate lich. Tom sounded taken aback by that. Wait, did he understand that one too? Lich like dead guy, but not dead? Okay, maybe not entirely, Sapphire concluded. No, not really. It's like a bargain you make with the Doetna. You serve them much like the Darklings, except you can still think and act like normal. If you don't, things get painful. In return, you are granted this fine armor, a powerful blade, and most likely some troops to command. They have been given many names: Darkling Lords, Black Knights, Hellguards. They're pretty much all either assholes or insane, since, well, if they don't do as they are told, you get the idea. Think we got asshole, Tom stated. You can say that again. Tom, what did he do to Dashu? I mean, he wouldn't just admit to something like that. Don't you have torture? Well, yes. Whipping, branding, beating, sure. It is often used as punishment for committing a crime. There is problem then. You use only pain. A shiver ran down Sapphire's spine at that. What did you do to him then, if it wasn't just pain? Made him fear? I took hope. I think he shit himself, in fact. But Tom, how could you do that to someone? He killed the child. Children are holy above all. Killing a child is unforgivable. He is no longer a person. He will die anyway, no? I'm fairly sure he will. Yes, we will throw him into hell. Sorry, what? You know of the edge, tie him up and throw him in. And you say my way is bad? You die on impact, it's just falling. One last thrill before the end. All things considered, he might not even deserve that joy. You guys are crazy, Tom stated. What is down there anyway? The ocean, of course. What? You don't have an ocean? Yes, we do, but no flying islands. Oh, where is the land then? Along the water, of course. Think of our ocean as very, very big lakes. I guess I can imagine that we use them to get around, make big, what is called big thing that floats a tree. No, like big cart, but for water. Why would you want that? Travel on water is easy. But didn't you say you could fly? We do that too, but move large things use water and land. Flying is hard and expensive. Right, I'm guessing. Moving one of those tractor things by air would be a challenge after all. Well, we can fly those if want to. Use a lot of fuel, very expensive, waterway cheaper. In English called ship Sapphire. Try playing with the word shit, shikek, shike dammit, another of those lip sounds. Perhaps it should be Esmeralda trying to learn to speak this weird language. Tom appeared to find her struggling, amusing this time. Did he just make her say a rude word? God damn it, Tom, have a picture. I think so. I show you later, be warned. Ships are very big. Sapphire thought for a moment. What would it take to make Tom say that? She shuddered at the thought. There had been a bit of an awkward silence before Tom broke it again. Sapphire, what if Dashu not guilty? She paused to consider that for a moment. You said it was him and he confessed, right? I forced him confess. What if wrong? I don't know whatever you did to him, but I hope he is guilty otherwise. You kill me? You're in Bismatai Keep. It would be up to Nunuk. But there would be severe consequences, yes. There should be. Tom had turned over and refused to talk further. Sapphire just let him be. She really hoped he had been right. Not only would they have to punish him for what he had done if he wasn't, she wasn't sure how he would take it. He had seemed so friendly, sharing his riches, teaching them, laughing with them, helping where he could. And in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a demon, killing and torturing. It was clear it had to do with Anastasia, even if she wasn't going to push the subject with him. She just wondered what it would do to him if he had done this to someone who didn't deserve it. You better be right, she whispered out, hoping he was already asleep. As she sat in the dimly lit room, her thoughts were running away with her. Why had she been so useless? 2 battles, and she had done nothing. A kid was dead, and she had done nothing. She felt like a piece of shit. Of all the things she could be, why did it have to be useless? There wasn't that long left before she could walk again. Maybe even a little bit of light flying. If there was a next time, she would be ready. She swore it. Jackalope had swung by to say hi at one point. Sapphire wondered why she hadn't been asleep. She just answered she had helped clean up. Sapphire had been too tired to question it, welcoming the company. They chatted for a bit as Jackalope went around, pausing at Tom before going off to bed. Sapphire fell back into thought. Tom had made quite the mess. No, he had butchered his way through the enemy. She had trained to be in the guard. then to become a huntress, and a damn good one at that. Perhaps she had found a new teacher. If she could kill darklings like Tom could, she would never be useless again. She would be one of the most feared warriors in the kingdom. Now wouldn't that be a sight for sore eyes? Perhaps she could even get the royal guard to beg her to join them, and then she could say, "Number, you had your chance," what she wouldn't give for that moment. She played out the scenario for herself. Oh, how sweet that would taste. It would mean learning to fight like Tom, and judging by what she had seen, he didn't just fight differently. He thought differently too. That would be a hell of a challenge, but maybe, just maybe, it would be worth it. When Tom stirred again, the sun was starting to rise. Sapphire was tired. The few hours she had gotten before starting her watch were a poor substitute for proper sleep. Not long after Fengi had come to replace her, and the two had wandered off, Sapphire contemplating another nap after this. The three had chatted for a bit before Tom elected to go have a chat with their prisoner. Perhaps give him some water in the normal fashion. Sapphire had followed along. She wanted to see just what Tom had done down here. As they walked, the scene was gruesome. There was blood and guts sprayed everywhere. Corpses were still littering the place, so apparently Jackalope hadn't done much cleaning. Tom looked around dejectedly. It was clear he wasn't happy with what he saw. He walked over to a corpse, its neck having been torn to pieces, and knelt down. Sapphire, do they feel? They screech in pain, if that is what you mean. I mean, really feel. Are they alive? Can they think? We don't know for sure, somewhat it seems. They can make decisions. If they have their orders, they will try and do it best. They can. So they're not just animals, then. I'm not sure what they are exactly, to be honest, except tragedies. They are all people who have been lost. I'm not sure if it is better to kill them or not, to be honest. Let's hope they don't remember old times. Then Tom went, getting up. Let's. They had made their way further down, and the carnage just continued. Sapphire wasn't sure if she should be awestruck or horrified. The smell was starting to set in. They needed to get this place scrubbed down today. As they arrived at the armory, Sapphire saw that there the carnage was on another level, though the bodies had been moved already. The Black Knight hadn't been touched though, and Tom walked over to the knight and knelt down. "Okay, if touch, yeah, just don't put the armor on, maybe leave the blade be too." Tom took off the helmet of the knight and went about inspecting his ears. He had a lot of earrings and other little pieces of jewelry. Tom inspected them all before taking one and pocketing it. Sapphire guessed the earring matched the one he had found on Dashu. Well, if nothing else, that did seal whether he was guilty or not. Tom went back up to the smithy. He stopped in front of the smithy door, pausing for a moment with his hand at the door handle before going in. There, Dashu sat in a chair, apparently asleep. He looked beaten up, but not as bad as Sapphire had imagined. Then she remembered Tom's mention of water torture. Tom knocked his boot against a table leg a few times. "Good morning." There was no response from Dashu. Not surprising, Sapphire thought. It was early morning, after all, still a little cold even in here. Not to mention sleep might have come rather hard for Dashu. Tom walked over and grabbed him by the horn and wiggled a bit. This got the desired response, as Dashu woke up looking around, eyes coming to rest on Tom, clearly scared, lowering his head. I found earring Dashu seemed to shrink into himself. "I didn't lie. I swear no more water." "Please." Sapphire was shocked by the reaction. She had never tried being drowned, but it really didn't sound pleasant. Dashu's reaction only strengthened her belief. "I think you did a little, but no matter." Tom didn't sound angry as Sapphire had suspected, more thoughtful in fact. And what did he mean? Dashu had lied? How much did they pay you? Dashu was clearly not willing to answer the question. "If you want to live, tell truth, remember? 20 gold. That was a lot of money, Sapphire admitted, but seriously, she could feel her blood boil. He had sold the lives of his comrades for a mere 20 fucking gold, she burst out, catching herself. Tom just shook his head at Dashu, straightening back up to his full height. "You got to be kidding. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't know they were going to come attack us. But they did. And you still opened door," Tom responded. "You selfish little piece of shit," Sapphire added. "What do you think they would do if I didn't, huh? I didn't know they were darklings before the attack, I swear. They threatened you, didn't they?" Tom went, holding up the earring. "Of course they did." Tom just shook his head. "You are idiot, selfish, coward. May the gods have mercy on your soul." Tom didn't seem angry anymore, just disappointed. Why wasn't he angry? This was despicable. She looked to the sorry excuse for a dragonette as Tom turned to leave. It will be a long way down. Traitor Dashu just began crying. She expected little less from a coward like that. Even Anastasia had more of a spine than this guy. As she turned to follow Tom, she smacked Dashu in the face with her tail. He didn't even bite her or shout back, what a failure. She would have loved the excuse. By rioting, the beak ants was afflicted to soar. Riot, exacting your rioting post of cryo, younger, triumph, 40, fingers in the cookie jar. The two had made their way back up to the grand hall. Tom had clearly seen enough for the time being. They turned towards the greeting hall. Sapphire guessed he wanted to go get his music like last time something horrible had happened. Let's look at ships. Take mind off things. He sighed out as they made way towards the greeting hall. Sure, why not? Sapphire was more in the mood for a nap or a go at Dashu, to be honest. But if it helped Tom, then so be it. Getting him back on his feet was a priority after all. Not to mention, he was a lot more pleasant company when not in this foul of a mood. As they entered, they found Volzan sitting on one of the big boxes in Tom's pile. Archeon appeared to be asleep. Volzan, though, was sitting and fiddling with something. Ahem, Tom went, clearing his throat. Volzan snapped his head to look at him, freezing like a deer in the headlights. Looking for something? Oh, good morning, Tom. Yes, I think I might have misplaced something. Terribly sorry. The trader quickly put down the item, getting to his feet. He looked terrified, Sapphire thought. After yesterday's conversation, he might just be seeing his life flashing before his eyes right now. Found something interesting? No, I just... Tom turned his head as a smile spread across his face. Sapphire was slightly unnerved by that. She believed she had worked out how to read Tom's expressions, and he didn't look maniacal or anything like that. She just hoped she was right. Come now, I won't hurt you, promise, Sapphire thought. Tom sounded sincere enough. Volzan, though, clearly struggled with working out if this was good or bad. I take it you figured it out then? Tom continued. Figured what out? Volzan answered nervously. That I'm not from here, obviously. No need worry. Me and Nunuk agreed to tell you the truth. No, I was just... Wait, what do you mean? Not from here, Volzan. I got that you were from a far-off place called Denmark. You said so already. No, not far off, not here at all. Another world entirely. Sapphire just let Tom roll with it for now. Hopefully the part about Nunuk was true, otherwise he might have finally lost it. But why lie about that? Don't want people coming snooping yet. We have plans. Agreed we couldn't keep secrets from Jarek, so tell you truth first. We discuss later for now. What you found. Volzan appeared lost in thought for a moment. He did stop shaking at least, and looked down at the thing he had been fiddling with. I honestly don't know. Some kind of toy, I think. Tom walked over, and Volzan backed off. Ah, my compass. It points north at all times, for navigation. Tom picked it up and handed it to Volzan. The trader looked at the little thing for a moment before taking it up and turning it in his hands. So that is what it does. Why haven't we thought of enchanting something like that before? It's no enchantment, Tom replied. Nothing I have is. Come now, that's just preposterous. It would seem that was enough to break Volzan's terror, at least for the moment. No, my world has no magic of any kind. No magic, no dragons, no floating islands, no dragonettes. At that, Volzan's stare just went blank, and Tom began laughing, slapping the trader on the back, resulting in a weird, squeaky sound, which just caused Tom to laugh even harder. Sapphire was fairly sure he was putting on the facade again. There was no way he was actually happy right now. Come to think of it, what if it was always just a facade? She looked worriedly at the laughing human. He didn't seem to notice, though. But seriously, don't rummage around. Some things very delicate, others very dangerous. Yes, sir. No worries, Volzan piped out, still staring at nothing. But you use fire magic? No magic. I use guns. Tom held up one of the revolvers to show Volzan. No magic. I thought that was like a wand to channing through. Didn't you have two? Oh, fuck right. Gave to Esmeralda. Had Tom let her use one of his guns? Make that another reason for Sapphire to get him to like her. She wondered what using one would feel like. Maybe that was all there was to it. The key to how he was so good at killing. Well, that seems silly now she thought of it. Of course it was. She had seen what his guns could do. Tom then continued. She'll be fine. I only gave her one shot for Black Knight thing. Anyhow, Sapphire want to show you ships. Volzan, can wake Archeon? Sure, I think he wants to hear this. Tom got into the big box and pulled out one of the books he hadn't let them take to the library. Only have one book with ships in it. Naval history book talks about building ships, civil and military, and how they're used. So that was why he hadn't given them that one. Military technology made sense. She wondered if that rule was going to change as well. Archeon stirred with a resounding, "What?" Clearly not pleased with being woken up. Volzan launched into a rambling explanation, conveying what he had been told. Archeon tilted his head a few times, narrowing his eyes. "Impossible. He's lying." "Nope." It came from Tom in response. "Can't use magic? Haven't got any? At least not from home. But your weapons and fire magic? Not magic is chemistry. Now, come here, have things to show you." Tom opened the book and started paging through it before finding something he liked. It took some time to explain the pictures to Volzan and Archeon, but Sapphire picked up some of the slack. Tom seemed to find it funny she was now explaining rather than him for once. "This is a small ship." He laid down the book to show something. Sapphire couldn't work out what it was. It was in the water, though, and floating. It was white with a big piece of cloth hanging from a tall pole. She could see people on it, so it wasn't that large. It was the most beautiful pearl white. As well, there was even some blue fabric on it. Tom was clearly greatly amused by their reactions, the dragon straining to bring its head down to look at the small picture as Tom held the book up. "Now this is big one." Tom moved a few pages, bringing up what looked more like a building in the water, and pointed to a little black dot. "See? That is a person." "Holy shit!" Sapphire exclaimed. "That thing was several times the size of the keep, and it floated? And moved?" Volzan just sat staring in disbelief. "Tom, how many people are on board that thing?" Archeon asked, seeming skeptical. "Oh, this is cargo ship. Not many crew, maybe 30? Don't know. Big passenger ship carry thousands." Sapphire snapped back to reality after that one. "Don't worry, they can't come here trying to comfort the trader." She was afraid the guy was about to have a nervous breakdown. "Lucky us," Volzan replied, awestruck, and Tom just giggled. "I wouldn't mind just laying down on that thing and ending up somewhere else." Archeon concluded, "We dragons never get carried anywhere." Sapphire couldn't argue with that. Then a shot rang out in the keep. Tom was instantly on his feet, gun drawn, looking around. "Where was that?" Tom questioned. "Outside, I think," Sapphire answered. "But why? Had Esmeralda gone outside alone after yesterday?" "Surely not," Sapphire thought, dread running down her spine. Tom was already running for the door winch, clearly set on getting out. Volzan running over to help. "Need door open it," came from Tom, clearly trying to work out how to work the winch. Did Tom shoot Volzan? It came from Fengi, having made her way up the stairs. "No, he didn't shoot it." Came from outside, Sapphire answered. "Then who?" "Oh," Fengi replied, looking thoughtful. "Oh, what?" Sapphire demanded. "Well, Essie had his gun, but I think she gave it to Jackalope. She said she would hand it back, though." "Damn it, Jackie!" Sapphire shouted at no one in particular. Why could that woman not stop touching things? Unkai and Heron came rushing down the stairs, apparently having been on guard duty. "Is someone hurt?" They both went in unison. "Don't know. Jackie stole Tom's gun. I'm guessing she wanted to try it out." "Help with the door, will you?" Kinto Unkai replied, as the two ran over to help. They quickly got the door open enough for all of them to go under it, running outside. Sapphire was just left staring at Archeon, who was clearly not pleased. "Damn this stupid door." The dragon protested some and dissed it. "What with me? So it what's? Reet dumb, not seeing will." Tom almost felt bad for the thrill that gave. There better not be another body at the end of this. If it was Jackalope, then she had no clue how to use that weapon. Hopefully, she hadn't just shot herself in the head or something. They circled around the keep looking for the source of the shot, and sure enough, down at the archery range, there was a little white silhouette on the ground. As they closed in, it was moving, at least. So that was good. As they came down, there was Jackalope all right, and she was sitting clutching her hand. "God damn it, girl," Tom let out, as they came running to a stop. The Huntress looked at him, head tilted and a weird sneer on her face. "Why did it hurt me?" "Because you have been an idiot. Now let's have a look at hand." A quick inspection revealed. This was a classic case of mind, the cylinder gaps, it would seem. "Right then, Jackalope. Or maybe I'll call you moron from now on." Tom scolded the Huntress. "You've broken 2 fingers and got some nasty powder burns. Might not lose them, though." Jackalope looked horrified at the insinuation she might just have lost 2 fingers. "Your thumb is badly burned, too." but not in as bad shape. Tom walked over and picked up the revolver from where she had dropped it. This is a weapon. It is dangerous, okay? Not a toy. Jackalope just looked down at her hand and then to the ground. Sorry, I just wanted to try. Then I recommended you ask. Tom inspected the weapon, opening the cylinder, all 6 rounds loaded. 2 spent, so 1 was the one Esmeralda had used. Where did you get bullets? Took them from your belt when you slept. Sorry, really? And they had been so keen about him stealing. Would he need to start locking all the dangerous or fragile things away now? You're damn lucky you didn't kill yourself or someone else. But you let Esmeralda use it and it didn't hurt her, and I was watching to make sure it didn't, Tom clarified. Oh, sorry. Yeah, only you hurt. It's fine. Oh look, the cavalry. What's cavalry? As Jackalope looked up to see Heron and Unkai descend upon them, her ears dropped like a sad donkey. I heard you can't keep your fingers to yourself, Unkai went touching down. No, she can't. Hands hurt, need fix, Tom clarified, holstering the stolen revolver. Oh, that looks nasty. What did you do? Unkai asked. I don't know. When I fired at the target over there, it just hurt a lot. I dropped it, and my hand looked like this. Unkai began inspecting the wound with care. Tom knew next to Nunuk, he was the best healer around here. Well, Dakota was the only other one to his knowledge, and she wasn't really that good, it seemed. What is this black stuff? Unkai questioned. And how did this happen? Gunpowder burn. She held the gun wrong. Tom clarified. But I just held it just like you did, Jackalope insisted. Tom sighed, moving back over. No, you didn't. I'm guessing you held like this. Tom brought up the revolver and unloaded it. He then held the revolver with both hands, but his offhand clutched around the barrel, leaving 2 fingers right next to the cylinder gap. See this gap? Hot air comes out when shot. That what hurt your fingers. Some air broke my hand? Jackalope didn't seem to buy that. Yes, air under pressure. That sends bullets at enemies. Jackalope just looked like a big question mark looking at him. Unkai continued his inspection. Jackie, why is your nose bleeding too? Tom looked, and indeed, there was a small cut on the front of her nose, square in shape, looking suspiciously like the front sight post. Tom just shook his head. You hit yourself in the face too. Impressive. Tom gave a bit of a chuckle. Hey, this is not funny. It broke my hand. Yeah, she was right. Tom just found it funny. The first person in this world had learned to respect recoil. And he just needed something to cheer him up today, damn it. He didn't want to think about yesterday, about Anastasi, just how close he had come to killing Kiran by accident. No, you're right, let's get back up, he went, shaking the thoughts off for now. There was work to be done after all. Samoldrian said, stays, even, react, and hose.